among other
Alright,
things.
so anyways, I'm here to talk about the flat earth and why it doesn't exist.
Me too.
Okay.
Who are
So
you?
what is the flat Earth?
It's nothingness, it doesn't exist.
They seem to believe that there's a circular.
Now
orbit.
he wants to talk. Now the guy wants to answer questions. Now he's muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyways, the flat earth doesn't exist.
Cool story. You said that 3 times. Describe what your flat Earth looks like. How
It
do you
doesn't look
imagine
like
it to be?
anything.
No, this is perfect. Okay, so the flat Earth doesn't. Great. Now, what about the Earth?
The earth also doesn't exist, nothing exists.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
there
brain
you
in the jar.
go. In the
Earth,
jar.
Earth.
Yep.
All right.
No, brains in a jar don't
Michael
exist.
Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah, so anyways,
It's always the cat emojis or emoticons or PFPs. It's always them.
It sounds like he's wearing his pants too tight.
It did.
Does anybody talk? I guess, should we talk to the piss drunk jackass here again? Oh, he
want
left.
to.
No. Wait.
Love the soundboard. Is Davey still on the side chat? Or is he just on indefinitely?
Not active.
Okay.
Absolute sterling job you're doing, guys. Sterling job. It's just been entertainment after entertainment after entertainment. And that guy said he loved the ball. Right? I really loved that ball. Yeah, he really let that out of his heart. There you go. You crushed the ball for him today. Well done.
Yeah, he did bring up confirmation bias. I think that's kind of projection. It's like, I love the thing, so I kind of just reaffirm in my own mind. Like, okay, well, then enjoy.
Was that question you asked? How many minutes in what so many yards? That was brilliant.
Yeah, how many minutes are in a cubic yard?
Yeah, brilliant. And he didn't get it until you explained it to the other guy. And then he went, oh, right. So you're talking about a light year. Really?
Now, what if I gave you an answer? What would you do?
What, the distance in a light year?
No, how many minutes are in a cubic yard?
I haven't planned that far.
I'm going to call you a glober, Professor.
Well, I mean, you have minutes and seconds, right? In your coordinate system.
Yeah.
So if you can figure out how many minutes, maybe it's not even a minute. So then that would be point whatever minutes. And then you multiply that by what is that? So that would be one time across. And then you got to cube that. There you go.
Yep.
That's how many minutes are in a cubic yard.
Yeah, and that's actually a thing now, isn't it, eh?
I just made it a thing.
Yeah.
With an answer. He made it a thing, and I gave him an answer for his thing. That's how you solve it.
Yeah.
Put it in the AI. It'll give you the right answer.
Still here?
We're still here.
Hey, sorry, I didn't hear what you said earlier. I don't know if it was you or someone else. So why do you think space-time is a fallacy again? It's, to my understanding, it's just coordinates. It's like X, Y, Z, kind of like 3 dimensions, and then plus time.
Right.
It's similar to like up and
So
down coordinates.
yeah, but the coordinates is the concept, right? So length, width, and height, those
Well,
are
I'll give him the
just
coordinates
concepts.
if I'll give him the coordinates if he tells me where 0 is at.
Well, it's just essentially saying you can say like 3 dimensions plus time rather than saying space time. But space time is just the name for like
Yeah,
there
so
being.
it's just imaginary then. Yeah, okay. That's what I said from the beginning. Made up.
Yeah, it's like up and down are made up as well, right? It's
No.
essentially
No, if
like
you
that,
drop something, it goes down. If you let go of a helium balloon, it goes up. That's not imaginary.
right? So their theory is that it's the warping of space time that makes it fall because
It's the warping
like
of space time is what holds air around a ball.
so it's because acceleration and gravity,
Math
like
is not a
yeah,
force, dude.
acceleration and gravity
Wow.
are the same. And
Acceleration and gravity.
yeah, acceleration and gravity are the same, and because of
Wow.
that, that's why they're
You
tied in
don't even know
together.
what gravity is.
Yeah, this one's I'm
Do
gonna
you
take
know
Cujo
what is it?
outside.
Brother, when you
Like
call this a coordinate system, I understand what you're trying to get across, but
okay,
you are going to have some kind of reference to something, right?
well, so it's not like it's not actually like the actual coordinates. It's just saying that there's 3 dimensions.
Right. Length,
That's
width,
what
and
this
height.
is saying.
Those are concepts.
Right? Yeah, it's like with length and height, but you don't actually need like a number for a width and a number for a height. It's just that there is this space available. It's
Right. We
just
don't.
about yeah.
But you have to understand, we're not talking about something physical here. You're using length, width, and height, which are concepts, and you're
Right.
saying that
So
this conceptual thing has some bearing on
yeah.
physical
So
matter. Why
the reason why
concepts do not have any bearing on physical matter?
they believe it does is because gravity or like the gravitational pull is the same as acceleration, which is why like
There's no gravitational pull.
which is why it's the same as your phone's accelerometer measures at like 9.8 meters per second squared, but it is equivalent to if you were accelerating that phone 9.8 meters squared.
Yeah, it's per second, right?
No,
9.8
I think
meters per second
I
per
think they
second.
have lithium batteries, so it'll fall slower.
You're not understanding that squared is per second, right? It's a
Yeah, that's
measurement
exactly
of the amount of time, but the time is conceptual too. You have two conceptual things, right? Just ideas. How do ideas have an effect on physical material? That's kind of redundant,
well,
but how do you have
like I said, you
concepts?
can right. So you can measure acceleration, right, using an accelerometer, and you measure it the
Yes,
same way because the same forces are felt on the accelerometer by gravity. They are both
there is no
exactly
force.
identical.
There is no force. Not in Einstein.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Do you
Yeah,
understand
but
what he
you're
just said?
jumbling stuff
Yeah, you
up.
don't understand what you're saying, it sounds like.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't.
So how a phone is able to tell like if it's standing upright or not is because it measures that it's being accelerated like downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. And this is the same
Okay.
as if you were to accelerate it, maybe like I don't know, put it on a rocket or something, and accelerate it at 9.8 meters per second squared. It would these two are exactly equivalent. That's why they're tied together. And both it falling and being accelerated are real things. And both these real things are equivalent to each other.
And they work
Bro.
fine over a horizontal baseline.
No, they
You're
only work. They
describing-
only work on a flat Earth. They cannot work on a globe because there's no up and down on a globe. So they can only be on a flat Earth. Don't forget, you got to add that in, guys.
Correct. Now, please just hear me out for a second. All you're doing is describing the speed at which the phone is descending down on the flat Earth.
No.
You have not given me a cause yet.
It's the speed per time. It's not. It's the change of speed, not the speed itself.
Yeah, it's an acceleration.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not the speed.
Right. So, what is the cause?
Well, that's why they think it's the warping of space-time. Like it's warping of the coordinate system. So if you can
All
move
right, this is it.
through
All
the
right,
coordinate
all
system,
right.
or you can move
Fine,
the coordinate
no worries.
system.
The warping of space-time, great. I want you to get me a sample of space-time.
Well, like I said, it's the coordinate system.
A coordinate system, so a concept is warping.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you imagine it like you have like empty space, and then you have things inside the space, and you have things moving around in the space. But the idea is that you can also move the space itself,
Great.
not just moving things
Okay,
inside
move the space for me. I want you to show me that happening. I want you to sample of space-time and then move it.
Well, that's what they believe gravity is the warping of space-time.
No, that's what Einstein just went ahead and made up, and then everybody else just kind of, went, okay, whatever, because it was just a postulation. It was just an idea. It doesn't have any bearing in reality. There is no experiment to prove that space-time, a concept, has any effect on material. And it's absurd to think that it does.
Well, there is no way to measure acceleration and gravity, like the force on the thing itself.
We can measure the acceleration. I'm asking you for the cause. Gravity's supposed to be the cause, not the effect.
Well, I think gravity is the effect, but
So now there's no cause for things going up and down. So what you're telling me is there's no cause for things going down.
Well, it's because both are massive. So it's the idea is that things that have mass, they warp space-time. So space-time is flowing into the thing that has mass, or not like so then it's if you have a point in space, it is as if it is accelerating through space because space is moving across it onto the mass, and so that's why two massive objects attract.
Bro, can you demonstrate this for me in an experiment where mass, whatever that is defined to be, is going to do what? Attract another mass? Is that what? So now you're combining Newtonian mechanics with Einsteinian mechanics or concepts?
So are you asking about the Cavendish experiment?
Is it an experiment?
Yeah, there is an experiment
with space-time, and that said,
so they set up an apparatus with like large metal spheres, something that's very dense, and then they put a laser on it to see like if it moves.
Put a laser on it.
Laser.
Put a laser.
Yeah. So the reason why you
freaking laser beams attached to their heads.
No, the laser is for measurement, because if it moves even slightly,
anything with the laser
will sweep across and make that tiny movement much bigger.
Stop the cat.
Dude, you're just lying. Either way, What was the naturally observed phenomena that we are going to go ahead and study here? And then I want you to give me the hypothesis for the Cavendish experiment, if it is an experiment.
It's like a really old historical thing. There's probably like the old historical paper.
Yeah, get it for me.
You can find it. It's called the Cavendish experiment.
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that you're going to come in here and blurt out the Cavendish experiment and then you're not going to support your claim?
Yeah, I think what he said was, are you talking about the Cavendish experiment? No.
No, I didn't bring up the Cavendish once. You brought it up, even though it's not an experiment.
You're doing like you're getting a perfect 10 in mental gymnastics, though.
No, you are asking if there was an experiment where there's two large masses that are attracted to show that mass has gravity. So
no,
this is that experiment. That exact experiment of the question you asked is called the Cavendish experiment.
I declared that there is no experiment, and you failing to provide me any kind of hypothesis observed phenomena so far is proving my point.
Well, if you don't want to look it up, it's fine. It's not a big deal.
No, I'm declaring that this does not exist as an experiment, and you have yet to provide any support. So tell me, in the Cavendish, what was the naturally observed phenomena that we're trying to prove the cause of?
No, like you said, right? You think it doesn't exist. So if something doesn't exist, then how am I going to explain something that doesn't exist? It doesn't exist.
Well, you could support it by actually getting me the see if we're actually conducting an experiment. Somebody building a shed and putting a couple of balls hanging from a couple of rods is not an experiment. I'd even like to see the naturally observed phenomena. In nature, do we see a bunch of steel balls clanging together around here?
Maybe it doesn't exist, man. Who knows?
Right, so space-time concept, reification, no cause or no causal mechanism for things why go down or up, no gravity.
Well, with the same logic, you can say up and down don't exist.
Okay, up and down, fair enough. Concepts, descriptions of things that we see happening in nature, right? Or whatever. These are the descriptions. You could call it even like a coordinate reference system if you want, up and down. Of course, those are in relationship to a horizontal plane. So even when people describe things falling down, they're declaring that this is happening on a flat surface, a horizontal reference plane. If it was on a ball, it would be happening in and out. We would
Well, one person's down doesn't have to be the same as someone else's down.
Down is always in reference to a horizontal plane. In and out. Deal with balls.
Well, it doesn't have to be a plane, but even let's say it is a plane.
It does. You tell me how it works then. You describe up and down on a ball. Please describe up and down on a ball.
Well, you can describe up and down on an arc, right? If there's like a curved surface, you can have an
Would
up
it
and
be
down.
horizontal? Would it be horizontally oriented?
But like, let's say you don't have the ground, because it's by convention that we always talk about the reference being the Earth. So let's imagine there is no Earth, right? We're just floating in a coordinate system, and then you have an object, so you can still have up and down on it.
Where would the reference point be?
But you kind of just have to declare one, and that could be a reference point.
Okay, so you declare one. Where would that reference point be in open free space?
You can use the Cartesian coordinate, put the ball in the origin, put the other ball in some vector position or some point. There's your coordinate system.
Okay, now describe to me up and down according to that. You're going to have a horizontal plane of reference.
Doesn't matter. You ever see
Now it doesn't matter.
You know what a 3D graph looks like? You know what a Cartesian graph is?
A Cartesian graph? Yeah, grid. How is it oriented?
Any way you want.
Everyone.
Any way that you want?
Can I interrupt?
Please.
I'd like to ask a question.
Please go ahead.
What is your theory that the Earth is just a rock and it's neither spherical nor flat? We live on a giant rock.
That's not my theory. Sounds like your theory.
Yeah, it sounds like that rock would have to be in space, and space is fake, so you don't get a rock either. I take your rock away.
So space is fake? Really?
Yeah, does it hurt your feelings when I say that?
It's fake and gay.
Well, what happens when you take a rocket to space?
You don't.
Exist?
You don't. You watch it on TV. I think you watch it on TV for 12 minutes, and I'm not even sure if that's really a full 12 minutes of what you think you're seeing. Anyway, and then they switch completely to CGI, so that's what you get to see.
You can go up, but you're not going to Narnia. Outer space is fake and gay.
Outer space is fake and gay? Is that what you have
Correct.
to say?
According to NASA, anyway.
That's correct.
And don't get us started about the space herpes.
And the diamonds that rain on Uranus.
Also, according to the experts.
Uranus is a rock, too. You know, planets exist.
My anus is not a rock.
Fuck. You ain't been doing them squats, have you? You've been sitting on your ass.
I'm a computer guy.
Yeah. So is that the claim on the table that planets are rocks?
Yeah, planets are spatial matter, you know, rocks, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Gas giants,
Material.
some of them.
The universal material.
Universal material.
Wow,
Okay, so
he's been to a lot of places. If he thinks it's universal, that means it's everywhere.
Well, they exist. You can look up in the sky. You can look up in the sky and see Saturn and fucking Venus.
Those are lights.
Use a telescope.
I got one. Those
Use
are
a
lights.
telescope.
I got one. Those are lights.
So the rings on Saturn are just lights?
Saturn is Saturn. It always looks exactly the same, too.
yeah, from our perspective, they just kind of look like little circular kind of lights in the sky. Now, proving that they're a rock, well, that would be on you.
And did you know that if you had a square light from a very far distance, it looks like a circle?
Mm.
So how do you know what those circles are, since they're all lights up there?
What? So they're LED lights? Is that what you're trying to propose? What
No,
kind of
you are.
lights are
You're
they?
you're being deprogrammed, and now you just said everything's LED lights. Do you see how you're starting to hyperventilate?
No, tell me, what kind of lights are they?
Twinkling ones. You don't see them at night? You tell me what kind of
Yeah, well,
lights they are.
what kind of? Where's the power to the lights? Where's the power coming from to these lights and
You
twinkling in
tell
the sky?
me. You seem to know all about them.
No, you seem to be the one telling me they're lights.
They
I'm
are
saying they're
lights.
rocks.
They
Well,
don't
tell
look
me
like a
what.
rock to me. They look like a light to me. I know
Well,
the
where's the
rocks in
power
my
for these
yard
lights
don't
coming
light.
from?
Listen, dude, the
Where's the
rocks in
power
my
from these
yard
lights
do
coming
not
from?
light up.
You realize when he says lights, he's not talking about light bulbs and stuff. They just are light phenomena in the sky.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
little lights.
So they're light phenomena. You have
Yeah.
no theory to anything. You have no theory, no origin.
Another drunk. Another
story.
drunk. That's Cujo, by the way. He's mad at you for saying that.
How do they determine what these celestial objects are made of? Do you know how?
But ask him. He seems to know because he
No,
has
no,
a
no. I'm
pair of
asking you.
eyes.
I'm
No.
asking you.
Because whatever I say, I require 1,000 sources. Whatever he says, he doesn't need any fucking sources.
Because he doesn't make
What?
a claim.
No, he
So
made a
they're
claim
lights.
by saying they're just lights.
What do
That's a
you see?
claim.
I see lights. I got to
that's a
find a
claim.
citation that those are
That's a
me
claim.
looking up and seeing a light. I need a citation for that. Are you something wrong with you?
Now, we asked you the source of energy for those lights. Where's it coming from? But you have no answer.
That comes from flat Earth.
What kind of bullshit is that? That's not even an answer. You're just a fucking retard.
I gave you an explanation. You're mad at my
David, you suck.
explanations? But you're okay with NASA giving you explanations when diamonds are raining on your asshole. You don't ask for explanations for that shit, do you?
You got to be fair. I mean, if NASA's going to tell you something, to best diamonds rain on Uranus. Where's the proof sheet from NASA?
Now, when I clone this dog, I just read her tag that's in her skin, you know. So now I have her tag, and I'm just going to duplicate it into the clone, and they'll never know I got their dog.
What kind of dog is it?
Cane Corso, Cujo.
Oh.
That's why she's barking. She don't like anybody talking to me. She's now finally used to me having the microphone on, but it's my daughter's dog, and she's gone vacation. So now it's vacation for the dog because she doesn't have a baby crawling all over her or anything. She's just laying down. My wife walked in. She started growling at her. I was laughing because this one likes me. She won't bite my wife or anything, but he definitely would chase somebody down the street just to lick them. But you don't know that's coming.
Oh man, yeah, they're pretty intimidating dog.
Yeah, they'll catch you and lick you, and then, but by that time you've already peed and pooped and probably had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Where did our universal material guy go?
Maybe he's getting another beer.
Yeah, he's pretty wasted. That's what they do. They drink to get the courage up to come in here. It's like walking into a biker bar to come in this room.
Like a safe space.
We voted safe spaces out a couple years ago.
This operates as one.
We put chairs back in those rooms.
People you disagree with, you're operating a safe space.
I come here to talk about dogs and stuff, and then you guys see the title of the room and freak out. The Globers come in and just go crazy. They start making up stories about space time and diamonds and all kinds of shit. It's crazy what goes on in here.
Not much research.
Not much globe research. No, there isn't.
Or listening.
Yeah, and it's, by the way, it's Kanye Corso.
Yeah, I guess.
They're Italian.
Yeah, I know. I just said it that way, so other people say it that way. But you're right. And she's pretty dopey. But people don't know that.
Yeah, my girlfriend had a Rottweiler, and this dog would bark at everybody that went anywhere near it, except me. Never barked at me.
So that's funny. The Rottweiler next door, well, she moved, but before she moved, would bark at everything, hair standing up. If we got near the fence, all that. But if I go in the yard, she's just all licking me and everything. But anyway, I let this dog out, and she never did that again. She just said, "Woo, I don't want to bark at that dog anymore." Because this one went over there and started prancing over there, and the other one just went right up on her back porch. I was like, I've never seen that before. We got greyhounds. That's like owning a greyhound is like owning a pricker bush that's afraid of things. The miniature, tiny little tiny horse that thinks everything's going to eat it.
And my neighbors had 2 Rottweilers, and Grandma had some sort of little tiny yip yappy poodle type dog. When I'd walk by the fence and they would see me, Rottweilers were silent. The little dog was doing the little yip 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 yip. It was so funny.
This one here would probably run and knock me over and pull me to the ground if a dog came after it. They just don't. We're not rough with her or anything, so she doesn't know what it is to. But she doesn't like dogs. Some dogs. Just that's it. There was a rabbit in the backyard. She looked at it like first thing I thought of was you're gonna fight that rabbit, then you're gonna get rabies, and then I am gonna have a Cujo in the house. So you're not going after the rabbit. And she didn't want to anyway. They screwed this dog up by cropping its ears and cutting its tail off. I was pissed about that.
That's
I hate
scary.
when they do that.
And they screwed the ears up. They're not even done right. It almost looks like somebody did them with scissors at home.
You know, I understand some dogs have weak tails and they damage them easy, so you crop the tail, but leave the ears alone.
Yeah, I'm not into like anything. The way the dogs are is the way I just prefer them. Especially since you can figure out more what the dog is doing by their ears. I think that's why they do it to these dogs, because otherwise they would have a dopey look on their face when you broke into their house. But because their ears are pointed up, you think that they're gonna rip your face off. And I was feeding her hamburger, and I had a pill that she has to take was in it, and it looked like she was going to spit it out. So I put my hand in her mouth even more and pushed it farther in. She not even phase her, didn't try to bite me, didn't even move her head. She just like do dee do dee do. So if you had regular ears, you can tell the dog's expressions what they're about to do to you and their tail.
Hey, hello. Hey, hello.
Welcome.
Hey, so I believe in flat Earth, right? But one thing is I'm having trouble debating people who disagree with flat Earth. And I was wondering if anyone has any good things that I could say. No? Damn. Alright.
Depends on the person, situation. I'd say don't make any claims unless you're ready to prove them. Better have the ability to back them. And the observation of a horizontal horizon is not a claim. There is no burden of proof with that. The globe is the claim. So hold people to their claim.
The claim is flat Earth.
Cool story.
I mean, the Discord is literally called 24/7 flat Earth.
Your natural observation is a horizontal horizon, and your experience is a stationary planar surface. Whether you like it or not, you're already a flat earther.
Yeah, that's the observation of a microbe on a nose also. But noses aren't flat, are they? Right?
Boring.
Here's one. If the moon, you know, why do we all see the same side of the moon? If it was one flat plane, we'd all see it as sides of the ball, right?
What are you on about again?
We all see the same side of the moon.
Okay.
Uh, Do you think about like things in the world and life and how it could exist?
Can you go back to your first statement about the moon before we move on?
Yeah, like what do you think the moon is?
Unlike anything, that's what it is.
Unlike anything?
Yeah, it's unlike anything else. It's one of
So
one.
there's nothing else that has the same texture, surface. Nothing looks like that.
You say nothing looks like that? Not that I see in the night
Okay.
sky.
Rocks, craters, hills. What
What
about it
other
is
what other
unique?
rocks float around us and move around in the sky?
Well, space.
Presumption.
You would well, okay, well, if it's in the sky, then we can go there, right?
Why would you assume?
You just said it's in the sky.
Do I believe we've ever been on the moon or can even
No,
get
we can go there
close
if
to
it's
the
in the
moon? No,
sky, right?
I don't. No, that's not true.
We don't have planes.
I don't think we can go to the
Why
moon.
can't we go there?
It is
You
out.
just said it's in the
It is
sky.
out of our realm.
Wait, but you just said it's in the sky.
You can't go there.
Why not?
Yeah, can't you get on a plane? Can
Okay,
you go
go
there?
there. Go there. If you can go there, go there.
I don't want to. Not right now.
You wouldn't want to go there.
I wouldn't want to go through the work needed to get there. Like I don't want to go to the mount. Like I'd like to be on the top of Mount Everest. I don't want to climb Mount Everest.
So you're asking me, because we have planes, why can't we get to the moon?
Yeah.
Because it is out of this realm. Can't fly there.
And this is backed by measurements.
This is just what I think. I'm not making a claim. I guess my claim would be we've never been there.
Again,
I mean, your original
We're not
question.
claiming to have ever gone
then
there.
why can't
We're
we?
not
Then how do you
Your
know
claiming
original
we
where?
know
question.
made
How do you
out of.
know? Wait. How do you know where the?
No,
Your
no, you hold
your.
on, wait. We're not
Go ahead.
claiming that we know what it's made out of. We're not claiming anything of the things in the sky. We
But
can
he
see them in the sky just like you can,
just
and that's as
said it.
good as it's ever going to get.
Okay, but one saying it's in the sky presumes it's in the sky, which is it's an air like
Yeah, you
there's an area known as
can't
the
go
sky.
there.
It's not like
If you go there,
everything.
then
It's not
go
like
there.
everything up is the sky.
So
If you
when
can
even
go
the
there, then go
mainstream
there.
calls it the night sky, do you think
But
they can
again,
take a
night
plane?
sky is in
Do you think they
the.
can take a plane up there when globe believers, other fellow globe believers such as yourself, say, "Hey, look at the night sky. Look at
Well,
that star in the night sky." Does that mean they can fly there?
well, that's figurative language.
Oh, kind of like when we look up, we're looking through the sky, right?
But again, through the sky, yes. But you said,
All
but
right.
I was,
So
you were
you're playing
explicitly
semantics.
denying that it was
So
in
you're playing
space. You
semantics,
were saying it
and
was
at
in the sky.
first, the original question was, "What do I think about the moon?" So
Okay, fair enough. Why are you asserting it's in another realm?
certain. I don't think
Like
we've
you
been there.
measured this or you confirmed this somehow?
Like I said, I'm not making a claim.
But
You
why
asked me
would
what
you
I
think it's in
thought, and
another
then now
realm?
you're saying, "How can I prove it?"
No, why? Why would you think it's in another realm?
Because we have faked many missions, and humanity has faked many missions to go there.
No, but again, so before, so if we never tried or said we'd gone there, you wouldn't believe it was in another realm.
No, that's just one of the reasons I think.
But like the fact that someone said they went there makes you think it's fake.
Yeah, I
No, the
don't believe
fact that they've been caught, or
N-
it's obvious that they've faked it, that is one of the reasons I think it is out of this realm. The other,
But
another reason is when I look at it, when I see it at night or even sometimes during the day, and I sit there and I stare at it, my discernment tells me that it is majestic. It is something ethereal.
but majestic, like wolves are majestic. If someone faked going to the top of a massive mountain like K2 or uh, Everest, that wouldn't be like if someone said, "I don't believe that the top of Mount Everest exists because people faked going up there." You would see how weird that would sound,
No,
right?
because I've been to the top of other mountains.
No, but other mountains, but not Everest.
Yeah, I've never been to a rock in the sky.
Well, Everest would be a rock that is in the sky.
No,
no,
it's
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 on
a
Earth.
mountain. It's a mountain. It's not a floating rock, right? So you were presuming that the moon is a
Well,
floating rock, and then you're asking me if people faked going there. You're trying to make that
you're presuming it's a floating
analogous
rock.
to. No, I'm not. I'm just talking about your claim of it. So you're trying to make it analogous to a mountaintop. Do you see how ridiculous that is?
No, the analogy was not to compare a mountain to the moon or whatever. The point was to say denying the something is real, or not even denying it's real. I asked you like, or coming to a conclusion about where something is based upon someone else claiming to go there and you not believing them. So like
Yeah,
if
that
I
was
said
one
at
of
the
the
top of
reasons
Mount
I said.
Everest is actually, you know,
I got
much
your
higher
I
than
got
it publicly
your
claimed because people claim to go there and I don't believe them. Like that's a weird statement.
yeah, that's a horrible comparison or analogy, whatever you want to
Anyone
call it.
can go to the top of Mount Everest, and there are more people with stories about Mount Everest than there are of people going to space.
Yeah, but again, the more people go to space, the less that will become true. So like if you say you don't like if I believe
What
the
is
moon
space?
is in
What is
I
space?
if someone
What is
says they
space?
So
if
can I
someone
ask you a
What
question?
is space?
space is when you have basically no air.
So
That's
why do
not
you
true.
It's when you leave the
That's not
atmosphere.
true. That's
When you
not
leave
have
the
true.
atmosphere.
That's
have
not
you
true. The definition of
that's what you think
space,
or no?
where astronauts
In
go
practical
in
terms,
order to
it's
get astronaut wings, is 62 miles up, and in some categories, it's 50 miles up. So that's all you have to do in order to go to quote unquote space.
yeah.
So can I
So
ask you a question about
wait, but
why do you think the moon is what we're told it is?
told by who?
Public school system, mainstream scientists.
Oh, so like humans, like because the people that would figure out what is real and how things work and create the tools that we're using and the phones that we're on and the lasers and signals and all that stuff.
You think that has things to do with the moon?
Yeah, it's the process by
That's
which
quite
things are created.
that's quite the leap. You know that, right?
Well, if someone says, "Why do you trust that planes work?" It's like, or what? Like before you've ever been on
Well,
one.
yeah. So that is why everyone kind of accepted what we were taught until we took basic logic and reason and then applied it to space and the moon and
No, but
celestial objects. We applied basic logic and reason, and we're like, actually, that doesn't check out.
yeah, but
Something's fishy.
you see the issue with someone who's not a quote unquote scientist or researcher or an academic or someone who's spent years training to understand and learn or teaching this stuff, how that person applying what they think of as quote basic logic to things that involve
It has
complex
nothing to do with
things that
that.
involve complex
All you
Yeah,
have to
so
do,
interdisciplinary
hold on, man,
scientific
hold on.
models and
No,
fields and physics.
I'm just gonna
You might just
steamroll.
be
I'm gonna.
misunderstanding.
So anyway, man. As far as scientists and having a profession and being a teacher and all of that, right? All you have to do is understand the scientific method, and then they're supposed to give you a step-by-step process on how you can go about conducting it yourself, right? And if they can't explain it, if it's too difficult to explain, then they don't know what they're talking about, especially if they're thinking that it runs on logic and then there's no action behind it. If you go by that, then it's pseudoscience because there's nothing you can do to demonstrate that this is actually what's going on. All you have is an idea, and you're using your own emotional understanding to explain what you think is going on. And that includes with what Amphibious is saying and how he has faith of what he thinks is going on with the moon, right? So again, you have your faith, Amphibious has his faith, and you two are arguing about your faith.
I told him I wasn't making a claim. He is making the claim.
You know what?
Second,
He put
second,
himself on deafen. I'm going to leave him on mute if he wants to deafen himself. He can
second,
stay.
the way he conflated all technology, all the innovations, he conflates that with space and says you have to believe that if you're going to accept how phones work. It's just fucking laughable. The mind numbing, just running your head into a wall saying that. Like that's how pretentious and like Professor Dave
It's
when he
phony.
debates people and says shit like that. And then the people that just accept that and run with it without actually like thinking about it. He's as perfect.
It's
I bet
phony.
he's a cheerleader for Professor Dave.
I'm going to text mute him too. I'll let somebody else unmute him later, but I wonder if he is text muted. He wants to deafen himself and not listen. Um, that's a no-go for me. Anyway, man, I just be careful, Amphibious. Don't let them make you make all these wild claims, man. If you're gonna like go off into
Dude, I prefaced
nation
it by saying this is what I think. I told him I am not making claims.
Well, I mean, you got to say I don't know. Also, you know what I mean? Like, you got to be fair because these people, they think that because you think it, you know it. And then they'll straw man you on it. So you got to come out and you say, look, this is not knowledge. I don't know this. I have no proof of this. This is just what I think.
Okay, I thought I made that clear, but I'll reiterate that more.
Yeah, no worries, man. I want to keep you safe on that. That way you don't get pulled into like erroneous conversation and all of a sudden you're, oh, every flat earther thinks this.
Flat earthers are so scared of claims.
Well, if you don't know, then you don't know, right? Can't say you know and make a claim if you don't know.
Yeah, but you could say you believe, and that's a claim.
No, it's just a belief.
Oh, there's no reason to believe, though? Like it's an unjustified belief?
You don't have to have a reason to believe.
Wait, who's telling me to keep it together? What do you mean? Am I being rude?
A belief is just an emotional response. Just like when you say, I believe all of NASA and what they tell me. It's a belief. You don't know.
There is a debate strategy where the goal is to go in to make 0 claims and then make your opponent make the positive claims. And like the whole strategy is to avoid a claim. It sounds like that's what this is, but
well, dude, the globe is the
I'll make a
original
positive
claim.
claim. The Earth is not curving.
Yeah. The whole point is
I'll
to
make a positive claim.
yeah, go.
The surface of water is not curving at rest.
yeah, but when I show you like hundreds of
Pictures?
surveys that show curve, or like the amateur rocket that went up and you can clearly see the curve, I just hear claims in reverse, like, oh, that's just you can only see as far in a circle, and then that's, even though that looks like the curve of the edge of the planet, which like clearly that is, we've seen millions of pictures like that can't be
Okay.
that. It is
When
this
you make
other
a
thing.
survey, how do you when you do a survey, how do you determine whether or not there's temperature inversions, and that with those temperature inversions you get upward deflection and refraction instead of downward? Because you're claiming that it's always
Yeah.
curving down, right?
Yeah, so what you'll do is you'll go on multiple days. So you'll average it out. And you factor in average refraction, you average it out, and then you just take the median of those.
Okay, and so at any point, no upward. There's no refraction deflecting things upward. There's no temperature inversions anywhere.
No, there is. Like, it's just you're going across multiple days to get an idea of what the average state is at that area multiple times. And then when you factor in just your generic refraction, right? It's just going to average out. And when you do that, and you go on multiple days, and you don't just cherry pick one day, you see that, yeah, there's like clearly curve across hundreds of measurements.
Across hundreds of measurements. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you'd have to bring some surveys in order to have that conversation, right?
Well, I could show you the surveys.
Are they Jesse surveys?
Jesse who?
Jesse.
The Jesse from this server? No, not his. It's another Jesse.
Oh, Jesse Kozlowski.
Yeah.
So he's misusing his survey equipment and going beyond the recommended rating for that equipment.
Jesse Path of Light. Like I don't know what he does.
No,
You guys
Kozlowski.
seem. Oh, Kozlowski? No, it was
Yeah.
just 1 kilometer. I could show you a 1 kilometer one where he shows the curve. There's hundreds of
Okay.
them. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, at the moment, I actually have to step away because I've just got home and my wife's about to leave for work, so I got to spend a little time with that. But I'll be back in
Enjoy.
like
Enjoy your night.
25 minutes, 25 minutes. But yeah, I'm eager to see that. I've got a friend of mine, Taylor. You probably know her. She does one over a mile and demonstrates that there is no curvature and that the refraction is actually the other way.
There's one here. Oh, sorry. This is Baron Routledge.
Huh?
Baron Routledge. My bad.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys are aware of this guy.
Okay.
But he has. If you go to his YouTube, you can just scroll through tons and tons of measurements. He has a website as well. He moved his stuff to, and he shows how he gets the measurement, what he's doing, what the setup is, and then clearly shows there's a curve. There's one time where there was a mine nearby, so his instrument was affected by that. So he actually found a concave measurement, but he went back and found that, okay, well, if he moved away from the mine, it actually corrects, and you can still see normal curve.
Yeah, I'm sure coming from the mine because of the open hole, there's probably a density layer change.
Yeah, for his what is this instrument again? Of the really expensive device.
Like the expense doesn't matter. It's about what the device is rated for. You get what I'm saying? If the device is only rated for 300 meters, he's going out to a kilometer. He's going beyond the rating, and then there's instrumental error after that.
Oh, the total station. My bad. Yeah, it's like $80,000, but it's pretty much the top of the line. So highly precise.
Well, you know me, man. I'm going to scrutinize the hell out of it, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you go out and you see these surveys, you see clear curve consistently.
So over a kilometer, how much curve should you expect to see?
8 inches, or over a mile.
Kilometer?
The one I posted is over a mile, so you expect 8 inches. You see him look, and it's just slightly high. So like what I see is that if he went back and crunched the numbers, he would give the precise amount that it was.
Like I said, you know me. I'm going to scrutinize it, and then when I come back in and have the conversation, we're going to find out how much you actually know about this.
I mean, I'm not a surveyor, but
Okay, so you're just taking it on faith.
I can see what he's doing. What is this? Someone posted a critique of.
What do you mean by slightly high?
Like
You said it's slightly
he looks at the
high.
target. He looks at the target.
Up.
If it were a flat plane, you would expect it to hit the target, but the land is slightly lower. The target's lower than expected, and that's because of Earth curve.
Could be because of refraction. When you post those things, make sure you get the refraction data at the same time. For the 1 kilometer
that would be optimal. I think the thing that people do is they just go on multiple days, like they get an average.
Oh no!
So they just want to see like.
No. You guys require us to take refraction into account. You need to show that 1 kilometer test with refraction taken into account.
Well, he uses standard refraction. He does multiple.
No,
okay, so hold on. So you're saying there's 8 inches. Hold on. You're saying there's 8 inches in this mile, and then you say it's slightly high. How high is it?
Yeah, like when I watch the video, I see he explains how high his instrument is, where it's placed, where the target is. He shows
Is it 8
the
inches?
entire thing. Yeah, when you look at it, look, it's literally lower. Look at the video.
Is it 8 inches?
I'd have to go and see what his
Okay, okay, close
what the
call
data
there.
table
Okay,
shows. Yeah, I'd have to see what the
you're
data.
parading it around.
I'd have to see what the data table shows, but
Yeah, that'd be great.
okay, well, it's lower. It's
You're
not
looking
flat.
for 8 inches.
The point is, it's not flat. It's lower, so can't be flat.
Well, you need 8 inches. That's what she said.
So
You
guys keep asking
It's weird.
for.
You just wouldn't say. It's weird. You just wouldn't say. Yeah, it's 8 inches. It's slightly high.
Oh, I don't want to.
I know you don't.
I don't have his data table in front of me, so
I'm aware. I
I'm
get
just.
it. You said it's slightly
Yeah.
high. Well, it needs to be 8 inches.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I recognize that. Mm-hmm.
What is weird though is you guys ask for like curve measurements anytime they're shown. You dismiss them.
No, I'm just
They're literally
asking
right
about
here.
it. It needs to be 8 inches. You say it's slightly high. Then you say I'd have to look at the table. So I don't know what you're showing me. Mm-hmm.
Someone says damning quote of Jesse Kozlowski is quote, the first thing you would probably do is measure the distance with your EOM. After reducing the slope distance to the horizontal distance, you might record something very close to 354,000 meters. As it turns out, the distance is actually a ground distance between the two marks. ... When you inverse the pair of the state plane coordinates, you get a distance that is very different from the one you measured. The inverse grid length of 354,000 meters, which is 33 millimeters shorter than what you measured. What's going on here? Why it matters? Over a distance of 354 meters, mathematical curvature, sea level reductions forced upon the GPS coordinates physically stole 34 millimeters over an inch. If an engineer cuts a steel beam to a GPS length, the beam will literally fall through the gap. Isn't that just because the EDM measurement is measures the physical ground distance, but the GPS inverse calculates the distance of the grid, which is the flat map projection? And Jesse's paper was written to warn junior surveyors to never forget the calculation. And that if the Earth were flat, the scale factor would always be 1.0. And the GPS and EDM would match every single time. Whoever posted this damning thing against Jesse, I think, posted this is actually evidence that surveyors need to factor in curve. Otherwise, why doesn't it match? The reason it doesn't match is because it's a curve. I don't think the person who posted this understood what they were saying. It's the opposite. No, GPS and EDM would match perfectly every time if the Earth were flat. The fact that they don't match is without a scale factor is physical proof that we are literally need to factor in the curve.
Wait, what are we trying to match these measurements to?
You're trying to match it to the grid, which is the state plane coordinate system. But because the Earth's curved, you can't flatten it onto a map without distortion, so that's what they're talking about. Yeah, there's also the elevation factor as well and the scale factor. So Jesse wrote a paper about this, and this person thinks it's evidence of a flat Earth when it's literally proving the Earth. He just doesn't. He just misinterpreted it. It's okay.
I'm
You should
measuring the Earth flat to
reread
get
it.
these distances. I'll just say, I'm measuring the Earth flat to get these distances. With theodolites and such.
Anyway, to the person typing voter, why do surveyors use a scale factor like 0.996 instead of 1.000 everywhere? That's the question.
Well, they're trying to correct their measurements to a ball, aren't they? The geoid.
Yep. The direct observations don't line up with a flat plane. They only line up when you actually have a curved surface. So you need to factor that in, otherwise they don't work.
But they don't work on what?
On a flat plane.
Wait, so we measured a flat plane, and they don't work on a flat plane.
Well,
that doesn't make any sense.
Like voters half right. Like the thing is, like EDM does measure the true ground distance, but the thing is, if you take, let's say you have a balloon and you draw 2 points on it, and then you deflate the balloon and you press it against a table, it's flat now, but those points aren't the same distance anymore. Like you flattened them out, so there's distortion, and that's why you have to use a scale factor.
Yeah, using a presupposed
EDM
ball
does
in the
measure
first instance.
EDM does measure the true ground distance. That's true. Like it's just like you're missing half the thing though. You're like half right, but you're halfway there. You should read the paper again. Do a better understanding of what's going on. Jesse wrote that paper to teach students how to handle Earth curve distortion, not to say the curve didn't exist, by the way. Okay, you can keep calling me a retard, but you're wrong. It's also weird you're taking like one thing out of context and then misinterpreting it to try to make an argument. It's kind of, it's not an honest thing to do, man. It's a reach. It's gymnastics, man. Mental gymnastics. Jesse Kozlowski wrote the paper in 2006, I believe. Anyway, what you're missing is the distance between those two measurements is a calculated variable based on Earth's radius. So like, yeah, you're like saying something half true, but you're just ignoring the facts.
Is this where all the idiots are?
Is that why you joined? Are you part of the
Yes.
club? Welcome. You feel right at home here. We welcome all of them.
He left.
Oh yeah, what's up, dude?
Now to Vodar. So if the Earth were flat, what does the distance between two GPS points change depending on how high you are above sea level? Because on a globe, you would expect it to increase, but on a flat world, the distance between those points are the same, right? Because it's
No,
a
dude,
flat plane.
No, dude, the hypotenuse is always longer than the horizontal on a triangle. If you had like two boats on the surface of water and you started increasing one vertically, creating a right angle triangle, the distance from boat on the water to boat in the sky would be a distance longer.
No, wait. Let me try to articulate this again. So, say you're on top of Mount Everest. You're above sea level. Somebody else is on a mountain 2,000 miles away. If you both were shrunk down to sea level at that same point, at that same GPS coordinate, without taking a step in any direction,
okay,
would you remain the same distance apart?
Yeah.
Yeah, if the Earth's flat, you would remain the same distance apart. But if the Earth's a globe, would you remain the
Where's
same
GPS
distance
coming
apart,
from?
or
Where's GPS coming from?
You're talking about like actual distance, or you're talking about like calculated?
let's just say, let's just
How to match
say
it on a ball.
the true distance. On a globe, would you be closer together or the same if you shrunk down to sea level without taking a step?
No, it would be closer.
Yep.
If there was a ball,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yep. So that's what Jesse's paper is kind of getting at. He's telling his students to factor that in.
Oh, yeah, he's just talking about hypotheticals, right? If the Earth was a ball, then this. If the Earth had six
No,
sides, then this. If the Earth
it's
was a
not
hexagon,
hypothetical.
it would then this.
He's warning students, your calculations will be wrong if you don't do this. It's a experienced veteran warning others who are novices.
Your calculation will be wrong if you do not factor in and try to match to the ball that's already been there, right?
Mhm.
That's presupposed in the first instance.
No, it's like he knows that it'll be wrong. Like you will not get the correct answer. Your measurements will be inaccurate.
Yeah, your measurements are going to be inaccurate because you're comparing them to the ball. You're trying to match them up to the ball already.
I think you're misunderstanding, but I gotta take a call.
Sydney to Santiago. Sydney to Santiago.
What's up, dude?
Hey. What's up are the planes going from Sydney to Santiago? A direct path, which doesn't
It's
work on the
going
flat Earth.
Sydney to Santiago. Who says it doesn't work on
What?
a flat Earth?
It doesn't.
Okay, why doesn't it work on a flat Earth?
Because on the flat Earth map, it should go through the United States and Canada and
What flat
go
Earth
back
map?
to Santiago. The flat
What
Earth
flat Earth?
map.
What flat Earth map?
The flat Earth map. Map
Post it in the
you
side
all
chat.
guys have. I don't have image frames.
Oh, send it to me. I'll post it.
What the heck? I don't know. There's a flat Earth map. I've been a flat Earther for 2 years now.
Actually, I discovered the flat Earth map. If you really want the real, I'm looking for it right now. You'll like this.
What the heck? How does a Glober know about the flat Earth map before I do? I feel like somebody's hiding some secret information on it. What the heck?
Here you go, lads. This is the real flat Earth map.
I
I'm
just see
posting
it.
it right
I'm
now.
excited.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
Boom. There's a flat Earth map.
Dude, it's
Oh, that's
beautiful.
funny.
Holy. Look at this thing.
All
I don't
right.
even know what I'm looking at,
So
but it's pretty.
it's the sky.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, it's the stars in the sky.
For some reason, I thought it was like a section of Earth or something, like zoomed in from like
No,
outer space or something with like city lights or something.
the celestial sphere laid out on a flat surface. So anyway, here is. I don't understand how that's a flat Earth map. Explain that to me. Which one's a flat Earth map first? It looks like
First
there's
one.
two
The one
different
on the left
images on
with the X.
one
The
on the
red
left.
X.
Okay, so an azimuthal equidistant map, which is a globe projection, not a flat Earth map. So again, which one's the flat Earth map?
It is the flat Earth map.
No, it's not the flat.
Then
That's a globe
what is your
projection.
map? Can you show us your map? Can you show
I
us your
did.
map?
It's right above yours.
Nikki, can you
It's
show
the
us an
sky.
actual map?
It's
When
the
you said
sky.
it's a funny
Yeah,
joke, but can you show us an actual map?
it's the map. That's how you get all your coordinates is from the sky. So that's the map.
You're funny. You're a funny guy.
I'm just being honest.
Wait, are you saying that if you don't have map, therefore Earth is the globe? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you don't have
Not yet.
a model for the Earth.
Well,
You can't
I just
You
want to
make
don't
make
any
have
sure
a
that I
predictions.
model.
You
get your
don't make any
logic.
predictions.
You don't
And
have a model.
yeah, because you realize every time you try to
What
make a
happens if?
prediction, it
What
fails.
happens when the globe prediction doesn't work? What happens?
What?
So what happens when the globe prediction doesn't work? What do you do?
It does work.
It
Does work.
doesn't.
Like
No, when it doesn't work, what do?
when
You create a post
like
hoc. You create a post hoc mathematical equation, and then you
what do you
just
mean
say, well, that doesn't work.
mathematical?
Let's do it
What are
this
you
way.
talking about?
And then when that one doesn't work, you say, well, then we got to do it this way. So then you have all these
What are you
different
talking about?
explanations for everything, but
No, you don't.
it's not one unified
You have
model.
different explanations for every single phenomenon. You have different explanations
I don't.
for the
I
seasons.
have
You have
a
different
kinematic
explanations for the
explanation
sun.
for many phenomenon,
You have
but I
different
don't have
explanations for
an
everything.
actual model for every single little thing.
You don't have a model. You don't have a model for anything.
I don't need a model for reality. Reality is reality.
Yeah, and you don't understand reality.
I do
You
understand
don't know what
reality.
Antarctica is. You can't explain what Antarctica is. What is Antarctica? How do
I,
you
Bro,
I have no idea. I've never lived there.
how can you fly over Antarctica and get over to the other direction? Can you
No,
how do
no
you
one's ever
explain that
done
in the
that.
worldview? What
No
do you
one's
mean no
ever
one
done
has
that.
ever done that?
No
Enter
one's ever
fucking
flown all the
what
way
is it
across
called?
Antarctica.
Yeah, you fly over Antarctica. There are tons of flights over Antarctica.
No, they fly to Antarctica. They just don't fly all the way across.
Yeah, you don't fly through the middle of Antarctica, but you fly over
No,
Antarctica.
yeah,
You can
that's the
still
whole point.
fly over
That
a
that
part of
would
Antarctica.
totally debunk a lot of things, right? But no one's
Yeah,
ever
and
done
it
that.
doesn't happen. What do you mean it does happen?
What do you mean what?
What? What are you on about?
hey, bro, real quick.
Is
I just wanted to make sure from earlier you said flat Earth, no map. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying you don't have a map because you can't explain anything in your model because nothing works in your
Okay.
model. So you avoid
Well, yeah,
making a
there is
model
no
at all.
model. There is no model. We could just go outside and determine that the Earth is measured to be flat. But I just want to make sure that
No,
I
you
got your
don't.
logic correct.
You can measure it to be a globe. Measure it to be a
So
globe.
no model, therefore the Earth is a ball. Correct?
No, that's not what I said. But I'm saying
Okay,
you
so
don't have a
what are you
model. You
saying? I just
can't
want to make
explain
sure. I just
anything.
want to make sure
You
you get
can't
this right.
explain anything. I'm saying
Okay, so
every time you try to make a model, shut the fuck up. You ask me what I think. Every time you try to make a
okay.
model, you fail. You don't have all your predictions fail. So you avoid making a model altogether because all your predictions
Okay.
fail.
All right, cool. So We can't explain a specific phenomena. Therefore, Earth
You
is a
can't
globe.
explain any phenomenon. Can't explain
Okay,
anything in
cool.
a consistent model.
We cannot explain any phenomena. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Yes.
What? No, that's not how it
Is
works.
that your
That's
logic?
not how it works. I'm just saying
Okay,
you
so,
don't have a
why are you
model.
bringing any of this up then if it's not relevant to the surface of the floor?
It means on the flat Earth model you can't do anything. So the Earth must be something other than
Okay, so the
it
Earth
must not
is
be flat.
so the Earth therefore is a globe because there's no map, no model,
No, we
no
know it's a globe.
predictions.
We know it's a globe for other things because of other things, but we know that it's not flat because every time you try to make a flat model, it doesn't work.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get to clear. I want to make sure I understand you correctly, right? No model, therefore globe. Yes, is that what you're saying?
This fucking guy. You don't have.
Yes, I
Do you
know. You said
understand the
that.
words
This is your
coming out of
fourth
my
time
mouth?
saying
Do you
it.
understand
You
the
said
words
flat
coming out of
earthers
my mouth
The
right now?
English is
have.
getting worse
Do
by
you
the
understand
second, Matt.
English? Do you understand English? You know what?
I do. I understand English pretty well. You said
It
flat
doesn't
earthers
seem like it.
have
It
no
doesn't seem like
model,
it. It doesn't fucking seem like it.
therefore the Earth is
Absolutely
a
doesn't.
globe. Yes.
No, because
Okay. Why are you
nothing
bringing this
works
up
on the
then?
flat Earth map. Therefore, it can't be flat. Therefore, it must
There is
be
no
any
flat
other.
Earth
It could
map.
What's
be
flat
other
Earth
shape.
map?
When you try to make a map and make predictions, all
What's
the
the flat
predictions
Earth
fail.
map and what's the flat
So
Earth
you
model?
avoid making predictions altogether. So you avoid making
Okay,
predictions.
so what specific thing are you talking about that cannot happen on a flat surface?
Like the spinning of the celestial sphere, and in your
Okay,
model specifically in your model,
okay, hold on one
like
second, dude. We could go
shut
through these
the
things
fuck
one
up,
at a
shut the
time,
fuck up,
dude. Just one at a
and
time,
like
because you're gonna say like 10
the
different things.
seasons, the
Okay, we
sun.
could talk about that after. You want to talk about some lights rotating in the sky? Can we have lights rotating above a flat surface? Yes or no?
What?
Can we have lights rotating above a flat surface?
Yeah, you
Are you
can,
saying that is
but
a
like
okay? So
the
that is
sky
not
is moving.
exclusive.
The
Okay,
Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning,
cool. Okay,
and
hey, bro, take
to
a
the North
breather.
Pole
I'm
and the
just
North
trying.
Pole. Shut the
Take
fuck
a
up.
breather,
Shut the
bro.
fuck up.
I'm
Shut
trying
the
to
fuck up.
find
So in
some
the North Pole, in the
exclusivity for
North
your
Pole,
globe.
you can see
Okay.
the sky spinning
Okay. Yes, I know. The
counterclockwise,
skies can spin
counterclockwise,
over a
and in
flat
the South
surface.
Pole, it spins clock.
I know, dude. Listen, dude. I know it hurts. Okay, finding out that this is not exclusive to a curving surface. Okay, I'm trying to find some exclusivity for your curve here. You referenced the lights spinning in the sky. So that can obviously happen above a flat surface. Oh, did he leave? Damn.
Good job, dude.
Bro, holy. I was trying to help him out.
Oh, you
Oh my
muted him. That's
dude.
why he left.
I wasn't even the one that muted him. Wait, bro, hold on, dude. I'll unmute you, dude. Chill, hold on. Hey bro, wait. Oh my goodness gracious. I'll unmute
Just
you.
fucking boot him. Just ban him. I mean, these guys.
Bro, wait. Dude,
That's all
okay,
right.
I'll get him. I'll get
He's
him.
banned. I
That's my
got him.
responsibility. No, that's me. Let me see you. I'll see you get
I
him
got him.
first. Oh shit, that was quick.
Did you get banned?
Oh, is that him? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, like when they find out that something that they thought their whole life was exclusive on a curving surface, you break it down to like the bare bones, its foundation. And the specific phenomena that you're talking about happen only on a curving surface. That's when they have to break down. They start crying, dude. Their fifis get hurt. That's when Yoder's butt hurt cream is needed. Starts to tingle down there.
I swear this server is like 98% trolls.
I know. That's why I come here all the time. It's my favorite. I love talking to him.
Oh, how do you tolerate it, man? I like to talk to people that listen.
It helps me practice. Because if I could deal with the worst of the worst, then anybody else just seems like cake.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm still green around here, so I still need to build up my experience points to your guys' levels.
I mean, you know most of it, dude. At least from like a Discord perspective, talking to most of these just complete knuckle draggers, you're fine.
Yeah.
You've got it.
I mean, I feel like learning like the basics of flat Earth is, or it was pretty simple, but when you break down each individual argument, oh, dude, each specific thing could take like a year to like master after that. You can go to like flight dynamics, you can go into satellites, you can go to freaking surveying. Just each one of these things has their own subcategory that you can study for forever.
Yeah, it's kind of like you ever heard that? I don't, it's not a saying, but it's the idea that like if you work at a bank, um, instead of learning how what all the counterfeits look like, right? Like the counterfeit dollar bills or whatever, a counterfeit dollar bill. You could look at all the fakes, or you could just learn exactly how the real one looks, and you can spot the fake because you know what the real one looks like. So if you
Exactly.
keep it simple and go, well, I know the Earth I live on; it's measurably flat, and the entire globe fairy tale is tied to just an idea. It's pretty much simple after that because they would have to prove that the Earth is a sphere to make any claim. It seems like everything is attached to the sphere. So it's like, well, is it a sphere? Is it measured that way? No. Okay, well then it's all over. All the cosmic distance ladders, all the claims about relative motion, all that stuff is based on whether or not the Earth is a ball and it's spinning. If they don't have that, they have nothing. And I mean, it seems almost too simple, but that's all it is.
Yeah. But really anybody can argue that. As long as you know that, no. Easy. Cake.
Yeah, their favorite tactic, any of these people, whether it's a normie, a glober, or an anti-flat earther, they want to go into just kind of this rabbit trail of things that they hope you won't bring you back to is the earth curving, right? Like, let's talk about something else. Let's call you an asshole. Let's do this. Let's do that. Just shine lights in your eyes and talk shit and talk about stuff that isn't even related, just so that you don't bring it back to so is the earth curving or not. They don't want to talk about that at all.
Yeah, exactly. And they want to get away from that as soon as possible. What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this?
Yeah, all the whatabouts.
Yeah.
What about the star? What about the star trails? Well, is the Earth a ball? Well, no. Does it measure to be? No. Okay. Well, then whatever's happening in the sky doesn't mean. Who cares?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I astral projected last night. I saw the ball when I astral projected in the sky. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I
Dude,
could
that was
swear
my
that I've
favorite.
actually heard someone say that. I think I've heard someone say that before.
Yeah, I've heard it twice now.
Oh my
Dude, that's
god.
my favorite glow proof, dude. This is amazing. I love it. My favorite today.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
I'm surprised we have some Globers in here right now. You guys don't want to talk. Super nice, I promise. Anybody? I guess no takers. Alrighty, let's see. Oh, looks like we got our next space mission lined up, boys. I'll post this up in the side chat. Looks like we're getting another watch party. Man, look at this fine group of people. You Globers excited for this mission? Anybody know what they're going to be doing? Any science they're going to be sciencing? Let's see. Oh no, I messed it up. I'm gonna get this clip up here for you guys. Some more NASA news. There we go. I just want to see if any Globers are proud of their astronauts. Look at that. And they developed a heat shield that can withstand, what is it, 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit? You guys proud of them? Look at that thing. Beautiful. And what a headline. A moment that none of us will ever forget. ASU prep students. This is prep, right? Connect with NASA astronauts aboard the ISS. Well, crazy. Any Glober in here jealous? That kid's a fifth of your age. We're able to talk to astronauts. Anybody?
Would
Anybody jealous?
any ham radio operator can talk to ISS.
Yeah, you know what I want to see
It's
on the
one of the
ISS?
things you do when you have a rig.
No,
I
I'm just
want them
curious
to.
if anybody. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want them to set up a camera on the ISS that points directly down, and then random people shoot lasers at that camera, see if it picks it up.
You know, that'd be kind of cool, actually.
Hold on, so are we back to not being sure if ISS is real?
But we want to see if the live streams are real.
Yeah, of course they're not. They show a spherical Earth.
Yeah, I want to be able to hold up a sign, you know? That's like pretty much free advertising right there. Let's say buy McDonald's on there or something. And every 24 hours, it's going to circle around back to above your house.
I think it's 90 minutes.
Is it 90 minutes for each full orbit?
Yeah. But
Oh,
it's not
dude,
going
look
to
at
go
that.
over your house every 90 minutes because it, changes.
Mm.
How do they do that? Well, 17,000 miles per hour,
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Nothing to sneeze at.
Not like one of those geolog satellites. What do they call it? Geostationary satellites?
Yeah, those are the
Yeah.
satellites there.
It
Don't
was
I
move.
don't think that's what ISS is, right? Stationary, the keyword is
Who was
stationary.
he talking about?
Oh, we're talking about free advertisement because the ISS is live streaming the Earth 24/7. You can hold up a sign above your house to
And for a
promote
few
any
seconds, you
products.
show up on a YouTube stream that nobody watches. You're marketing
Hey,
genius,
man.
lads.
Hey, you know what, dude? It's free. You could just post up a poster right on your roof.
Why don't
It
you just
says,
make a YouTube video? I have an idea. Why don't you make a live stream called 24/7 Flat Earth and play it on YouTube for all of the 30 viewers that watch it? Sounds
I
familiar?
don't even know if we get. I don't even know if we get 30 viewers. Honestly, I think the ISS actually gets
I mean, on
more.
a good day.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check these numbers. Actually, I think the last time I saw there was like 90 something people watching
Maybe that was
the
the Artemis
ISS.
2 launch.
Oh, let me go check this thing.
Yeah, that shit is mad boring.
Bro, all they were showing was renditions of what
You
it's
get caught
supposed to
watching
look
that, you're
like.
cooked, bro. Getting clowned by
All right, let's
everybody you
see.
know.
ISS live. Let's see.
Everybody you know is gonna clown you for watching a space
Lads, I
rock.
thought you were going to check our stream, how many viewers we have. I'm going to check that.
Oh, NASA has 173 right now. Damn. They have like, I think they might have 10 times the amount of viewers we have right now, dude. No. You know, I always love watching these lives, but those are the capture some crazy anomaly
We have
last time I
18,
did.
bro, but I think that's just because you and I checked.
All right, so
So
they're
let's
like,
go with 16 to be safe.
okay, so yeah, it's like they have a little more than 10 times our amount of viewership. You know, that's not bad. That's not bad, actually. That ratio is not bad.
But we average close to 500 when I look at the previous lives.
Wait, what? 500 live viewers?
Yeah, if you go to the live tab and just scroll for the previous episodes, yeah, we're peaking at
That's
500 on a good
insane.
day. I'm guessing that it's counted for
What?
like unique viewers that logged in, you know?
Dude, that's insane. I didn't think that many people watch this.
I mean, thank God it's free, right?
Dude,
Free to publish, free to stream, yeah, because we'd be. Ooh.
that's actually nuts. That's enough people to fill up like a stadium. Well, not a whole, not a, like a high school gymnasium. Sorry, I misspoke there.
I mean, people search for the truth. Who says the only form is, the short form on TikTok? Some people want 11 hours of nonstop critical thinking.
That's interesting.
Lads, when are you gonna stop LARPing as a creepy teenage Japanese girl?
What are you talking about? Bro, never.
We discussed this the other day, it's...
You know what? I actually drew a really cool picture today. I might change my profile picture to that, actually.
Please do. Guys, I think Witsit is here. How's it going, Witsit?
What? Where?
Bottom of the feed, like a guy in a hat.
Oh, no, that's not Witsit. That's Carr, dude. He looks
I'm
like
not.
Witsit a little bit.
Oh. Must be his cousin from West Virginia.
I will say he resembles him a little bit.
I
Oh,
keep
yeah,
getting
look at
that. I
him.
might have to change my avatar. Yeah.
I hate when the NASA live streams say that. Oh, we have to temporarily interrupt.
Uh-oh, they ran out of tokens for the CGI.
I hate that so much. I actually recorded. Let me see if I could find it. It's somewhere in my camera roll somewhere. See if I can get it for y'all. It was like you could see stars or whatever the hell, some lights behind one of the panels on the ISS.
Maybe those panels are made of plasma like the moon,
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it doesn't take me forever to find this. Dude, I have so much random FE stuff in here. Holy. Oh, I have it. Oh my god, but it's 3 minutes long. No. Here, let's take a screenshot of what I'm talking about. There's no way I don't have nitro, so I can't even do it. There you go. I posted it up in the side chat. And then I'll take another screenshot of what it's supposed to look like before it starts being transparent. And then after about, what would that be, 10 minutes, then it just cuts to them saying that message. The live stream, the live views from external cameras on the International Space Station have been temporarily suspended. Oh, yeah, stuff's funny. But yeah, if anybody, oh, well, actually, let me see. Oh, no, never mind. Everybody sees in the flat earthers in here. Well, if there's any new flat earthers listening on YouTube or something, and you guys want to look for some stuff, yes, I'm going to go to the ISS live streams. Just scroll through, you can see slicing in the earth. What would you call that? Like layering issue? No, it's not really layering. It's like you can see like stitching, I guess. I had that in here somewhere too. Um, let me see. Let me see. Okay, you know what? I don't think they're on here. Let me go see if I could just, let me just go find a new one. Oh, shoot. I just had one. No. My gosh, it's gonna take me forever to find it again. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that before I go to bed tonight. Be right back, boys.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, sorry.
Bro, I still can't type. Come on, I'm not gonna fucking send AI anymore. If I do it again, then you can ban me if you want.
What were you typing earlier?
Well, last night I was sending Google and AI messages.
And that's fine. That's what 90% of Globers do anyway.
I'm not a Glober.
You're a flat earther?
No, I'm neither. I'm
Oh.
learning. I'm trying to see who makes the best argument. I'm trying to find out the truth. Can I type now or no? You guys gonna keep on?
Well, who's the one that?
It's okay. You don't have to. It's okay.
Well, who's the one that texted me to you? Do you remember their name or remember who did it?
I think someone named Banhammer. I don't know.
I mean, I'm not really in the business of undoing other mods' actions, you know. But if you have something
Alright.
that you want to post, you can send it to me. I'll post it for you. What you got for me, dude?
I just came here to see if there's any globe people giving their stance.
That
I'm
is
I'm
a
still
hard
I'm still researching.
negative.
I'm still researching. I'm still gathering my evidence.
Why don't you just see how the Earth is measured? Like the easiest way to figure out who's telling the truth.
See, you said see how the Earth is measured.
Yes.
Hold on, cause I don't know. Do you see my messages from last night?
No, this room deletes chats like every, I don't know, like 12 hours or something.
Cause it was something about the Navy. There were some people that joined the Navy and they tried to prove the Earth is flat, and they couldn't. Something about they couldn't, and something about like they found curves and shit. I have to go back and find this.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see. You can send it to me, whatever it is, and I'll post it up in the side chat. Let's see how they measured curve.
They,
I mean, especially.
I was surprised. I didn't know there were flat earthers joining Navy, and then they got
Oh,
proven
where?
wrong or something.
Oh, we're everywhere.
Hold on, bro.
Guys, why is everyone always talking when I come in here?
Well, we're in the middle of a conversation right now.
Oh, we're in the middle of a conversation again?
Yeah, I'm looking for evidence. Hold on.
Yeah, he's getting something for us right now.
See, Glober, Flat Earther.
He's a
Neither.
fencer.
I'm finding out the truth. I'm trying to see who's telling me the truth.
He's in the audience.
Yo, Tenso, why aren't you hanging out with your girlfriend, dude?
I do, bro.
Yeah, I know, but you gotta go hang out with her more, bro. I feel like I see you in here all the time.
I'm just here when I'm at work, bro. I
Oh,
work a
fair enough.
lot.
Fair enough.
You know, the only days I have, I mean, I spent yesterday with her the whole day. We spent like a full 42 hours together. Yeah, bro.
All right,
Lots
fair
shit
enough.
going on, bro. Yeah,
I'm
but
just
we can
making sure
spend
she's
time
not
together.
being neglected. I just hope you're not
No,
spending more
bro.
time with
Of course
flat
not.
earthers than your girlfriend, dude. You know, kind of weird.
Know what's going on.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Just making sure.
I just got off the phone with her right now, bro.
Hold on, dude. It's a lot of shit.
No, you're good, man. Take your time. I was supposed to find something myself here, so take your sweet time. Oh my gosh. It's not even a live stream, dude. Weak. Lots of stuff. Trash. Oh my gosh, you can't even see the earth in this one. Trash. Let's see.
Yeah, I see a lot of equations. I'm kind of retarded when it comes to math stuff, so you guys might have to like explain twice or something. Okay.
I mean, as long as you're not calculating anything and you're actually measuring the ground, there's no issue, you know?
Or do we have any evidence or what?
Oh, he's gonna get that first right now. He's pulling something
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
And if you want to post,
I'm pulling stuff up right now. I'm looking back at what I shared yesterday.
just gonna post this up here
What's
for
going on?
people in the
My
back.
delivery's almost here. Hold on, give me like 2 minutes.
No, you're good. You guys take your time. Take your sweet ass time. Oh my gosh, this video is so trash. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to dig deep. Damn it, I hate doing this. I got like what, 30 more minutes?
Is this a schizo chat?
I'm looking for something.
Yo, Talon was tripping yesterday, bro.
Bro, he trips every day. I've never not seen him not trip.
Did you see like his he updated like his profile banner to say like globe deniers are freaking out or something? Or
Oh, let
like
me see if I
globe
can
deniers
find.
are salty or something like that. He thinks he won the debate too, bro. Like he'll go back on his Twitch and he'll be like, "Yo, we totally fucking destroyed those guys." In reality, he's getting dogpiled on. I mean, it's not easy. It's easy to beat Talon in a debate.
Dude, I know I debated his ass like 600 times. Dude, look at this. I'm gonna post this up in the side chat for you, dude.
Measurements represent actual present conditions while calculations offer theoretical or projected estimations.
Oh no, not that. The one underneath that. Look at that. He loves me, dude.
You put a new one? Oh. It's #1 globe denier.
Yeah, he loves me, bro. I'm his favorite.
He gets triggered at me too. I don't know why. Like I piss
You
him off.
trigger him?
Really, like, dude.
What the hell did
I'll
you
just
do
be
to
like
him?
talking shit in side chat, and it'll be like, all of a sudden, like he'll explode, and I'll see like fucking 3 to 4 lines of text, and I'm like, oh shit, now it's starting.
It's pretty funny.
Bro, these Globers do it to themselves, man.
That's because they're so invested in it. Dude, I don't want to see a freaking spacewalk, bro.
Yeah. In Virginia? God damn, that's fucking.
Yeah, dog.
They're fucking crazy, bro. I was gonna say the governor fucking doing it. I don't know if that's good or not, Tanya. What did you say again?
Where'd the guy go? I thought he was bringing proof. Ghost Rider, what's going on, bro?
He's crying a
Didn't he
little
say,
bit.
I'll come in there in a
didn't
little
he
bit.
say he had a package or something?
Where the fuck am I at right now? What party? I put out the Communist Party. Where the fuck am I even at?
We're in 24/7 flat Earth. How do you guys not know where
Where
you
am I
are?
even at? Where am I at, bro? That's funny. You got it. You can't lie. That's kind of
I mean, granted, on a globe paradigm, you're never in the same spot twice, so.
the globe paradigm. The Glober.
Yeah, dude. You know what's the cool thing and the funny thing about time travel that no glober ever takes into account? Is that not only do you have to figure out, like, where, oh no, not where, sorry, what time that you'd want to go back in time to, but you have to figure out where you'd want to go on Earth and also where the Earth would be at that specific time and date within space. No
There's
glober
a lot
ever
of
thinks about that.
Mexicans crying.
Because if you're going to go back like a year in time, for example, if time travel was real, you'd have to figure out where the Earth was located within outer space 1 year ago. Nobody ever thinks about that.
Are you tired right now?
0.5 million miles per hour. That's gonna suck.
Yeah, how the hell are you going to figure that shit out? Good luck.
I think you need a dose of methylene blue to show you the true flatness.
Hey, what do you know about methylene blue?
It's a good product, man. I recommend it.
That's what I put in my like tomorrow when I receive these 19 fish, I put them in methylene blue.
Oh,
How about you
that's
change the
crazy. They
subject
make.
before
I
I
know
mute
they
you?
make a fish thing too. It's crazy.
We stream this on YouTube. We don't give out medical advice on here.
No, methylene blue is for fish.
Okay, go on mute, dude. I warned you, dude. I ain't fucking around.
He's talking about a fish that's a different.
I know exactly what he's talking about. You're gonna go on mute too. We don't make false threats here, dude. We say we're gonna do it, we do it. So if you keep talking about that, you're gonna get muted. Yeah, we're not getting a strike against the YouTube channel because you guys want to talk about nonsense. Not even the topic of the channel.
Yeah, India, I was calling you like probably 3 nights ago. Damn it.
You told me that
Yo,
already. You told me 2
forgot.
nights
No,
ago that you were
'cause
talking to me 2 nights before that.
No, because Judge is here now. I was asking him about this specific thing, see if he knew about it. But then he recommended me to you, and I was like,
Knew about
shit.
what?
Now
What do we got to know about?
that's what I'm saying. I forgot what it was. Not like I
Oh, who
forgot
do
what it
I
was
DM
now.
again? Who do I DM again? Was it Lats?
Oh, yeah, you could DM me
All right,
whatever
I'm gonna
your
send this
proof
to you.
was. Yeah.
This is what I sent last night. I
Okay.
got banned. I got banned
Oh,
because some was Google, some was AI.
Yeah, you can send it to me. I'll
So
post whatever. Because he's text muted for some reason. I don't know why. But I got you, dude. We
all
can
right, there
have
you
since
go.
Indio's in here now. Indio can dissect this. He's the
you sure
flat
about
Earth
that?
surgeon. Oh yeah, dude. He can dissect anything. The flat Earth surgeon. Copy text. I got you, dude. Here you go. I'm even gonna tag Indio in there.
What the hell
All
is this,
right.
dude?
Okay, let's see. Here, do you want to read this out, Indio?
Oh
Since
my
you're
god.
fresh and you have all the energy, and you just had your coffee, and you're all fresh and ready to go. You just had
Oh
your
my
shower.
lord. Are you serious with this, man?
Hey man, this is what he sent to me. Let me put this. Okay,
There are dozens of accounts
Well,
from
from
hey,
naval
I'm
quartermasters
just
and
trying to find the
navigators
truth.
who started as skeptics. They tried to chart their own courses on flat maps, only to realize the fuel consumption, ship speed, great circle distances only work on a sphere. If the Earth was flat, every Navy ship would run out of fuel thousands of miles before reaching port. Who the fuck wrote that?
Google.
That it's retarded. It's utterly retarded.
Wait, but there's a video. There's a video for that.
Oh, there's a video. Do you know how to ship?
Pangolin.
Do you know what on a ship, right? You have your course and your heading. Do you know what the difference is
What?
between course and heading?
No, tell me.
Because there's ocean currents, they push you in the wind. It pushes you around because you're on a fluid, right? So your ship will be pointed in a direction, but that's not the way you're moving. They don't sail great circle routes. It's not even fucking possible. So the whole thing is utter horseshit. And the claim that it doesn't work on flat maps, that's also horseshit. Because in so was reported in the Royal Meteorological Society. There was a report from the HMS Britain that there was this dust storm that came off of Africa and covered the entire Atlantic Ocean. Okay, so they couldn't see the sky or the horizon. They could only see like 20 or 30 meters beyond the front of the ship. So to navigate, they navigated using what's called dead reckoning. Okay, and they navigated their ship 2,000 miles using dead reckoning. Now, dead reckoning uses a flat map, planar triangles. So this is horseshit. Okay, so number two. Let's go to number two. The $20,000 gyroscope fail. In the documentary Behind the Curve, flat earther Bob Nodell bought a high-grade ring laser gyro to prove Earth doesn't rotate. The device immediately measured 15 degrees per hour drift, the exact rotation of the globe. He even caught himself on camera saying, "We obviously were taken aback by that." Okay, none of that's true. None of it.
Didn't spend 20K?
None of it is no. None of that's true. There was a guy named Rick Zimmerman. His YouTube channel was called Seventh Day Truth Saker. He bought a fiber optic gyro, not a ring laser gyro, and he bought it for $7,000. They didn't measure 15 degrees per hour drift because you'd have to be at one of the poles, because the measurement should be 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. The only place you'd measure a 15 degree per hour drift would be at the North or South Pole. Okay, that entire entry is bullshit. Okay, so now you're 0-2. The laser bulge test.
I'm not the globe earther, man.
In the same documentary, Jaron Campanella tried to shine a light through a hole. Why does it say laser bulge test? He didn't use a laser. He used a flashlight because he burnt out the laser. Because he left it on too long. Hole at the same height over a long distance. He couldn't see the light until the assistant raised the light high above his head to clear the physical curb of the water. His only response, that's interesting. That is also false. That's interesting part, he said 4 hours before they even did the test. Netflix or the people that made that video intentionally cut that part and edited in that way. But it wasn't in chronological order of the way it happened. Okay. Secondly, he was supposed to be 18 feet under the curve of the earth. So lifting up his arms, unless he's fucking Bigfoot, how would he see the fucking light by lifting up his arms? What happened is the panels that were in the way blocked the light, and then he lifted the light above the panels, and then you could see it because they weren't aligned. Because it's hard to align two 6-inch diameter holes across 1.6 kilometers and make sure they're lined up. Never mind other things like diffraction. So 0-3. During the NASA Artemis II recovery, Navy divers were spotted lowering patches that simply said, "Not flat, we checked." They spent their lives on the ocean. They don't see a flat plane. They see a physical horizon that sinks as they go higher and hide ships from the bottom up. Who wrote that?
Google.
Okay. Now, if I stand at the ocean and I look out and say there's a buoy, and I know the buoy's, say, 5 miles away, and the buoy's right on the horizon, and then an hour later, the buoy appears half cut off, and then an hour after that, the horizon appears behind the buoy. Can that be a physical horizon if the horizon is moving back and forth with distance? The horizon's not physical. The horizon's not physical. Hasn't been physical for a few years now. Because we got observations of the horizon being 10 times too far. And if the horizon was physical, that would mean that the Earth has a circumference of 1.6 million miles. Yeah, because if you can see a horizon from a 1-foot observation height, horizon 30 miles away, and the horizon would be physical, that would only fit an Earth that's 1.6 million miles in circumference. So the horizon's not physical.
0-4, huh?
0-4. But it's from a Reddit thread, so what else is to be expected?
What about that Navy Bible link?
Navy Bible?
Yeah, the MSI.aga.
Bowditch's American Practical Navigator?
Yeah.
What about it?
Is that false?
What do you mean, is it false? No, celestial navigation works.
The APN, the Maritime Safety Information link that's using as a receipt, as a source.
American Practical Navigator is a book that was written at the end of the 19th century. It was a correction of all the other nautical almanacs where he added corrections because what they thought was true didn't work. So he added corrections to make it better. But even still, using celestial navigation to navigate a ship, you're off by something like 15 miles per day. So they have to continuously correct their course. It's not like, dude, it's not like they do an observation, get an angle to the star, point their ship in a direction, and just sail that way, and then end up where they want to go. If they could do that, it might prove a globe, but that's not what they're doing. They're making constant corrections to their course. Probably 20 times a day. And even after they do that, they're still off by 15 nautical miles. But that's good enough. Because you can see the shore from 15 nautical miles. You don't need to be that close.
So the 2024 edition of the American Practical Navigator is not useful for a globe.
That's a different claim. Whether it's useful or not is a completely different claim, dude. Utility,
I'm trying to
lots of
understand.
things are
I'm trying
useful.
to understand.
Condoms are useful, dude, right?
Is it useful for globe earthers, like their argument?
No, because it's look, bro. There's a methodology for navigating the Earth in which we use stars, right? And there's a model that we use of a celestial sphere of infinite radius. That doesn't make the Earth a sphere.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So technically, in the mathematics, they assume that you are a point at the origin of coordinates, meaning you're at the center of a celestial sphere at infinite radius. When they calculate, like you want to go between 2 points, mathematically, what they do is a rotation on the surface of that sphere of infinite radius. And all they do is imagine you're like just like you seen 3D video games, and you can just spin somebody in 9 degrees of freedom, just spin around the surface. That's what they're doing mathematically. This is rotating you. So you're rotating under this celestial sphere with these coordinates within it, right? That's all they're doing mathematically. And they know what stars are over certain places at certain times because of the regularity of those events happening. We have been plotting the stars for quite a long time. We're pretty sure we know where they're going to be.
Okay.
There's only one way to prove that the Earth is a ball or a flat. There's only one way, no matter what anybody says. As a matter of just logic. Just like if you had a table, and you had 100 people, and you guys debated how do you prove that the table's a square? How would you do that? 100% proof, 100% that the table's square.
By looking at it.
By looking at it? You think you
Yeah,
can gawk at it and tell that
if
the
you look
table's a
at the
square?
table,
What about the orientation of the table?
if you look at the table, if it's a square, then it's a square, right?
Yeah, but if you look at it from an angle, it looks like a trapezoid. What are you talking about?
That's why you have to look at the whole thing. You just stand up and look at it, right?
No, because it could still be a
What do you
rectangle.
mean no?
Because it could be a
What do you
rectangle.
mean no? You stand up. You stand up
Because it
and
still be a
you
rectangle.
look at the whole table, and you can see the shape.
It could
if it's a square
still
or
be a
rectangle.
rectangle. Look, dude, if what you were saying was true, people would build buildings. Brother, just listen for a second. If what you were saying is true, people would build buildings without measuring stuff, and they would just look at the boards and just start hammering them together. Looks like 2 by 10.
Oh,
let's just hammer that in there.
No, that's not how you do that. No.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah.
Because it don't work.
Bro.
What I'm telling you is, if you want to know 100%
how would you know if the table is a
100%.
square?
I said,
right?
how could you prove? How could you prove it's a square? That wouldn't prove it's a square.
But isn't it common sense what a square is? Like
all you could prove is it looks like a square. It's not common sense, dude. What are you talking about?
What? So a square?
How is it common sense?
The shape of a square isn't common sense. Like the
No, it's not.
Like you don't you just learn that in kindergarten, bro?
Yeah, but that you wouldn't need to learn it if it was common sense. Common sense doesn't need to be taught. That's what makes it common sense.
Yeah, but like we learn it at such a young age. Like it doesn't require a lot of thinking and reasoning. I don't know.
That's irrelevant, but doesn't make it common sense. And appeal to common sense is a logical fallacy regardless. The point is, all you could say is it looks like a square. You wouldn't know it's a square. The only way to know it's a square is you'd have to take a tape measure and measure to make sure the sides are equal length, right?
Well, no one's going to do that for the Earth.
Yeah, we are. We've done it.
Show me.
It's already been done.
Can I see, please?
That water's not curving? Sure. Hold on a second.
What? No.
The surface of water.
You said someone measured the Earth, right? You said.
No, you don't have to measure the entire. No, so the surface of the Earth is
we
most.
Did it. I asked.
Yeah, we measured the water.
You said we.
Brother, stop trying to straw man. You guys, no, you're trying to straw man.
Water. I'm not straw manning you. I said we would need to measure the Earth, right? You said we already did that. So show me.
Yeah, we did.
That we did. All right,
I
show
didn't
me
say
proof
the
where you
Earth
measured
and
the Earth.
I
Show me
didn't
proof
say
where
the
you
Earth
measured
and
the Earth. Then
interrupt me one more time, and you're going to be muted.
show me
Okay.
the proof. Back up
Okay.
your claim.
Do it again. Go ahead. So really simply, I didn't say we measured the Earth in totality, did I?
Oh my God. Okay, what
Did
I
I?
said, you said we did that in response
We
to
did.
we didn't measure
What
the
did we
Earth.
measure? What do you
We
think
can't
I
measure
said
the
we
Earth.
measured?
I said
What
we
do you?
can't measure the Earth, and you said we did that.
We can't
Right?
measure the Earth. How do we build shit?
And can you answer my question?
Yeah, how do we build shit then? We can't measure the Earth. How do we
Why are
build
you not
shit,
answering my
brother?
question? Why are you not answering my question?
We did measure the Earth.
Oh, okay.
Not
Show
in
me. Oh,
totality.
okay. Okay. No. You just said it again. You just said it again. We just measured the. Okay, so prove it. Prove it, please.
Oh, okay, hold on.
You just said it again. We just measured the Earth, right? Can I see proof, please?
Now, say the second part. The
What
second
second
part.
part? You just said
The
one
not in
sentence.
to,
We
then
measured the Earth.
what second part? So you're going to ask me a question, and then you're going to
You
answer it.
just said we
Really?
measured the Earth. You said one
Not.
sentence.
Did I say not in totality 3 times?
Right. What I just heard you say was
Did
we
I say
measured the
not in
Earth.
totality 3
What you
times?
just said. Oh my
Okay.
God. Whatever, dude.
I'm going to kick you out of here. Did I say not in totality 3 times?
I didn't. No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear
Okay,
that part.
not in totality. Just like when I measure the table to figure out the square, I don't measure every square fucking inch, every molecule to figure out whether it's a square. I don't need to do that.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the surface of the Earth is covered in mostly water, right?
Yeah. Sure.
That water is all connected by the oceans. It's a single body of water, right?
Yep.
So we call them different oceans, but they're all connected. So it's a single body of water. Okay, what a single body of water does, whatever is on its surface, it does it across the entire surface. So we only have to measure a portion of it, and we can extrapolate that the entire surface is doing that. So we can measure the surface of the Earth and like shoot a laser, right? And if that laser does not get higher off the water over a distance like it's supposed to if the Earth was curved, then that surface of that water is not curving. Because gravity, right, in you guys' paradigm, says that gravity conforms the water into a shape of a ball. Is this all correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna check to see if the surface is curving, because that is a requirement of a ball, is to have a curved surface. So if we check and the surface isn't curving, it cannot be a ball. This is the only way to prove it one way or another. I hate to tell you. You can come up with all sorts of theories and shit, but the only dichotomy between a ball and a flat surface is whether it's curving or not. That's it.
Right.
So I'll post in the chat some of the laser tests that have been done. There's 10,000-mile radio communication from 1918. How would they do that?
Did you pull something?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up, dude. So it's going to be a PDF document with all the measurement particulars, what they did, equipment list, methodology, all that shit. And I'll post the video so you can watch them do it if you want.
Okay.
And this is just one. There's there's lots of these. They're over land, over water, like in the what do you call it, the salt flats. This video is quite long because it's it's more than one test. It's 7 tests. It's 7 tests done over a couple week period to they get repeatability. You know what I mean? Because just a one off, man, you could have a outlier, just a statistical anomaly. So the second link is a PDF. PDF has all the particulars, all the math, all the geometry, all the, like I said,
can I ask you a
equipment
question?
list, methodology. Yeah.
Can you at least give me some timestamps of this video, or do I have to watch it in its entirety?
I mean, it'll probably be easier to read the PDF.
Okay.
So just to give you, the longest shot is 41 kilometers, which is 25 miles. Well, I'll give you the short story. Okay. So this was done in the Netherlands. There's a lake called the Lake IJsselmeer. It used to be connected to it's a lake now, but it was connected to the ocean. It was like a kind of like a bay or a fjord is what they call it. But they filled it up with dirt and cut it off and made a lake. Right. So it's a lake that used to be the ocean. Okay. So they took the laser and they did several distances, but the longest distance is 40 kilometers, right? So it's 25 miles. What the goal predicts is that the laser at the end, at the other end, 45 miles, should be 120, or it should be 440 feet in the air. But they recorded the laser at 4 feet. This is a difference of 2 orders of magnitude. This isn't like close.
This is a lot of data for me to read.
Yeah, take your time, dude. I'm not pressuring you.
I need some time, yeah.
Not
Thanks for this,
pressuring you.
And I'm not trying to debate bro you or whatever. I'm literally trying to see who's saying the truth here.
Dude, the only way to figure out what the truth is, and I'm gonna tell you straight up, is to test it yourself. I'm not saying, hey, believe us. What we're here to do is give you information that you didn't have before. That's it. Right? A lot of people come in here and they like, so you came in here with this list, right?
Yeah.
And if you took that at face value, you'd be like, yeah, man, it's fucking flat earth's bullshit. But I gave you information about all that stuff that you didn't have before, and now you do, and now you can make at least a semi-educated decision about what's true, what's not, what can just throw away. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
we just get people like, so there's a lot of things that people believe because they were taught in school and they were poorly educated. And it's not like anybody's fault, I guess. I'll try not to blame anybody, but it's just a poor education. They describe stuff because you're children, right? So they don't go into the details. Okay, so I'll give you, for instance, they say, okay, gravity attracts everything to the center, right? You heard that?
Yeah.
Well, that's not what gravity does. It's every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Pull everything to the center and form a ball is a special case in which the particles would be the same mass, equally distant, so isotropic, right? Evenly distributed in all directions, and then it would form into a sphere. It would be a special case, but they don't tell you that. They give you something very simplistic because they tell you when you're a child and they don't want to get into the gory details.
Wait, so it's particles pulling everything together, not like gravity?
Every part, according to the universal theory of gravitation, every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Every particle. So if there's a particle, in your view, on the other side of the universe, your freaking face is pulling it toward you. Every particle is
I was told my whole life
pulling each other.
it was gravity.
Yeah, but that's what gravity actually is. That's what the universal law of gravitation says. Every particle. Doesn't say pulled to the center. Like I said, that's what you would call a special case. If you had a starting condition, right, where all the particles had the same mass, they were all evenly spaced apart, and everything was like homogeneous, and you turn gravity on, snap, then it would form into a ball. Now, what they say, because what they say is like everything's so hot that it's like a plasma or a liquid or a gas, and because it doesn't have any structure, it all gets pulled into a ball. Now that has all sorts of problems I ain't going to get into, but the point is that we're just going to give you information you didn't have before. Ultimately, the only person that can prove this to you is yourself.
Yeah, I appreciate this.
We're not saying trust us, don't trust NASA. Like, we're not, like, why? We're not, that would just be replacing them, right? We're saying, hey, dude, you shouldn't just be trusting NASA. Well, I'm not saying you should be trusting us instead. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying there's people, they're telling you a story, and they're making all these world decisions based upon this story. Be nice to know if it's actually true or not.
Right.
Because people think the flat Earth is being hidden. It's not hidden. You're told a story that what you see and observe is not actual reality, and you're so small that it just looks flat, and that you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust your senses. It's spinning too slow for you to feel, but believe us, it is, right? You're just offered that story, but the experience itself is not. They can't hide the Earth. Where are they going to hide it?
I have another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, so you said particles pull each other, right?
That's the theory.
Human.
That's the hypothesis. I didn't say I believe it. I'm just saying that's what it
Oh.
is in
Okay.
physics.
Well, like, hypothetically, are like humans pulling each other then, since we're made of particles? Like, are we pulling towards each
In
other?
their paradigm, yeah. In that worldview, yeah.
Hmm.
Here, dude, you ever seen this meme? Here, with a meme in the chat. This shit's funny. I think that's funny.
I like them thick as fuck, but Sir Newton, we can't write that. Then write this: the greater the mass, the greater the force of the attraction.
Newton likes fat chicks. Fat chicks need love too, I guess.
That big old booty.
It's a badonkadonk. Well, I've done my own tests. I've done my stuff. Right. So I go by the ocean. I can do stuff like that. Not everybody goes by the ocean. They might live in the woods, in the mountains, or something. So, they might be limited. But there are lakes. You can do observations on lakes. I would say the minimum really to really solidify what you observe, I would say, this horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away. But I wouldn't be confident unless, like, I did like a 6 or 10 mile test or something. Which is 3 times farther than what it's supposed to be. That's the whole thing, is that they say there's a globe of this size. We don't observe a globe of that size. We observe something else because we can make the predictions. We can look at what that predicts, and we don't observe that. Have you ever heard of the Chicago skyline?
Yeah.
Now, one of our good members, Dandelion, lives in Michigan, and she's been going to Lake Michigan, seeing the Chicago skyline her entire life, and everybody there sees it, and nobody ever thought of anything. They never were like, oh my God, we shouldn't be able to see that. The Earth is a globe. No one ever thought of it. They think it's just like, oh yeah, the Earth's so big, we should be seeing that. But when you actually check the math, you shouldn't be seeing it. But the thing, this is just one of these things, is that everybody, and this is my belief, everybody's made an observation that falsifies the globe. They just don't even realize they've seen it.
Right.
So this is a good example that I use. So the U.S. Geospatial Agency, right, makes what's called the Antarctica and Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, okay, which is instructions on what to expect if you sail in the Southern Ocean, right? In it, it says it is not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away because of the clear Antarctic air has low humidity and almost no dust, almost no particles. Fine, do the math. The only way you'd be able to see a mountain 300 miles away from a ship is if that mountain was nearly 10 miles tall. Mount Everest is 5 miles tall. Okay? So they wrote this down. People that are professionals, right? Think of it. It's the Geospatial Intelligence Agency. They are professionals. And they only have the records of like what's been reported. And it never occurred to them that this is impossible on a globe. Because they just think it's normal. We're tall. This Earth is so big that it's flat, basically.
I see.
Earth's so big it's flat, which is crazy, dude. It's crazy talk.
I have another question for you.
Go right ahead.
Did you see that Artemis iPhone video? The astronaut guy, he was
I just saw it
recording.
like 5 minutes ago, as a matter of fact, right before I came in here.
Yeah, so the comments, some people are calling it AI and fake. So
That's
you
sketchy.
think that's like fake? Like you think it's faked?
This is the problem. There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell at all. You either believe it or you don't.
Because in that video, it look Earth and Moon like there's a curve, and I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about that one with the Earth, the one that goes behind the Earth?
Yeah.
The Earth goes behind the Moon? Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
certainly fake. And I'll tell you why that's fake. Because in one frame, it jumps from the Earth, from it being like the Earth on bottom to the Earth on top. And, all the video before that is showed water droplets, right, on the glass. And then they're gone. Instantly in one frame, they're gone.
Are we watching the same video?
Yeah, you got to watch closer, dude. You have to watch these videos very close. So, in the beginning of the video, it shows him. It's kind of blurry, right? You know how he's like, it's not focused.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not focused, and you can see like little water droplets on the glass while he's trying to get focus, right? And then it goes from like, so you have the video frame. The moon is cutting off the Earth at the bottom, and it's at the bottom of the frame. And then in the very next frame, it jumps to the top of the frame, and all the water droplets are gone. But that doesn't even matter because there's no way to. There's no scientific method test. There's nothing we can do to prove one way or another whether it's fake or real. It's literally impossible. We don't have any. The main thing about telling if like so-called photos of Earth are fake or not, we have no reference. Like if I showed you like horses or dolphins or people, like you could tell because you've seen those things. You could go, "Hey, dude, that's not a real horse. I've seen a horse."
Yeah.
But you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. You have no way to tell if that's what the Earth looks like. You have no clue what the Earth looks like from 1,000 miles away or 10,000 miles away. You just have to trust that that's what the Earth looks like and that they're showing it. I mean, what if the Earth's purple? Or fucking polka dotted?
Isn't there a way for people to go like pay a ticket to go outer space? Like I think a lady did that. Or some people did that.
Pocket of gravity. Yeah, I mean, they say that people have done that. I have no reason to believe them. Why should I believe any of that shit?
You think those like regular people are paid to lie? Like after they're coming back?
Astronauts?
No. I saw some regular
I think
people
they were
pay.
hired to lie. I don't think they were hired to lie. Like, it's not even a question of that.
Do you know what I'm talking about? It was some lady
Yeah,
who went out of
there's like 6 people that claim they paid for a ride to ISS and shit.
yeah. So they're hired.
Why not? How much would it take you to fake space? 100,000?
Shit.
Look,
I'll
not
talk
only
to
are you
them.
gonna get 100,000, dude, you're gonna get mad pussy. Think about it. That's quite the pickup line. Hey,
I went to
baby.
space.
I went to space, man.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all sorts of perks. You get to run around and do talks and do all sorts of crap. Power and prestige, man. People sell their soul for a lot less than that. There's people on death row over $20. I met a dude on death row for $20, dude. Fucking no lie. $20 fucking dollars, man. I mean, that was before inflation. You could buy something with $20 back then. You could fill up your tank of gas. You killed someone for a tank of gas. Anyway, all that space shit, that's Santa Claus for adults, man. Look, think about it like this. If there's no God, then what? What are the consequences of all that if you don't believe in God? If you believe science is the only way of the truth, that there's a big bang, evolution, blah, 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 what do you have left? Where's your hope come from? Where do you put your hopes and dreams on? Why live? Why exist? There's no God, right? You're just a fucking bunch of chemical reactions created to the Big Bang. Where do you put your hopes and dreams? What keeps you going? Make
Well,
some fucking crazy fantasy
people have
about
their
going to
own.
space and everything's so great up there.
A lot of people have their own purpose in life, and sometimes they just live for their faith, whatever the religion they believe in,
I'm
right?
talking about people without religion. I'm talking about atheists.
Oh, well, I think those people just want to make a family. I don't know.
No, I don't know how many materialist atheists you talk to. Freaking, they don't want families. That's for sure. They're not reproducing. Believe me.
Atheists?
Atheists, yeah, their reproduction numbers are way down, which is good because us God-fearing people are gonna outbreed them, and they won't be around soon. So I'm just telling you the way it is, man. I can add and subtract.
Yeah.
Let me see. Atheist birth rates. Atheist birth rates. 1.3 children per person. They're not even at replacement.
Damn.
2.1 is the population replacement. So 2 people are making 1.3 people. Yeah, you're going backwards, bro. Damn, fucking Mormons are gonna rule everything. 3.4. God damn it. That can't happen. We start screwing so the Mormons don't take over. They believe in space too, you know that? Mormons?
I don't know shit about Mormons.
They think they get a whole their own planet. I ain't shitting you, bro.
What?
Yep.
We need more Amish people. They make good food, I heard.
They actually do. I was at an Amish store around Christmas and I got like these sea salt dark chocolate covered caramel. They were so freaking good. Wow, they were just. It was a legit Amish store. Like it was a little freaking Amish chick in it. He had all sorts of like weird stuff.
You're lucky, man. I'm in California. I don't have all my shit here.
I was visiting. I don't live there.
Oh.
I live in Boston. So, well, Cambridge, technically. There ain't no Amish out here, dude. This is degenerate hellhole of frickin' libtards.
Boston?
Yeah, dude. So, I'll tell you how bad it is. You can't even imagine how bad it is. So, when Donald Trump ran against Hillary Clinton got 99.9% of the vote in Cambridge.
Damn.
I think Trump got like 13 votes or something for the entire city. There's like a city of like 100,000, 150,000 people.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the fucking crazy libtard. It's where Harvard is and shit. So that should tell you everything. I can't even say it in this chat. I'll get frickin' banned again.
Again?
Yeah. I'm a Gen Xer, dude. I say like words that are no words now. It used to be okay to be racist. It was funny, but it's not funny anymore. Because
like
everybody
when,
was racist.
When Tropic Thunder came out, RDJ was doing the blackface. That shit was funny.
I mean, ethnic jokes like Polish jokes, Italian jokes, Jewish jokes, like black jokes, Chinese jokes, like that was all okay. It was funny.
Yeah.
Indian jokes, Native American jokes,
I mean,
it's funny, man. It's funny
overdone.
shit, dude.
It's overplayed. That's the issue. Like everyone thought that racism was funny. That shit was around fucking IRC days, back in the fucking Usenet day. Back then it was funny. Now, like, people have been trying to be racist and funny for like 30 years on the internet. I guess some new material, dude. It's not funny anymore because it's overplayed. Everyone thinks that they're a fucking comedian because they're racist. It's
No,
in my
I'm
opinion,
not talking about
Tropic Thunder will
like we
never
used
not
to
be
have
funny.
actual good racist jokes. Now the racist jokes now is just saying the word that you're not supposed to say. If you say the N word,
Yeah,
I'm edgy.
That's not comedy. It's
Hold
not
on.
funny.
That's gay, dude.
Hey, bros, I'm here to
Tropic
ban
Thunder will
somebody.
never not be funny to me.
I'm here to ban somebody. Who am I supposed to ban?
The Polak.
In India.
All right, nobody to ban.
India.
Okay, I'm going back to work.
Always jokes, man. They used to be funny. How many Polacks take to screw in a light bulb? I mean, that was a classic. How many Kennedys does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I've advanced that joke. Have you ever heard my monist version of that joke?
No, let's hear this. No, I want to hear it though.
All right. Hey. How many monists does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
One, but he's only screwing himself.
90% of this room didn't even get to, but that's okay.
No, not at all.
I got it. That is funny. How many Kennedys does it take to screw in a light bulb? It takes 2. One to hold the light bulb and one to drink until the room spins.
Bro, whose mic is that?
Ghost Rider. He's on his motorcycle.
Oh. So am I able to get like my text privileges back or no?
Who took them?
I don't know. I think someone named Banhammer.
Someone named Banhammer?
Yeah, I saw someone with that name.
Who the hell's name is Banhammer? A DJ?
It's the loud one.
Yeah, that's Matrix's alter ego.
Oh, it's fucking Platter Judge. That's funny, dude. How many? That's funny. What are you doing, whippersnapper?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Dude, I woke up half an hour ago. So not much.
Who you calling old then? You're the one in bed all the time.
Nah, I passed out after work, man. It's bad.
Actually, old people never sleep.
Did you make that, Pastafarian?
Thank you.
No. Would it be better if I did?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Kind of.
It is, isn't it?
I give it
why
a
are you
3.
guys in this cult of personality, though?
I give it a 3.5 out of 10.
Nah, fair enough.
This is what I don't understand. See, you guys, the way you look at the world and make decisions is based upon people's personalities. It's not the way we make decisions about things. So I don't know why you put these, you guys obsess about, Mark Sargent and fucking Eric Dubay. Nobody else cares about them.
No, I think you got it all wrong, buddy. I think these people are entertaining because they're essentially lolcows. They're like misfits. They're like
Yeah, the
social
Globies are
degenerates.
lolcows.
It's not we're not laughing with them. We're laughing at them because they're funny.
Agreed.
But unintentionally funny.
No, the Globies are definitely intentionally hilarious. The way they don't even understand their own model, the way they can't produce any
That's
scientific
funny.
evidence of the globe.
Yeah,
The biggest
that was not what
pretty
was being
hilarious.
talked about. You're spiraling, dude. You're spiraling. That's not what we were talking about.
Okay,
We're
well, I'm
talking
just
about
saying it's pretty
personalities
funny.
in this topic, personalities. I mean, look, bro, I would take any one of these three over McToon. You literally have a lesbian fucking leading your crusade.
Then you totally misunderstood what I was saying, or you're just
I
intentionally acting
understand.
stupid.
No, I heard what you said. You said you were laughing at them, not with them.
Yeah, because but it's not just that we're laughing at them. These people are such social rejects. They're such lolcows. They're so hilariously just ridiculous that it becomes funny. It's like laughing at a lolcow.
Did you
That's what they
just
are.
say they're social rejects?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know Dave Weiss interviewed Roseanne Barr?
Yeah.
Yeah, how does that
And he
make him
also
a social reject?
He also got pranked into an interview where he ran away because he got pranked to an interview and refused to be like. It's hilarious how desperate he is for attention that he would basically fall for a skit where people would send him fake AI pictures and prank him into becoming like any part of any show, and where they actually pranked him for it because he's just that desperate for attention. It's crazy. I think it's funny. Like don't get me wrong. I'm
You're
not
saying
saying
is
that these people
idiotic,
are
dude.
horrible. No, it's not. They're lolcows. That's
Okay,
what it
what
is.
you're saying is idiotic. Somebody
People are
pranked
poking
him,
them.
and somehow he has a problem because they pranked the fucking heads of state, dude. You do know that, right? Like heads of state have been pranked and gone on. There's a famous two Russian radio shows that they fucking pranked Angela Merkel and fucking the goddamn defense minister of Germany and someone in fucking Britain and a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, but they're
with
not
voice changers.
lolcows. That's the difference. They're
Politicians
not
aren't
lolcows.
lolcows. That's debatable.
Yeah, these people are lolcows, 100%. Like,
And
don't
that's
get
your
me wrong.
personal subjective opinion, bro. No one
No,
cares.
dude, nah, dude. There's freaking flat earthers that don't even like Nathan Oakley. Like most
A
people don't even
lot.
like him.
A
Yeah.
lot of flat earthers don't like Nathan Oakley because of his hyper aggressiveness.
Because he's a lolcow. Because he's not self-conscious. He doesn't understand himself. Why people think he's ridiculous. Why people think that he's like people
You're just
mess
making
with
like
him.
these social evaluations that are completely subjective. Nobody cares, dude.
Yeah, for real.
I'm just saying. I'm putting out
You're
there.
saying you're a little bitch and like
People think
gossiping about other
guys are
people.
lolcows on both ends of the spectrum.
You know, men don't
No one takes
gossip.
them seriously.
So?
These people can't even take themselves seriously. That's what's so funny.
No one takes them seriously. So what?
You're using McToon as a standard. Holy shitballs.
No, I'm not using McToon as a standard. That's a straw man. I didn't say that. I said that these people are just legit funny.
Well, enjoy the show then.
Thank you.
Are you subbed to any of their channels?
Nah, I wouldn't give him the pleasure of, but I do watch them occasionally. Yes, I do. You don't have to
Well,
sub
I'm
to
subbed to
watch the content.
Dave's, and I don't watch his stuff, but I do get the notices of every time he does a new interview, and he's doing like 3 and 4 a week, and giving different podcasts, YouTube channels. So the social outcast, I have no idea what you're talking about because he's fucking out there socially, all over the place. Dude, he must be doing like fucking 20 interviews a month. So nobody taking him seriously? I don't know about that. I think
No one takes him
you have
seriously.
blinders on and you're in your own little fucking bubble and have no idea what's going
Nah.
around outside of it.
Dude, not even flat earthers take him seriously. They don't even like his model. They don't even agree with his view of the map. Dude,
So we agree
that's
with
what makes it
everything?
funny. Come again?
We agree with everything he says?
I think people agree very lowly with what he says.
Look, this is my opinion of Dave. I'll give it to you. I think
Go
he
ahead.
makes a very good introduction to flat earth. I think some of the things he says are unprovable nonsense that I don't. He's too speculative, and he doesn't say, "Hey, this is speculation." That's my beef with him, is that he doesn't designate what he's speculating about and what he knows, right? And he kind of like mixes it all together and doesn't really. But as far as like introducing people to the topic and giving them a basic like rundown of it, I think he's very good at that.
I think he's jealous because Dave Weiss has had more chicks on his yacht in a weekend than this kid's seen in his whole life.
Now, Nathan, on the other hand, you know, I like Nathan. He can run his show the way he wants, but I think he was so I don't know what the right word. It's like a combination of rigorous, but almost like fucking totalitarian rigorous of demanding evidence. And there's nothing wrong with that, but he could have been a little more cordial about it, even though I find it highly fucking entertaining, him ripping someone a new asshole. Now, Mark Sargent's a joke, dude. That dude's just a fucking joke. He has no shame, no self-awareness. Well, way in the beginning of this topic, he came to Boston. He gave an interview of a local radio station here, and they asked him what lava was, and he said maybe it's being created by machines under the earth, dude. And they're like, oh, this dude's a fucking clown.
I mean, Nathan Oakley claimed that someone rolls the moon as an answer to the moon's inversion, depending on when you are on the hemisphere. I mean, Nathan Oakley has said some really dumb shit over the years as
Someone
well.
rolls the moon.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
Sure, he wasn't being facetious.
No, he sounded pretty sincere about it.
Oh.
I mean, there's far worse things Nathan Oakley has done than just say stupid stuff, but that's neither here or there.
Well, I don't fixate on them. I don't even really care what they do, quite honestly. They're of no consequence.
That I'm not saying that they have a concept. I just find the lore quite interesting regarding these people. They're lolcows, and it's and I find that entertaining. It's that simple. Not just these three guys, but lolcows in general.
I don't know why you're associating them together though. I don't know. Like Nathan Oakley don't fit in with these two. Like at all.
How's that?
Because the shit he doesn't. Nathan Oakley does not speculate. I know you said maybe Rose Moon.
Really?
He must have been. Yeah. What? Tell me something he speculated about.
Dude, he speculates all the time.
Give me an
He said
example.
that because he said because airplanes when they have like this recorder that records the pitch before they crash, that must mean that the Earth is flat because the pitch recorder only does it in comparison to a flat reference. It's pretty
Yeah.
silly.
Yeah. The pitch data.
Yeah, and he said that if the Earth was a globe, then there would be ground for them to go forward and not immediately crash to the ground because it's actually flat. It's silly. And I mean, he's not just a lolcat because he said some stupid shit. He's a lolcat because he's done some pretty insane shit. I mean, he says some pretty sexual stuff when he debates. It's like, and he think he's making him look cool, but it doesn't really. It just makes him look like an idiot. And that doesn't even go into the how he abuses children during his
What?
podcast. It's
Whatever.
It's garbage,
he is a
dude.
little cow,
Hey,
just straight through.
I
Pastafarian,
hope he
bro.
hears you and sues you like he sued the other people that fucking said that shit. You're a bitch.
Yeah.
He just wanted to get that in the whole time. Yeah, he left immediately. That
By the way,
that whole ordeal
yeah.
was only to get that in, is to make
Yep,
that
that
accusation.
one sentence. That one sentence.
Yep, that was the only fucking goal of that entire thing. Is to accuse him of beating his children.
Yeah, of which the incident in question is just a noise heard in the audio, and then a girl crying after the noise, and that's interpreted as beating or some nonsense.
Yeah, it was like some sort of bang, but it wasn't, dude. Look, I got
It
children.
was the iPhone falling off the table because it was being messed with. The table or the not the iPad was falling off the table. It was either the child was trying to climb on his lap or doing something with the table where the table was on. Now, if it's the case that an adult tells a child not to grab something and the child reaches for it, and in the foray, the adult decides, I'm going to swat their hand, and the child cries, only a retard would think that's abuse.
Well,
That's
I
even
mean,
to say if that even happened, because there's no evidence that happened. All you hear is a noise, which sounds like something falling, right? And then you hear the child make a crying noise. That's it. That's all you
Who
hear.
was the first person? It was someone in the side chat. Who was the person that made that accusation? Oh, he just hit his kid. It was someone in his fucking side chat, dude. It was either Don Treader or fucking one of those douche nozzles, dude.
It wasn't Brenda. Brenda came next. I don't think it was Don Treader.
Who was the other guy? P-Dub or
There's another guy who is PMAC. No, not PMAC. That's a P-Mars.
P-Mars, yes.
Yeah, sorry, PMAC. My bad.
Who literally admitted porn bombing flat Earth streams. I mean, I remember in the early days of Nathan, dude, like every time he had a fucking panel was porn bombed. You think he forgot about that? You think that doesn't add to his freaking attitude and why he acts the way he does? Because I'm sure he remembers. I remember. He couldn't even have a fucking stream without it being porn bombed. Or sniping everybody.
Yeah, and he had people. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Brenda threatened to contact the local authorities about the audio incident. Because I guess in Britain, I may be mistaken, but I think in Britain, in the area that he's in, corporal punishment of children is illegal. So you're not allowed to spank your own children.
Yeah.
What about others'
You just
children?
exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. You just ask your friend to do it for you. But see, the thing about that, Jesse, is that Britain has a real manhood crisis. They need to like all grab their nuts and finally stand up for their country and do what's right instead of being punk little bitches. That's just my opinion. Enough fathers get together and tell the authorities, "Hey, screw you. If you don't let us do what we know is right, there's going to be like hell to pay." Because that's happened before in Britain. The government wanted to teach something in an area that was predominantly Muslim. The Muslims called up the school board and said, "Hey, if you teach this stuff to our kids, there's going to be consequences." And then they immediately pulled it out of the curriculum because they knew they weren't joking around.
The Brits did commit regicide, so we have to give them credit for that. Hopefully some of that remnant is still around. I'm not saying to do regicide. I mean, the rebellion part of the human spirit. Hopefully, it's still around.
Hey, credit where credit's due. I just saw a video about they are doing something in their area, which is like these flock cameras and 24-hour surveillance cameras. They're being put up over there at essentially telephone pole. Like the thing has its own pole, and they're just everywhere. And so there's these guys called the Blade Runners or whatever, and they basically go out every day at night and just cut them all down as fast as they can. And the guy was reporting, he said, at any given time, as many as 50% of the cameras are cut down. So these guys are actually doing work, man, saying, hey, we're not going to be monitored 24 hours a day by your stupid cameras.
Those flock cameras in the UK, right?
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I fell upon this one article one day, and it was called Real Life Superheroes. Super interesting article. I'm going to try to find it so I can post it in the future. But one of the real life superheroes was called Angle Grinder Man. And he has like an orange suit with a cape. And he's got a mask, and he's got this massive like gas powered cutter, right? And he just walks around and sees people if they have a boot on their car. He just comes over and cuts the boot off for you, and he's just like a local superhero. This is called Angle Grinder, man.
That's like reverse crackhead.
Yeah, I can't remember any of the other real life superheroes that they did, but that guy stood out. I was like, man, right on, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, those flock cameras are crazy. There was a case in the States where the guy knew about the phones, right? So he didn't want to be tracked. So he left his phone at home when he was gonna like go commit this hit, right? And he used a stolen car, or it wasn't a stolen car, it was something. But a flock camera freaking caught him, and it tracked him all the way back to his house.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Well, there's a very important challenge going on in the United States Supreme Court concerning flock cameras, and that's that especially when it comes to traffic violations, is that the nature of the citation, you can pay it before it hits court. And part of the agreement with the camera contract and everything, and the way the laws work, because you can't actually face your accuser or anything like that, is that it cannot affect your driving record. Okay, so normally if you're blowing through stop signs 17 times in a month, you're going to lose your license because you're going to accumulate points. But in this system, you don't accumulate the points. When the one guy, there was an old superhero called Monkey Face Man. And what he used to do when they started doing this is he used to drive through all of them with a monkey mask. And then when they would take him to court, he'd say, "Prove it's me. Prove I'm the offender." And so then what they did is they changed it from being the drivers being guilty to the owners guilty. So if your car drives through one of these cameras, you're the payer. So what it's doing is it's disassociating the driver who's irresponsibly driving from paying the penalty. And so the judge basically said, listen, normally you'd have to pay when you get caught. And you may even pay with your license. But this is basically it's just like paying money for the privilege of doing these naughty things. This is like just a free pass. This is like a monthly pass. Pay $300 a month and you get to blow through all the red lights free of charge.
That sounds worth it.
Right, but the judge really quickly recognized that this is not right. So there's going to be implications from this coming down the pike.
Yeah, we're lagging a bit here in Canada, but I'm sure it's going to come. We always lag behind when it comes to everything. We just price everything the highest.
Speaking of naughty, I'm not supposed to be on the call. I'm supposed to be getting work done. Naughty me.
Hello. Hi. Hello. What's up? Hello.
Yo, what's up, dude? Oh, okay. Never mind.
Just keeping it flat, dude.
Yeah, pretty much. Yo, India, what happened to that other dude? The guy that had that long ass list. of Google stuff. Oh, I need
He's
to get
spurred.
into.
He's
Oh,
spurred out.
I thought so. But that shit was so funny. I was surprised India read the whole thing. I was not expecting him to read that whole thing. It's funny. Like, damn, India, what a trooper.
So, you guys seen any You guys go on TikTok and look at the flat Earth stuff on there.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
It's fucking horrible, man.
It's gross, man.
Bro, I'm about to take that shit over, Neil.
Yeah,
Help,
the other
bro. Help
I'm
me.
about
the
to
other
elbow my way to the
Please,
front of the
bro.
line. Is
Dude,
what I'm
it's
gonna
really
do.
hard because I get kicked off of every single like live stream because I come on there as a flat earther, right? And they're like, "You're a fake flat earther," just for like questioning the dumb flat earthers, right? And one of the biggest ones on there always kicks me off their platform. I'm like, dude, like, are you fucking
Oh, is it
retarded?
angels?
Who
I
is
don't know.
it, bro?
Like the
Is it?
chosen. It's all caps.
Oh, I thought you know about Angels of Light. He kicked me off of one of his streams before too.
No, it's the fucking biggest one, dude. And he just there's actually another flat earther. Alan? Is it Alan? No. It's this like white kid. And he's like rapid fire, dude. He just fucking goes at people. Caleb, yeah, that kid. Yeah.
He's a dunce too. He says shit that ain't fucking. You can't back up, man.
Yep. I wanted to get on there and kick
he's
me
as
off
bad
too.
as the Goldbergs as far as butchering the like. You know it. You can't straw man their model. Like he does that shit. So not a lot, but he does it enough.
Yeah, he kicked me. I didn't like him.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me. He likes dude. He's a narcissist, big time. Because he's joined like a Flat Earth Fridays and shit, and tried to when he starts being interrogated. You guys haven't had a TikTok channel with frickin' 3 million views. Like, bro, that doesn't make you right, you dumb fuck. Have a TikTok. I was on TikTok with a bunch of fucking middle-aged women. So, shut up.
Yo, India, you never done one of the lives on there before?
No, I went on there. They frickin' I fucking made them so mad. It was
Honestly,
great.
they would hate you.
They were so mad they didn't even save the live stream. I wish I could open your camera so I can fucking see you. Because I asked him one question. He's like, I measured the distance of the moon. Okay, fantastic. How'd you measure the baseline? What? I measured the distance of the moon. I measured this. Yeah, but you got to know how far apart they are. And if you don't know exactly where the moon is, it has to be over the center of the triangle. Otherwise, you can't triangulate the moon. You can't triangulate the moon with a scalene triangle, dude. You motherfucker. They just started going bananas on me. Simple questions.
Yep.
Simple questions. You got to know where the moon is in between those 2 points, and then they don't even got that because then it would have to be in a line between the two. It's like they don't actually, they think they just say the word trigonometry and everybody's supposed to get weak kneed and fucking fall down.
There's no good moderators either. Like every room is just a fucking shit show. Like 20 people talking. Like no points get made.
You gotta tag them if you want them in there.
I was gonna do an AMA or something on there. I have it so I can use YouTube Studio and use my little fucking Indio puppet and go on TikTok. Though I haven't done it yet, but I got it all hooked up to do. So I might do an AMA. I'm definitely gonna do some live shit. I don't know if it's gonna be debates or whatever.
Bro, can someone shut
I
this
might
nigga
get
up?
to that.
Can someone shut this nigga up? Can someone shut this nigga up? That'd be
Why?
good. This nigga's rambling. He's
I'm gonna
waffling.
report you for saying the N word, and you're gonna get banned like I got banned.
This guy's waffling and rambling.
Indio said the N word.
No, I
say
didn't.
the N-word.
He did. Tree Man did.
I didn't. No, I didn't. I said bigger.
Yeah, you can
Wait,
go
you
on
said
mute.
Tree Man? You might ban this dude 3 days ago.
Let's do it again.
Literally for that same
How
reason.
does
No
the
way.
ban system work? Does everyone just get unbanned after what is a ban?
It's like a 2-day default ban. So
yeah.
Can you set that to anything else?
I don't. I think one of the head room mods has to do that. to
Okay.
permaban somebody.
Who is the lead mod here?
AI Overlord.
AI Overlord, really?
And Crit, I think. Both of those two, I think.
So it's just an AI.
For sure. It's the head mod.
Heretic is too. I haven't seen Heretic in forever though.
Mez, have you figured out one flat Earth argument?
No, because I haven't heard what your how you proved.
So in
the Earth
2
is flat.
years, you have not heard one flat Earth argument.
No, that's not what I said.
You said no.
No, because I was waiting for you earlier to give your flat Earth proof.
I have before, like 3 different times. I want to know if you were listening.
Well, no, I haven't heard any flat Earth proof.
What constitutes proof to you?
Strong evidence. in one direction.
Strong, that wouldn't be proof. Okay, strong is not a fucking metric. That's
Well, that's how I
wishy-washy
would
bullshit.
understand it,
That's
yeah.
subjective wishy-washy bullshit. I want to know what constitutes proof. You know what proof
Well,
is, right?
that's what I said to me.
Can you prove anything, Mez? Can things be proven?
No.
Then nobody can give you a flat Earth proof, retard.
Yeah, well, I want to know what yours is. Okay. So if
Well,
you have
you
this
don't think
understanding
proof
of proof,
exists.
proof is
You don't
absolute
think
100% certainty.
Mez, you don't think
Okay.
proof exists. I'm not wasting my breath on somebody that doesn't think proof exists. Go back to your brain in the jar shit.
Okay.
You're so
How
easy
do
to
you-
expose as a dishonest
India.
scumbag.
Okay.
You're
No, I'm
so
being honest.
easy to expose, dude.
So India, how do
Would that take
you
5 sentences?
prove anything? How do you prove anything?
Deductively. If I want to prove a shape, I
Okay,
just
how?
measure it.
Okay, how have you measured the Earth?
Okay. You already know, because I've already told you before.
Okay, you're not telling me. See, you're being dishonest.
I've already
You're being
told you
wishy-washy.
before
You're avoiding
3
the Well,
times.
tell me now. Tell me now.
No.
Is it because you don't have it?
No, because I do. You could go back and
it's
listen to
pathetic.
recordings of me telling you the
Because
3
it's
other times.
completely idiotic.
You know, Mez, that this has been recorded, right? The 3 other times are recorded.
Well, I'm not going to watch 300 fucking live shows.
Okay, that's your
Just to find the
problem.
one
You
where
should have listened the
you,
first time.
proved it.
It's not my job to frickin' service you. You're not the star
It is your
here.
job. We're 2 human beings. We're having a conversation. You're saying you've proved that the Earth is
That's
flat.
debatable,
The measurement.
whether
So
there's 2 human beings here.
please do.
Yeah, 3.
Dude, you're a knuckle dragger. What are you talking about?
You think the Earth is flat?
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, how?
It looks flat.
It looks flat. Well, I don't think it
Yeah,
is.
there you go. So is it rational to conclude because the Earth looks flat, it is flat?
No. 'Cause it doesn't
That's
look
not
flat.
rational. So I should conclude the opposite. The Earth looks flat because it's curved.
If it looked flat, okay, if it looked flat, then it would be rational to conclude that it is flat. But it doesn't look flat.
Okay. From where doesn't it not look flat?
By the fact that you can measure drop over distance, that things dip over the horizon. The horizon doesn't raise to eye level.
The horizon's not physical.
Okay, prove it.
It moves around.
Okay.
You know this. You know this already. This is why I'm not wasting my time with you. You know this
what's
already,
non-physical about it?
that the
Physical things
horizon
move?
moves around from the same observation location without you moving. The horizon moves.
Mhm.
So that
So how
means
do
the
we conclude so
horizon's not physical. Because
Okay.
if it was physical, then the Earth would have to be changing size for the horizon to move around, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that
So does
correct?
this mean that how does this
Is
get
that
us to
correct?
flat Earth?
Is that correct? For the horizon to
No,
move
'cause
around a physical horizon, that would mean that the size of the globe would change.
Sure, I'll agree with that. Whatever.
Okay. Do you think the size of the globe is changing?
No.
Okay. So that means if the horizon's moving around, that means it's created optically, not physically.
No. That doesn't follow.
Yes, it does
It means
follow.
there can be some kind of optical effect affecting the horizon. It doesn't mean the entirety of the horizon is non-physical.
We're talking about what you see, the horizon moving around. So what you're seeing out there, looking at ships look like they're going over the horizon. You're looking at it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If the thing that demarks the ship, half the ship, is optical, then it's not physical.
No.
Just go on fucking mute, dude. Nuh-uh is not a refutation, dude. Fucking time waster.
So if flat Earth exists, does that mean teleportation exists?
Teleportation exists already.
Yeah.
Every LED that you've ever used in any fucking uses quantum tunneling, which is a form of teleportation.
Do you think it's weird that we're all walking around carrying black mirrors in our pockets and asking it to answer all of our world's questions?
Black Mirror. What?
Yeah, our cell phones.
Is it a black mirror? Like a scrying mirror?
Dude, it's just trippy. It just trips me out a little bit. Have you guys ever heard of the horse Earth theory?
This shit's so sad, bro. That you guys do this shit. That's how weak your shit is.
No, I'm serious about the horse Earth. I'm not
Yeah,
even
yeah.
kidding.
That's
I'm
how
not
weak
even
the
kidding.
globe Earth shit is. You guys have to
No, it doesn't
triangle
matter about
Earth,
globe Earth or flat
dodecahedron
Earth.
Earth.
It's about the shape. It's what? Okay, so if you take a map of the Google map, you open it up, and you instead of making the United States on the left like they want you to look at it, and the Europe and hold on, my girlfriend's talking. Okay, sorry about that. Instead of having the United States on the left and Europe on the right, you flip that around and have America on the right and Europe on the left. If you zoom out and look at the Earth with that flat map, it will resemble a horse, with Greenland being the head, America
What
being the
flat
chest,
map are you talking
Russia
about?
being the back. Just on Google Maps, you open Google Maps. You know how like they normally look like they have the United States on the left and then Europe on the right on the maps.
Yeah, yeah. On the Mercator map? Sure.
Yeah. So if you flip that around instead of America on the left and make it in the front, it resembles a horse with Greenland being the head, with the big mass up there, and then the islands leading down is like the neck bones, and then the chest and back and shoulders is Canada, chest is America, South America is front legs, Africa is the rear.
Can you post a
Legs,
picture?
and then
Like
yeah,
I'm having a
I
hard
got it.
time visualizing it.
Yeah, I'll post it. It's right here. Sorry, my girlfriend is dressing up some dude in this game, but this
I'm
is what.
sorry. Sounds
Yeah,
like
I know.
you
That's
got
what I walked
a
into
bigger
too.
problem to deal with. Hold on.
Your girl's dressed like a dude?
No, she's
You
playing
gonna
this
get
game
pegged
and
tonight?
she's streaming someone right now. But anyways, if you look at the map right here, so Greenland the head, the neck is the islands leading down to Canada, America's the chest cavity, South
Okay,
America
great.
is
You have
the front legs.
pareidolia. So fucking what? I mean,
But
I
yeah,
sold some toast that looked like Jesus Christ on eBay yesterday. So
speaking
who
of Jesus
cares?
Christ, it might actually answer what the Bible's talking about, the four horsemen. Because the four horsemen are all riding the four horsemen are all riding their horses, and the horses are represented in different stages, like through war, all these things, governmental control, to the end, and it could be all stages of the earth. These are all stages of the conditions of the horse they are riding. Because if you look, the people aren't different colors. It's just the horse. It's just
Okay, you
people
got a vivid
on the earth at that
imagination. You just
time.
have pareidolia, dude. Pareidolia is when you see images and random patterns of shit.
I see it in the Bible. I see it in a lot of things, like clouds, for instance. I can sit there and like have a conversation with the clouds. I can hear the wind and hear tones. Like
I hope your
you know,
girlfriend hears you, dude.
have
It's gonna be the end of your relationship.
have you ever seen a flag kind of flicker in the wind? I imagine that to be like God's voice. You know what I mean?
Awesome. I don't know if I'd rather talk to Mez or you. And I fucking hate Mez.
Well, you better deal with it because I'm going to be here for another 20 minutes.
Ugh.
The
I
great
don't actually
episode.
have to deal with it the same way I'm not dealing with Mez right now. Because Mez can't answer a fucking question. He keeps asking me for proof when he doesn't believe in proof existing.
Well, you guys bicker about this quite a bit, don't you?
Well, why would it? He doesn't believe there is such a thing as proof at all. Not just flat Earth at all. That there's no such thing. That doesn't exist.
Like existence is just a simulation kind of shit, or what?
I guess he thinks he's a brain in a jar.
Brain in a jar, exactly. And we're in a brain in a jar inside of a huge capsule that, if you zoom out, is just the size of a marble that's in a bag full of other marbles. And those marbles are all used for specific tasks, and ours is to mine gold and to expand technology.
Yeah, Mez. Mez is trying to project his frickin' mental infirmity on us. It's crazy, dude. Mez, you're just a troll. You're
How do you know
just
he's
a troll.
trolling? What if he has that
He's
creative
been in here
imagination?
for 2 or 3 years. I asked him earlier, Steelman won flat Earth argument, and in 2.5 years, he has not listened even once. Now, this dude, you got to remember who we're talking about here. Mez, he started a group with 5 other than him, Globetards,
Yeah.
called Globe 46. They had a little freaking debate clan that would come in here and try to debate us.
Oh,
Now, I
okay.
have another name for GF, which is like, I mean,
I know Crit pretty well. He goes to a lot of my servers and advertises. and
no, you
stuff.
didn't ask for evidence. Now you're lying. Now you're banned.
What? What are you talking about?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Mez.
Oh, he's in chat right now. Do I have him muted or something?
I don't accept lying at all.
2-day ban. Oh wow.
I wish it could be longer. You should be permanent banned from this channel, but that's just my opinion. He should be probably
I didn't
permanent
even
banned.
notice him.
I think he just goes from. He was the idiot talking in the beginning.
Oh shit. Okay.
Mez.
Yeah, he just
Mez
literally
has been
just
coming
literally-
in here since this was a regular channel 2 or 3 years ago, and he cannot repeat a single flat Earth argument, even though he formed a group called Globe 46 to quote unquote debate this topic. He intentionally he sticks his fingers in his ears and goes nya 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 nya. It's good. It's a tactic. It's called ask, ignore, repeat. Where you ask a question, you get an answer, but you ignore the answer, and then you repeat the question, and then say you didn't answer my question.
Yeah, bro.
It's a
Not only were
tactic.
we here for a couple of years, we were the #1 voice channel by more than double of the next 2 channels sometimes. So we have tons and tons of concurrent hours talking about this with him being a guest, and he still is too dumb to make an argument that we've made.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure our clipboard has a clip of him up. I could probably just look on there. Or not clipboard. Who was the other dude that was making clips after clipboard?
Imagine?
No. There was someone in between.
Doesn't Crit make videos?
Can't remember.
Pretty sure Crit makes videos, right? I guess AI you'd know, right?
I don't know if he makes his own videos or if he just clips them out from the live stream.
Live stream, okay.
Indio, just go to one of our clip channels and see if they post it.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Right outside. Where are you at?
I'm right behind you.
She knows I'm right behind her.
All right, good. Batman's on break tonight, boys.
Batman needs a lodging.
This is my natural voice. Bro, you ever seen Pete Holmes' comedy where he plays Batman? It's so freaking hilarious.
I don't think I have.
You should look it up, dude. It's funny. One of his skits is where he's like the head of the Justice League or whatever, and he's interviewing all the other members to see if they should stay on the team, and he's just like nagging them and down talking them. Like Aquaman, he's like brings Aquaman, and he's like, "All right, what's your powers?" And Aquaman's like, "All right, so I can communicate with undersea creatures." He's like, "All right, talks to fish." Any other powers? He's like, "Well, I can teleport our whole team on the water." And he's like, "You know what else could do that? A boat." He's like, "Can you go faster than a boat?" And he's like, "Yeah, I could go faster than a slow boat." Oh man, you just got to watch it, bro. If you're into that kind of dry humor.
You know, people like Mez thrive in discords like this because there's zero accountability here. Zero.
I like having. So there's a couple of images where there's coins disappearing on a tabletop, and he proved they were taken with a camera below the tabletop by showing a picture of his camera below a tabletop.
You know, they say the camera's below the tabletop. How do you know that? Because I can't see the bottom of the coins. Well, that's the thing in question, right? The thing in question is if the camera is, you know, at a small angle above the tabletop, can I see the coins? You're just assuming it's below because you can't see the bottom. Right, which is the thing in question in the first place. So the one I got, you can see the reflections of curtains behind the table in the tabletop, and the coin is
Yeah.
under that, right? So it's like, so somehow the camera's under the table and seeing the reflection of the surface. How does that work?
Negative parallax. That's how.
Oh, there you go. You know what?
That's why I
Mathematically,
paid the
that
big
would work.
bucks.
AI, mathematically, that would work. That's fucked
I
up.
know, right? Listen, dude, I tell Globers all the time, if you guys need help, just pay the $5 on Fiverr, my consulting fee, and I'll answer the questions for you. Ain't no flat earther gonna get past me, bro. Negative parallax, bro.
Negative fucking parallax. And then you like they go, there's no such thing as that. We observe that in astronomy all the time. Just say that. The astronomers proved it. Wow, that's such a great answer, dude. Oh, another genius.
Hey, I should write a new book called Retarded Glober Interpretations of the Sky by Negative Parallax. No, wait a minute. Let me redo that. So the original was Zetetic Astronomy by Parallax. So I'll call it Retarded Astronomy by Negative Parallax.
Imagine if I actually reported all the people I said I was reporting. I only report people that say kill yourself. Promotion suicide is not cool.
I'm getting reported by somebody. I'm on notice. We'll see what comes of it. It's going to be so much fun. Oh, man. Dude, I'm up in the Vermont mountains doing carpentry in the middle of the night in the open air. Stars everywhere. Babbling brook. Crisp air. Maz, you know what crisp air feels like? Oh. Wait a minute, did we just ban him? Haunting him and he's not even here. All right, back on mute for me. I got to do some sanding.
I can't believe you've never heard of the horse Earth theory before. Crazy. I thought everyone knew about that.
I heard of the Horrors Earth theory.
What, there's a bunch of whores on Earth?
Fucking lots of them.
I heard about the
What, they don't have
7/6R
reason.
Earth theory.
Standard refraction. The standard of no standard.
I prefer, though, to use 1 degree divided by 932 miles. Or 1 degree per 932 miles. Because
Wouldn't that
that
be a
does not...
linear relationship?
What's that?
Wouldn't that be a linear relationship?
Angularly, yes.
Yeah, well, that still don't make sense. Angularly or otherwise. It's an exponential curve, remember?
Well, the drop from a horizontal is exponential. But the angle versus distance is not exponential. It's linear. It's the same thing with the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. It's linear.
Yeah, but it has to constantly be changing, right?
Which that, the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles or the 1 degree per 932 US statute miles?
But, dude, you're talking that 7/6R would be like from a single observation point. The angle, like the drop, that dip, that's not going to be linear. So like the dip angle to a spot on the surface of the Earth 1,000 miles away isn't going to be like 2 times the dip angle at 2,000 miles away.
I'm not sure I'm following. I apologize. Try again.
The dip, dude, the dip angle. The tangent.
Right.
Like say you have a line of sight that goes through some spot. Way can I put it? That if the Earth was transparent, you'd have a direct line of sight to that point. That angle. That is not going to be a constant angle.
No, it would change with the distance linearly.
Yeah. Oh, so 20 miles is twice the angle as 10 miles.
Right, approximately at least. Possibly
Well,
exactly.
is 200 miles 10 times the angle of 20 miles? How about 1,000 miles? Is that fucking 100 times 1 mile or 10 miles?
Let me look up the equal angles or the central angle theorem here. Hold on.
And, they're just trying to reverse engineer something that's talking about the path of the light rather than just inflating the radius and assuming straight rays, which is what math actually does.
Yeah, he's pulling out his ass, fucking basically Matthew Learns nonsense. There's only 0.0001 angle to change per fucking meter or something stupid. Yeah, we can all think of a fucking metric that, like, it at first glance it seems small.
Dude, that was Scott Mackey's favorite thing to say. It's only like 0.01 of a degree over, 100 miles.
Yeah, the same thing with the air pressure thing, right?
If
It's
you were
only
a beach
missing
ball,
14.9999999999999% less. It's only 14, that bull crap, right? I want to see them take their theory into the vacuum chamber in their little spacesuit. You remember that argument where they're saying it's only 14 pounds of pressure per square inch difference. Doesn't
someone tried
matter.
to
It's
show
just
me
a.
one. Sorry.
No, go ahead, dude.
I was gonna say someone tried to show me one, and they got the guy testing an alleged astronaut suit in a pressure chamber, and then when I watched it, they were only testing it to high altitude aircraft flight, so they're not even testing it past the pressure ceiling of the aerodynamic loss of control surfaces. So less than 100,000 feet, basically. So I think the guy read out the last thing he read out was 70,000 feet pressure. And that's supposed to be testing the vacuum of space. Like, get out of town, bro. Nice try, though.
It's not even close.
But the water did boil apparently water boils at 60,000 feet. I was like, what? Yeah, that's nowhere near what you need to be demonstrating. You hear this gun? No? Sweet. Chris works good, bro. And did you know that my router bits are concentric curves for the curvature of the Earth? So that way, when I'm doing my router roundovers, I can make sure it accounts for the curve of the Earth. Pretty sweet.
Seems legit.
How convenient.
I know, right? The other day, someone was arguing with me that a circle and another circle are concentric to each other if they have the same center. I was like, oh, man.
What if they overlap?
Oh, you mean the exact same radius?
Yeah. That wouldn't be true.
Well, I think concentric just means you have to share the same center, technically. But I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what the word means, but I don't know what it means. It might mean a math has to be smaller or larger.
Anyway, just for the record, the coin thing, Jesse, I don't think the coin thing in the camera. Maybe that says.
That's unrelated.
Well, I just want to say because I just saw your good old video here. I don't think that that's a good argument because the lens itself is large, and part of the lens will be over the table, and part of it will be under the table.
Right, and then when you go to
unless the table's gigantic, you can't do it on a regular table. It would have to be a fucking table that's like 300 meters long to have the entirety of the lens above the table.
Right, so I think we're agreeing that when you go to full wide view or wide pan, then that shrinks the effective aperture, and which if the effective
camera
aperture
also physically moves closer to the edge of the table. Okay, did you ever think about that? That the angle to the surface changes. And if you move the camera, when you zoom out, you know how the camera goes out? You're physically changing the distance. And so now, when it was out, right, when the camera was zoomed out closer to the camera body, that angle to the surface is different than when you zoom in, right? And now that angle's changed. The intersection angle of the surface. You got to think of the lens not as a point, but as a freaking, like almost like a line, right? So you have the top of the lens and the bottom of the lens. The whole lens collects light and projects it onto the sensor. Okay? So if a little bit of light from above the table goes into the top of the lens, you're going to see something. And none goes in the bottom, right? That's on the surface. But when you zoom in, what would be visible before, you just change the angle from the angle that's made from the top of the lens to the intersection angle of the table. That changes. So I don't think that this is a good experiment because of the scale. I don't think the tabletop, the fucking lens, it's just the wrong scale. The lens doesn't scale with the whole thing. So, but I don't care about that because we have all the Sky Free videos which the fucking lens is certainly above the water and demonstrates the effect at a small distance. You've seen those, right? You've seen the Sky Free videos, right?
Oh, I've seen quite a number of them. I don't know if I've seen them all, but they're excellent. I love those.
Yeah, and she demonstrates there's a horizon on a lake that's 1,000 feet long that there should be no horizon on. You understand that there should not be a horizon on that lake at all.
Yes, and I understand how upward curving light near a worm surface would definitely do that.
Well, whatever the reason, it's irrelevant, but it's not Earth curve. We don't need to know the reason. We can demonstrate. So the point is to eliminate the variable of Earth curve and getting the same optical effect that people say is ships over the horizon. Right? So you have the same optics. The optics that they say, this is impossible on a flat Earth. You can't see this on a flat Earth. That's what they say, right? If I was a flat Earth, I'd be able to see China. If it was a flat Earth, I should see all the way to the bottom of something. That's the claim. That if we ever look out and we see half a boat, that the only reason that can happen is Earth curve. And it can't happen for any other reason. Okay? That is the claim. Sky Free has demonstrated that's not true. Because it can't be Earth curve in those tests.
Would that be the Glober committing the single cause fallacy by saying it could only be Earth curve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. Sure. I mean,
among two others, it's three fallacies at once, brother.
Forming the consequent.
Would it also be a fallacy to say that it can only be light curve?
Well, we know at that distance it can only be light curve.
Right.
Can't be Earth curve at that distance.
Right.
Not in the globe model unless you think it's a tiny Earth.
But what about greater distances? Like, yeah. Is it a fallacy to say that it can only be light curve ever? Or would it be more proper to say that it's simply a combination of where the rays of light intersect the surface?
The fallacy is that any observation of the horizon blocking or not blocking something and making a claim that it's Earth curve or flat Earth is erroneous because it's completely fucking optical. The horizon position is completely optical. It has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. Well, not nothing, but, you know, it isn't because the surface is curving or anything like that.
Right. Watch this, Indio. Jesse, to combat this, you need to show Indio an example of the physical horizon being photographed. Go ahead, please.
What is a physical horizon?
Good question. The thing that blocks boats and the sun sets behind, Jesse. Didn't you know that?
I mean, by definition, by traditional definition, the horizon is an optical thing, not a solid thing. Of course, optics is part of a branch of physics, so if you're going to grant me that, then any photograph of the horizon is the physical intersection of the rays of light with the surface of the water, right?
Yes. But where you see the surface of water end, right? Where you can't see any more surface of water. That's not where the Earth starts curving down.
So
it's not where the curve starts, Jesse. Okay.
So we agree that it's a fallacy to say that only water curving could cause bottom-up obstruction close to the surface.
Exactly, and it's only taken fucking 8 years to get here.
But can we also agree
Something
that
I realized in fucking goddamn 30 minutes fucking is taken, you know, I don't even know what. Look, if I have a line of sight that's parallel to a surface, can I see that surface?
It depends. If there's
There's
nothing
no depends. Parallel. My line of sight has to intersect the surface to see it, right?
Let me ask it another way, Jesse. Can any optic have a 0 degree field of view?
No.
Okay, so the surface of something like the Earth is you're at a 0-degree angle. Can you see the surface?
You wouldn't see anything if you've got a 0-degree. A 0-degree field of view or angle of elevation.
Angle, dude. Angle. The angle of intersection. So your face is on the ground, dude. With your eye, as close to the ground as you can get it. In fact, you're in a hole, and your eyes, the fucking edge of the hole, takes up half of your eye.
You sure couldn't see it very far.
You're just gonna see. You're just gonna see the edge of the hole. You're not gonna see any of the surface.
Well, technically, if it's a very smooth surface,
it's because. But the whole point is, it's because your line of sight is parallel. You
and
don't have a line of intersection.
And half of your pupil is above the surface, then actually you will be able to gather a small amount of light from the surface in the upper half of your pupil.
Maybe depends on that. Depends on that angle. It depends on how big the hole is, how close you are to the edge, a whole bunch of other shit. Now we know that the theoretical limit would be 0.02 degrees, whatever that angle of intersection is. In that, even if the surface extended past that point, right? So there'll be an angle. So say a mile away is 0.04 degrees. That the surface is, that your intersection angle. And then 2 miles away, just 0.02. Well, people think that, well, there's more surface. So because there's an infinite amount of surface past that point, I should be able to see it. They think of it as an amount and not as an angle. All the surface, no matter how infinite it is going to be in an angle smaller than 0.02. Doesn't matter how large it is. The angle is so small you can't see it. And people can't, this is something I've been battling for 8 years. People just can't seem to comprehend this. And to me, it is so fucking basic and simple if you just think about a checkerboard and the squares on a checkerboard. If you're on an infinite size checkerboard, what do the squares do as you look out to distance? Right? Their orientation changes, and your line of sight gets more and more and more parallel. And at some point, you are no longer going to see the black and white squares as squares. They are just going to be a horizontal line, and past which you can't see anything because your line of sight is effectively parallel. And that's going to be your horizon. That would be in a perfect world in a vacuum, but we don't live in that perfect world in a vacuum. We live in a world with meteorological conditions and air, and our eyes aren't perfect, so they have contrast problems where they can't differentiate blue. But we have the fucking blue water and blue sky, and we're trying to figure out where the dividing line between those two are. So that's a problem. Then you got reflections, and then you got freaking the roughness of the surface of the water. So there's a whole bunch of factors, like variables that go into where the horizon, quote unquote, appears to be. But we can certainly eliminate by experiment that the horizon cannot be the curve of the Earth.
Well, why could it not be a combination of the curve of the Earth and the curve of the light, where they intersect or are tangent?
It could be. We're waiting for someone to demonstrate it experimentally that it's possible, not just say it. See, we've demonstrated from our side that things can be obstructed bottom up on a flat surface. Now, the globe side has to demonstrate that a curved surface can not only look flat, but can make the horizon extend in distance or look closer or further away. But no one's shown that experimentally. Now, they've shown experiments where they use CO2 or methane or something, and they've made something that was behind their curved surface peak appear where it didn't appear before. But that's different than making the horizon move around. No one's ever succeeded in make the horizon appear in a different place. Right, where they take their little lump, their little curved surface that they're looking down with the camera, and they make that thing change. The peak of that hump, either flatten out, move further, move closer. It doesn't move no matter what they do. No matter how much CO2 they pour on it, no matter how much butane they pour on it, no matter what they do, no one's ever managed to make that shit move around. But that's what we're observing in nature because we're trying to do an experiment that's analogous to nature. What are we seeing in nature? We're seeing the horizon move around. Oh, we can make the horizon move around by changing the qualities of the air and temperature on a flat surface, but we can't make the horizon move around on a curved surface no matter what we do. So that's what we need. We need to do the demonstration that it's possible. I mean, talk is cheap, bro. I mean, listen, you know, you're a Glober. You don't deal with the shit we deal with. There's still people every day, even today. I heard it already. Ships over the horizon. Hear this shit every day. Ships over the horizon prove the Earth's a globe. I just saw it. Just saw it on TikTok. Just saw it on X. I can go all over the place. Any freaking social media platform. Someone will be saying, you know, it's cut off. I should see the bottom. If it's a globe, this is impossible on a flat Earth. I hear it every day. Now, maybe you're freaking some enlightened Glober that knows it's not impossible on a flat Earth. But most people believe the idea that it's impossible view on a flat Earth. And we had to go out and do the tests and do the experiments and do all the shit. It started with the coins, and then it got better, and then it got better, and then it got better. Now it's on bodies of water. I mean, the big clue was the National Geographic thing. But that being as it may, the claim is this is impossible on a flat Earth. We've shown that that's not true. So now the converse claim is, hey, Earth's a globe, and the horizon can seem to be, because of refraction, reflection, I don't care what the reason is, it can appear to be further away or closer depending on some meteorological condition. Now, go do what we did. Go out and go do some freaking tests, observations, and show. Yeah, I don't care what you do. As long as it's near analogous to the conditions of nature, show that it's possible. Instead of just saying it. Look at these equations. It's possible. Look at the equations. Even if those equations said that, you'd have to actually go and test it and show it. I think nothing I said is fucking unreasonable from a so-called scientific viewpoint.
Yeah, and you could actually do this yourself with your own eyes and experience it in your own mind, like witness it in a first-hand, present observer knowledge, just by going to a short lake. Pick a short lake for the reasons we just described, and you just lower yourself in the water. Pick a site across to look at. Lower yourself in the water. The things on the other side will disappear before your head even gets close to the water. And keep in mind, like we said earlier, the apex of the arc that's an alleged curvature at 1,000-foot lake is like a fraction of an inch. I think it's like a 32nd of an inch. So that's not going to be blocking anything. So you're going to witness things disappear with your own two eyes, unequivocal proof that can't possibly be obstructed by the water that's between you and it. And so that claim that this phenomenon can only occur if the giant earth curves in the way is just stupid. It's a big fat lie that everybody bought into.
Fucking 20 seconds, someone's going to come in here and say ships go over the horizon. Watch.
That or somebody will come in here and say they can always be zoomed back in completely.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, sometimes that can happen, but that's, you know, I don't really know what to say about that. There's luck. Sometimes I have a video right now, like when you're zoomed out, it looks like half the fucking boat's gone, but you zoom in and you see the entire boat.
Yeah,
I don't think you can zoom things back that are completely disappeared. That's silly.
Yeah, but check this out. If refraction is the cause of the extinction of the horizon, and we have observations like the Rampion Wind Farm, which shows the bottom of all of the wind turbines, the black line that's touching the water. It shows the bottom of them all. Then that means that refraction, if it's the thing pulling up the Rampion wind farm, which the Glovers claim it is, then that means that we should get tons of observations where we can see a whole boat when we zoom in. But we don't. Why is that? Refraction, what I'm trying to get at is refraction always seems to forget to bring up the bottom. Why can't it do it? Why doesn't refraction have the power to show you the bottom of the boat? Should, right?
It
The light.
can. Yeah.
Whoa, really? So then it is possible to zoom in and see an entire boat after it's gone, quote unquote, over the horizon. Wow, dude.
Well, zooming is unrelated, except that obviously as you zoom out and the boat gets reduced to 2 pixels in height, if the bottom is a color similar to the water, its pixel is going to blur in pretty good with the water, whereas you might still get a white pixel for the sail or something. But other than that, zooming doesn't change the amount of the ship, just the number of pixels. But it changes the number of pixels visible of the ship the same as the number of pixels as everything else. In other words, it's just an angular resolution of the camera. Or usually it's uploaded to YouTube at 320p, actually. A lot of these
Right.
zooming...
So when you're zooming in on the boat, you should be switching your apertures, correct? Not your zoom.
Are you mezzing me?
No, I'm being serious. So, for example, we've shown plenty of observations with super C globe geometry, and we've heard throughout the entire time, oh, okay, I shouldn't see that mountain, but why can't I see the bottom of it? I shouldn't see the mountain at all, but why can't I see the bottom? They even do that. I can't see the bottom on supersedery observations by like orders of magnitude, dude. So what is this compunction?
Chicago skyline.
Yeah, or some of the mountains in the what's it called? The Pyrenees.
Yeah. Well, fucking,
Yeah, we
that's
had
a lame one though, because there's mountains in the foreground. Of course, you're not going to see them. There's like
Exactly.
1,400-meter tall mountains in the fucking foreground. I mean, that's just like.
But we were doing the math live with Zanuck and Kosho, and we basically got, well, this geometry is this should be a mile below the curvature, and his reply was, well, why can't I see the bottom? And my reply was, well, why can't refraction bring the bottom back too? Because the bottom light is going out in all directions too, right? Now I do understand it's at the most densest portion of the atmosphere, the lowest, sure. But the Rampion wind farm, right? It's a good example of that. You can have an observation where the perspective line goes right to the horizon, and you see the bottoms of every single object all the way out to the horizon on that perspective line.
Those seem to be the ones where the line of sight is a lot closer to the surface of the water. So my answer would...
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So what's your answer to that?
My answer would be that under conditions which are typical for most of the atmosphere at or above 300 meters above the surface, refraction is only a little bit. It's only 1 degree per 932 miles, or the 17% worth of...
What's a 932 mile?
What's that?
What's a 932 mile?
What's a 932 mile?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure what you're asking, but I did hear the 932 part. Standard refraction equates to an apparent lift of the target by about 1 degree per 932 miles of distance, or 1 degree per 1,500 kilometers of distance.
Okay, good thing you caveated that, because what I was hearing was 930 seconds of a mile. Okay, so there's no such thing as a 932 mile, dude. All right, thanks for clearing that up. So approximately 1,000 miles, dude. Right?
So what elevation is it? What elevation is that at? That it would do that?
It's not a hard cutoff line, but typically above...
Is the gradient steeper or less steep going closer to the ground?
It's typically steeper.
Okay. So we should see farther the lower we go. Because there should be more refraction the lower we go, right? It should cancel out. The horizon should actually be stationary. Because the refraction should cancel out us going lower.
If standard refraction...
You understand what I'm saying, right?
Bear with me here, if you want.
Well, do you understand what I'm saying?
I
Is
think
that
so.
because as you get lower, the horizon should get closer, the geometric horizon. But if refraction is lifting it up, then the horizon should be getting further away. What side's winning the battle? The elevation or the refraction?
The elevation wins the battle until refraction equals or exceeds Earth curve rate. Then the horizon starts getting farther again.
Well, I mean the general rule, dude, not the, the general rule.
The
Well,
what?
no,
What
he
would
was following. Hold on, real quick. He was following the general rule. No matter what the observation is, insert globe.
Well, I assume that because I'm the glober, you're asking me what my answer is to how it works on a globe. If you want me to steelman a flat Earth position, then say so. Otherwise, I'm
Well, I
representing.
mean, well, okay. So this is something I realized like a year ago is that because of Mick West's calculator says observations closer to the water should not be, done because there's more refraction. Okay, fine. So
Well,
does this refraction cancel out the elevation change?
I don't know
So
what.
if I get lower, well, because if I'm at 3 feet and I'm at 6 feet, the horizon distance is two different things, right? But then 6 feet refraction and refraction from an observation of 3 feet are also two different things. According to the globe, it's increased as I get lower. So if the refraction increases and increases the apparent radius of the Earth, which would increase the horizon distance, we also have the globe geometry decreasing the horizon distance at the same time.
The question is it at the same rate or equal or
That
greater
is
rate?
that's what I'm asking you.
And that's what I'm saying is when the refraction lifting exceeds 8 inches per mile squared, then the horizon starts getting farther.
Huh? What? There we could make a function that would actually cancel one out from the other, where the horizon would actually appear to be the same distance no matter what elevation you were, and we would just increase or decrease the refraction accordingly. Should be 100 feet in the air, 3 mile horizon, 6 feet in the air, 3 mile horizon, 6 inches off the ground, 3 mile horizon. You know what making a theory that's like unfalsifiable is, right? Do you think that the globe Earth is falsifiable? Hypothetically? I'm not saying it to admit that it's been falsified. I'm just asking in theory.
In my opinion,
Can we make an
absolutely.
observation? Okay, what would that observation look like?
It could be measuring distances between distant points all over the surface and forming a distance triangle, a trilateration mesh. It could be measuring
You mean like geodetic surveying? Are we going to
What's that?
get rid of the reference ellipsoid? Or are we going to just import that?
No, you wouldn't. No, yeah, just start from scratch. Like, let's
Oh, they've
say,
done that.
well, not flat earthers.
Well, it's called the Public Land Survey System. They've done that.
But they're obviously trying to hide the true shape of the Earth.
They don't use any geoid. There's no geodetic surveying. Everything is grid squares.
Oh, how much of the Earth does it cover on one datum?
Well, I mean, I think they did some of Europe and some of East Coast.
I mean, yeah, you can make grid squares on a limited amount or on a limited area of a globe anywhere, but if you cover the entire globe with those grid squares, they're not gonna line up on their axes are going to be at different angles, and their scaling is going to be different.
How are you going to know when they're at different angles? What are you going to do?
In other words,
see, this is the problem always, is the starting origin of coordinates, that point. What's it going to be? Is it going to be the sky or is it going to be the ground? Because if it's the ground, we can make any fucking goddamn grid we want of anything in our imagination. It becomes complicated when you try to match the ground to the sky in the latitude longitude coordinate system that's the celestial sphere. Then it becomes complicated. It's not complicated until you do that.
Right. That's why I'm advocating for flat earthers and truth seekers like myself coming up with a way to use, say, ham radio to independently measure the straight line or the propagation line distances between points on Earth without relying at all on any other globe stuff.
Ham radio.
Right. Well, that allows
us.
us.
Claim there's like super refraction and shit. Like, how are we going to use that as a measuring device when they say fucking a bunch of bullshit about it?
As a distance measuring, as a time delay, just using its time delay.
Yeah, well, super diffraction will change the time delay because that's what refraction is a change in the speed of light.
But it won't change it like, on large, it won't change it by 3 times, maybe 1% or 2, if that, really.
I mean, they claim that super refraction lets you fucking radar shit from 4,000 kilometers away.
Well, that shouldn't
bother. Have to change it a lot. You have a 4,000 kilometer fucking optical path, right? And, you have a reduced speed of light along that distance. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that it seems like it's a problem with me because I think we need to use some other frequency, like X-ray or something that's more transparent to the air than radio waves.
Well, okay, so it's about 2,000
miles. Fucking
miles.
proton beam, dude.
My protometer is in the shop, right?
Well, I mean, doesn't even have to be this fucking complicated, dude.
But I mean, hear me out. Let's say it's about 2,000 miles between Seattle, Washington, and Chicago. Okay? And even if the speed of light were 1% off between those 2 points, that's a 20-mile error. Right?
Okay.
So even if we perform that measurement with the delay of ham radio signal, and even if we have, goodness, we could have a 2%, a 40-mile error. That's still going to give us a pretty good idea of the distance. And then as we add on a lot of other segments joining city to city to form these large triangles, 20 miles here, 50 miles there, when we're looking at thousands of miles per triangle length, it's going to it's not going to matter. It's still going to work out really good.
Yeah, but you're still going to be making planar triangles, dude. I mean, I don't know what you're thinking.
Well, it would be what all the globers are saying, bring us a map, where's your map? It would be that map. It would be a literal scaled map. We'd be able to determine the actual distances between the actual true physical surface distances between points with a very reasonable margin of uncertainty.
Okay. And then what?
Then we would have a map of flat Earth, and once we had a large mesh of these triangles that covered a significant portion of the habitated part of the world, then we could draw that to scale on whatever it took, and if that fits scaled on a flat sheet of paper, then that would definitely falsify the globe for sure. That would be like the greatest ever flat Earth evidence.
Doesn't even have to be that fucking complicated.
What not to make an existing flat earther feel cozy, but to convince a lot of this would convince a lot of globers. I mean, this would be really powerful.
The only thing that would convince a lot of globers is for some authority figure to say it. Come on, let's be real. The TV has to say it. They're never going to believe it unless the TV says it.
Right, and then listen, I got on record multiple globers saying that if that did occur, where it was absolute that the Earth was indeed flat, they would check themselves into an insane asylum. They wouldn't even accept reality because they said to themselves, "My faculties have been telling me it's a globe this whole time. So if it actually is flat, that clearly must be crazy."
Well, I'm not multiple globers. I have only one personality.
Well, we're not doing a fucking $17 million fucking radio test to make you fucking convinced. We don't like you that much, bro. We ain't doing that GoFundMe.
Well, that's the beauty of it, is it really wouldn't cost that much. A number of flat earthers are already ham radio operators, and I believe we have one among this group who's a licensed ham radio operator. And I am, of course, and there's others I can think of. One other that I can think of off the top of my head. But I'm not sure he comes around here, but he's in other circles. But he works and studies, so he's pretty busy. But anyway, a number of flat earthers already have the ham radios, and it could be a simple little open source electronic circuit board that actually did the timing measurements, so it really wouldn't be that expensive.
Yeah, I don't understand though. Like, you can take this triangle, it's just a geodesic grid, dude. It could be any shape.
Well, let me ask you this.
Because you only have a bunch of triangles that are hooked together. You know the differences between the points on the triangles, but they could wrap around, or they could be skewed, or they could be all sorts of fucking. Right? Let's say, like, you've seen a wire grid of a 3D model, right? It's made up of a bunch of triangles. It's not flat. It's not a globe. It's a fucking Mickey Mouse.
Well, try to look at it. Let me ask you this. Let's say
the distance is, the distance is, you'd have to assume an orientation between the fucking vertices of the triangles. That is the whole problem. Is the plumb line.
Why would I
You
need
understand? So when in geodetic surveying, the first thing they do is reduction of the horizontal direction. So they reduce the measurement to sea level. This dropping in elevation, right, is because that's what they're doing mathematically. They have to project it onto the reference ellipsoid. And when they do this, it rotates the azimuth, the fucking north, south, east, west shit. So that just as a function, because they're assuming that the vertical plane that measurement was taken is not parallel to the vertical plane of some other measurement. So if you have a triangle, right, the vertices of a triangle, they're assuming that those vertical planes that run through each of those measurement locations are not parallel, right? They don't know that they're not parallel. They're not measuring that they're not parallel. They're just assuming that they're not parallel. And what you're doing, you're also going to assume from your radar stations or radio transmitters, your ham radio, you're going to have to assume the orientation, the vertical orientation of each of those transmitters. Okay? Now, just if I had a wireframe fucking Mickey Mouse, and each vertex of those triangles was a little fucking transmitter, right? The distances I could also unwrap that fucking wireframe Mickey Mouse of triangles and project it onto a flat surface by freaking running all the verticals in parallel. Or I could wrap it around the fucking globe by calculating a radius and saying, hey, there's tilt angles based upon as a function of distance, and we're going to have a bunch of vertical fucking planes that wrap around into a circle, right? So that's a great try, but it's not going to do it, because the fundamental thing is the orientation of the positions relative to each other in the vertical axis. You understand? I hope.
I
We
don't
need
understand.
verticals, dude. We need plumbs.
I don't understand why we need plumbs or verticals. if we're just measuring distances?
Because you can have a geodetic network of triangles that can be fixed into any shape.
Okay, let me ask you this.
You
Let's
know,
say
you play video games, Jesse?
Rarely, like no.
Okay. Do you
Essentially
know
no.
how a video game model is made? It's made up of a bunch of little triangles.
Okay.
Okay. In that little model, say it's fucking Mickey Mouse. We make a 3D model of Mickey Mouse. Before Mickey Mouse has his skin on and looks like Mickey Mouse, he's just a wireframe of triangles. Now those triangles are going to have sizes the same way that the ham radio triangles are, and you're going to create a geodesic grid of freaking triangles. But the verticals, the normals to all those triangles, the normal is the intersection of the direction, the perpendicular to the fucking direction of the horizontal, right? So you have to figure out what those are to know what the layout is of the triangles. You can take all those triangles and fix them in size and distances and form it into all sorts of different shapes. Just knowing the distances between triangle vertices isn't enough, because they can mean anything.
Well, you know, the OpenGL or whatever, the 3D rendering engine actually stretches and shrinks those to fit the model.
That's the skin. I'm talking about the triangle. You're talking about the skin that wraps around the model. Yeah, that has to be a distorted, because they start with a rectangle. It's just basically like a photograph, right? It's just a rectangle fucking JPEG that they wrap around the model, and because they start with a distorted image, it's like a skin. That's literally what they call it. It's called a skin. But the underlying wireframe itself can be unwrapped, right? You can actually go into Blender and go unbind on group, and click a bunch of vertices, and then manipulate all the triangles. But you can maintain the triangle shapes. This isn't like a Slinky, where all the triangles are starting to distort as you unwrap them. They won't distort.
Oh, but you're cutting them apart. They're no
Yes.
longer. Okay,
Yes,
what
you're
if you
cutting them
didn't?
apart and you can put them on a plane, but if you measure any individual triangle, it's unchanged.
Well, but what if you didn't cut them apart? Don't cut them apart. Just keep them together. That's what a mesh would be, right?
Yeah, but but the only way to know whether they're connected or not connected is the fucking normals, the surface normals. That means the verticals. So you got to know the orientation of one triangle to another. Let me show you, dude. Yeah, that's a good image. Pretty good. So right, so you got this surface, right? And there's it's made up of a bunch of little triangles. Okay.
Okay, so this.
And all those little lines, those vertical lines, are called surface normals. And you need to know the orientation of these relative to each other. So you have to make a vertical measurement to know if they're tilted. Now, if it's a ball, right, they're all gonna tilt away from each other at a certain rate, right? So 69 miles, they'll tilt away from each other 1 degree if the Earth's a globe. But you have to measure that. You can't measure it simply by measuring the horizontal distance of the triangle. It's not going to give you that information.
Okay, so I recognize that you would not be able, with this method, to differentiate between a cylinder and a flat Earth. Okay, because you can peel the side off. You can peel the side off of a cylinder and lay it flat on the table, right? But
Yes.
you cannot peel a half of an orange peel off and lay it flat on the table without it splitting, right?
Yeah, but you're not going to have enough data even to say that.
I believe we would, actually. I believe we have plenty of data to completely eradicate the globe.
Okay.
Because with the
So
distances...
let's say you have the surface area of all of North America. You think that that's enough? That in that small area there'd be enough distortion to be detectable when you already admitted to like a 1% fucking error?
Definitely. And then especially if we...
Definitely not, dude. Fucking definitely not, Jesse. What are you talking about? The distortion would be across the whole. You would need the entire, like, okay, so you got the entire surface, say a globe made up of a bunch of fucking triangles. Then if you tried to unwrap that, right, you would get some fucking distortion if you tried to unwrap that and stick it on a plane, right? It would be fucking, it would have distorted. I mean, you could do it. It would be just bumpy. It wouldn't fit right to the plane. It would just be a bumpy fucking surface. Now that's fine, but that would be if it was the whole fucking surface area. If you just have a subsection, right, North America of a globe, that subsection, the undulation of the fucking distortion would be so small, it wouldn't be measurable. They say that the Earth has 193 million square miles of surface area.
But since ham radio operators communicate across all from any one continent to any other continent, we could really get a pretty comprehensive coverage, couldn't we?
I mean, look, it's something I guess you could try, but I don't think that it would be. It's like a Rube Goldberg device. There's too many fucking moving parts. It's too complicated. Not complicated as in the technical part. The technical part's easy. It's too complicated and there's a series of inferences you have to make to reach a conclusion. You assume, hey, dude, we got accurate distance measurements. Hey, dude, we have accurate fucking vertical orientations. Hey, dude, that we have the measurement precision to know that this level of distortion is not possible if the Earth was flat. And like there's a bunch of fucking assumptions in there. There's easier ways to do it. I don't know why you globe earthers try to make this shit as complicated as possible.
Well,
I mean, I asked you like how to falsify it, dude. There's only one question: is it curving or not curving? Like, why are we doing ham radio? Why are we going to Antarctica to look at the sun? Why are we doing all this weird shit? It's like you guys don't want to know. That's what I feel like. You guys don't actually want to know.
Well, I think it's a very simple, very good test, and I think it would very effectively...
But it's loaded with assumptions, Jesse. Didn't you just hear me? You admitted you would have a triangle mesh, and you admitted that mesh, could be put on a flat plane, and there'd be no distance differences. You're you're trying to measure a distance, and then from your distance measurements, determine right the form of the surface, right? There might even be like I'm not an expert in fucking topology, but there might even be a mathematical reason why this isn't even possible. Just from the distance information. Because what you're going to test, what you're actually going to measure is the distances. From distances alone, can you get the shape of the Earth? I don't think so. I think you need more information. I think you need the verticals, the orientation of the verticals of the measurement points relative to each other. Then you'll have more information. And then you're going to need some fraction. I don't even think you need all the verticals. I think if you probably had like 20% of the verticals, that would be enough. You might be able to do it through polarization, maybe. Be able to tell the orientation by the reception of the phase. You might be able to use, like, another thing I thought about is using orbital angular momentum. That might be possible because that will keep creates like a vortex wave phase, and it doesn't distort. It distorts much less under distance, right? So, say you have a transmitter that puts orbital angular momentum on the signal. It's like a polarization, and then you have a receiver. Your receiver can pick up. It can get a cross section of the wave packet, and if it makes an oval, that means that it's tilted relative to the transmitter. You understand? It's like the cross section of a cone. Because it's supposed to cut, it's basically like a donut, right? So it comes out like a donut. But if that donut hits something that's tilted, right? The top of the donut will arrive. Say it's tilted forward, the top forward. Then the top of the donut will hit first and the bottom second. And then you can measure that fucking phase delay to figure out if the orientation of the antennas. So you take one that's, at their location, you measure them absolutely vertical. And then if they're tilted, then you can actually measure the tilt of the transmission. So you can measure the displacements of the verticals relative to each other. It just becomes more complicated. You need a more complicated antenna. But it's doable. I don't think you can do it with just distance information, Jesse. I just don't think that's enough. It's not that I don't think it's. I know it's not enough. It's not even a matter of thinking.
So you really think that if, like, let's say I took half-inch wide painter's tape and I covered the top half of a basketball with a net of triangles, all sharing corners.
Half, you gonna do the freaking everything north of the equator?
Sure. Like, let's say you did
Good
everything.
luck, bro.
Well, just hear me
How
out,
you
though.
gonna cover the Pacific Ocean?
Okay, it's a basketball. It's a geometry question, not an Earth question.
Okay.
Because it seemed you were indicating that a triangle mesh could be taken and made on, made to match any surface and then laid flat without breaking or stretching any triangles.
Depends on the size of the triangles. Depends on the resolution of the triangles. The tessellation, that's the technical term.
You mean if there's small enough triangles, then I could peel a mesh off of
the smaller the triangles, the closer it will be for the triangles to approximate the surface of a sphere, right? And the closer they are approximation to the exact surface of a sphere, the more distortion there's going to be when you try to flatten it out. Now, if you use bigger triangles, there'll be less distortion.
Okay, so let's say I take a basketball and I cover exactly half of it with, you pick paper mache, which I then let dry and harden, or a triangle net made from painter's tape, where there's all the triangles are sharing two corners with another triangle and there's no gaps in it. And I take this hemispherical triangle mesh or paper mache mesh off. You're saying I could then lay that flat on a table without stretching or breaking any triangles or breaking them apart?
Say that again. How'd you get from paper mache to triangles?
Well, you seem to indicate, if I understand correctly, that if the triangles were small enough, then it would be able to lay flat if taken off the globe, and the paper mache.
Look, bro. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like you ever played with any 3D app or anything like that. It's really simple. The smaller the triangles, if you want to make a sphere in a 3D environment, the smaller the triangles, the smoother the sphere is going to look. Because if you use a lot of triangles, you can approximate the proportions of a sphere closer, right? The surface. You have it's like a higher resolution, right? Tiny, 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 tiny triangles can really approximate the surface of a sphere. Because you got to remember all these triangles are planar, right? So it's a bunch of little triangle planes. And you're trying to fit it as closely to the surface of a sphere. The smaller the triangles, the closer to the surface you can get. approximate the surface. The bigger the triangles, right? Say we have 6 triangles for the northern hemisphere and fucking goddamn 6 triangles for the southern hemisphere. That's not even gonna look like a sphere, right? It's gonna be approximate sphere. Not really, kind of, but not really. Right? So we want smaller and smaller triangles. But if I took that 6 triangle hemisphere sphere for each hemisphere, it would be easy to flatten that out, right? The 6 triangles is just basically like a flower. You push in the fucking middle and it will get flat. But if there was lots and lots of triangles, it would, and you pushed, say, on the North Pole. So say you had half the hemisphere and lots of little triangles, and then you pushed on the North Pole, it would just become like a fucking undulating distortion. To like on a flat surface, it would be bumpy, like fabric. Think of it like fabric. It would be like fucking rolls of fabric. It wouldn't be smooth. Anyway, I don't know. Like the point is that the larger the triangle, the less resolution, the easier it's going to be to map it to a flat surface. The more triangles, the harder it's going to be to map it to a flat surface.
Oh, so the fewer triangles would be easier to map it to a flat surface?
Yes.
Okay.
The larger the triangle.
Right. The larger, fewer right. Okay. So let's say, you know how.
I don't know. I think there might be. I might want to correct myself. There might be some weird. Topography's weird, dude. There might be some fucking weird limit where it flips. Where, like, there's like a sweet spot where it wouldn't map, but then when you get into like a ridiculously large number of triangles, that would like flip like trillions of triangles. That you can make the undulation so small that it would basically be flat. Because what you're going to have is almost like waves on the ocean, right? With triangles, right, going up and down when you try to push it down onto the flat surface. Right? But the smaller the triangles, the more you can push it down. But there's going to be like a sweet spot where it doesn't match. Where it'll be obvious, though, like a maximum, I don't know what that would be.
Well, and that's why I mentioned the paper mache, because that represents an infinite number of zero-sized triangles.
No, it doesn't, dude. It's paper mache. It's fucking made up of fucking little strands of shit, dude. You ever look at paper under a microscope?
Oh yeah, it's millions of tiny little triangles all overlapped at different angles. I mean,
They're not triangles. They're little strips.
I know, but there's a strip, and then there will be another strip that crosses that strip at 120 degrees roughly, and then there will be another strip that crosses those two strips at about 120 degrees.
I don't know when the last time you looked at a microscope at a fucking paper, dude. It's like overlapping strands, dude. Like, what are you talking about? It's like strings.
Yeah, they're randomly oriented, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, but they're not like triangles. Triangles are connected at the vertices. It's totally different.
Yeah, but if you have a random mishmash of all these little fibers, two will cross each other, right?
They're all crossing each other. That's what the paper is.
And there will be two crossing each other at 120 degrees, right?
Okay.
Just because they're there and they're at random angles.
Here's a microscope view of fucking newspaper, bro. That's not triangles connected together by vertices, dude.
There are triangles. Now, there's also more triangles stacked up on them and squares.
You're high as fuck, man. Are you high? Put down the weed, man.
But anyway,
listen, just find the verticals. It's that simple, dude. You can do your experiment, find the verticals. That's all. What's so hard about that part?
All right. How would we do that?
I don't know. I gave you the orbital angular momentum thing.
Does that require going into space?
No. No. You know, you got like linearly polarized light, circularly polarized light. So you can make an antenna, and that antenna is basically kind of like shaped like a spiral. So when the electromagnetic radiation leaves, it is spiraling electromagnetic radiation. It has orbital angular momentum. That's what it's called. And they've done this with microwave frequency. I don't know if it's ever been done with radio frequency, to be honest. But I know they've done it with microwave. I know of course, they've done it with light. Right. The highest frequency I know of is microwave. And the thing is, when you transmit it, it doesn't that the shape of the electromagnetic radiation. You know how I showed you that stuff with the wave front distorting, the refraction stuff with the wave front distorting that I showed you like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
I'm not
Probably never
sure.
looked at
You have it handy?
going through the turbulence, right? There was like a side view of shows like the wave front like getting distorted as it goes through turbulent air. This will maintain its shape. It's not really disturbed that much by turbulence and things in the air. So it's coming out like a donut, right? So what happens if you shoot a donut out of a cannon, right? Let's say you covered it in chalk and you shot it out of a cannon, and you shot it at a board that was tilted at 45-degree angle. What shape would that make? That mark? It'd make an oval, right? It wouldn't make a circle. It would make an oval. So you can detect the orientation, the relative orientations. The transmitter's vertical, shoots it out like a donut. If I receive it as a fucking oval, then I know we aren't parallel. That's one way you could do it. Now, like I said, I don't know if it's ever been done with radio. Radio's a long wavelength. They'll probably take a very fucking large antenna. You might be able to use one of those old-ass fucking satellite dishes in like some sheet metal. Tonight's the night for what? Old-ass sheet metal. There's old-ass dishes.
So, if let's say I had this basketball and I created 6 triangles, one of the strings went all the way around the equator, and then of course the remaining point was at, say, the North Pole of the basketball, and then I've got these 6 triangles, kind of like orange section slices, you know. You're saying I could peel that off of the basketball and it would lay quite reasonably flat on a table?
Yeah. It would just undulate. It wouldn't be smooth. I'm trying to find you something, dude. Oh, okay. Spherical tessellations. Okay. Yeah, this should give you the picture of what I'm talking about. Good diagram right here. See that?
I do.
That image? In the side chat?
I see it. Very nice.
Okay. So these are different levels of tessellation of a sphere. See how many triangles are in one, and then they split all those triangles into smaller triangles. Then they split all those triangles into smaller and smaller. Then they do it again, right? So this is called levels of tessellation. Okay. Now, it would be easier to take that low tessellation level one and put that on a flat surface without distortion than the one with, because that's barely even, that's not even a sphere, right? You wouldn't call that a sphere. It's approximating a sphere with triangles shaped in a form of some sort of polygon.
So the dodecahedron?
Yeah, something like that. I don't even think it's technically, is that a dodecahedron? I don't know if they're made of triangles. I think a couple of the faces are pentagons, maybe.
I
Or
think
hexagons.
I think a dodecahedron, yeah, has 12 flat. Oh, a dodecahedron has pentagonal faces. I'm sorry, but they're all equal in the case of a dodecahedron.
Yeah.
At least I assume they're all equal.
Well, of course it's going to tear and roll my boulder. We're talking about if you don't know the orientation of the vertices, the verticals, the normals, if you don't know the orientation relative to each other, it'd be impossible to differentiate this from this surface made of on a flat plane by just knowing the distances between the vertices of these triangles. Knowing the distances alone isn't enough.
So if I made these 6 triangles,
I was talking to roll on my boulder, by the way, in case you didn't know.
I'm sure he heard you. But I don't think he's going to respond in the VC.
Of course not. Because his voice is annoying and I'll probably ban him, so he's probably avoiding it. I mean that with utmost love. I think he's drunk most of the time, but, you know, it could just be his mannerism. But he's right. There's going to be some level of distortion either way. It's only a question of whether distortion is measurable. And how are you going to tell it from one thing to how are you even going to tell whether there is distortion or not from inside the coordinate system? That's just another problem.
But if I made this 6 triangle mesh that fit on one hemisphere of a ball, or that covered one hemisphere of a ball, and I lifted it off and set it down on a table, wouldn't the top of that mesh be a half of a ball's radius above the surface of the table in the center?
See the one with the large triangles? Say you cut that in half and just push down on it, right, from the center triangle. That would just fold out.
So it would have to
like
separate.
we're talking about we're gonna because you don't know the orientations of the fucking points between each other. You just know the distances between points. What you're doing is sending a fucking radio signal and getting a time of flight and knowing the distance between points, right?
Right? Isn't that
you
a
need
form
to
of...
know their orientation relative to something. You have to know what, like, the coordinate system you're in. Which way's north? Which way's south? Which way's X, Y? Like, you need a coordinate system. You need directions.
But isn't it a form of trilateration?
What do you mean?
If we measure...
I have to point my radio in a direction, right? We're gonna use a fucking directional antenna, right?
Not the way I'm thinking. Do you...
So what are you gonna do? Just basically do like an imitation of like GPS or something with a bunch of ham radios?
I mean, I don't know if you'd call it an imitation, but in that it would be trilateration, but between ground stations, I guess it's a sort of an imitation.
Same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. The same methodology. It's the same methodology, just between ground stations.
Right, and it would be entirely operated by flat earthers, and it would not have any government involvement or control.
Operated by flat earthers? You think I'm going to waste my time with this?
You know, that's what's funny, is most flat earthers who understand geometry are not interested in it, and I don't understand why, because it would be the perfect globe killer.
Because it's a step removed from a direct measurement. It's indirect. This is indirect.
Well, What defines a direct measurement?
Measuring the thing that you want to measure. Not
So when
measuring the speed of light. I don't want to
So-
measure the speed of light. I want to measure the surface of the Earth. I don't want to measure the speed of light and infer the surface of the Earth has some form based upon the speed of light. You understand? I don't want something that's theory-laden. We're trying to
Because you-
eliminate theory, right? So, I don't know if you're in here earlier when I asked the kid if I wanted to know if a table was a square, what would I do? If I want to know positively 100% proof, what would I do? I'd measure it. I wouldn't fucking come up with a theory of wood. I mean, the best idea would be to measure it mechanically, but that's freaking there's only one way I could do that, would be even in the price range of any normal fucking budget. Have you ever heard this one? It would be to build a big basin that's a mile long that would curve at 8 inches per mile squared. It would make the arc that the curve of the Earth's supposed to be, and then you'd fill it up with water. So if the water curves, then it'll go all the way to the top of the center and the edges, and it'll be level, right? Curved level across the surface of that, right? Where the edge is even with the water all the way across for a mile. Now, if the Earth is not round and it's flat, the water's never going to reach the peak of that arc, and it's going to pour out the sides.
You could also do it the other way, make it a flat basin and fill it with water and see if the water was lower in the middle. But the
What do you mean? Why would it be lower in the middle? That would be concave, dude.
Well, if the basin was flat, i.e. straight in all axes, like laying a popsicle stick on a basketball, then the center of the popsicle stick will. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, higher. The water would be higher the in the middle as compared to the basin.
Yeah.
But the problem remains: what do you use as a straight edge that's that long? That's the problem. Light in
No,
a
we're
vacuum.
not going to make a straight edge. We're going to make a curved rim. The rim of the basin is going to be curved at the rate of Earth curve.
And how would you know that you had got it just right?
Fucking
Or even
measuring.
close.
That's what we're not relying on level. That's the whole point. Is that we're just using
3D
straight fucking carpentry.
3D printer.
3D printer. There you go.
Yeah,
Use
just
one of
put in
those,
the specs. It builds it for you.
Bro, one of those house ones that fucking 3D print the cement. Fucking do that shit.
You could print a whole small city with that one that big. But I mean, my question is still valid. How would we build this basin to exactly 8
Use
inches
carpentry. It doesn't matter. All we need is the lip, right? The center of the lip has to be one height above the bottom, and then the edges of the thing have to be another height. It doesn't matter what the bottom's doing, because the surface, because we're worried about the surface, is the surface curving or flat? We're going to make it so that if it's curving, it does not spill out, because the height of the water.
But how would we know? But what are we using? What's the procedure to produce that 8 inches per mile squared curve? Or that curve with 39.
Carpentry. Fucking just carpentry.
Yeah, carpentry. But how do you do it? What's the procedure within the art of carpentry that would allow you to accurately produce an 8 inch per mile
Well,
squared
you need
curve?
the engineering diagram to make it, and then you use fucking probably some steel post, or not, maybe rebar, cement, wood. You could use anything, dude. Like, what are you asking me? How to make a mile-long fucking goddamn bathtub?
He's just asking how you would verify the geometry of the object in question.
With a tape measure. fuck, dude? How do they make shit in carpentry, dude? Use a tape measure.
What
I
would
don't
they
think
measure
tape
to?
measures are effective for precise geometry measurements.
Well,
Oh,
they're
okay.
pretty good
Leave
for
your
length.
house right now, dude. Like, seriously. My house is a
I
wreck.
actually work in HVAC, and I could tell you right
It's
now.
2026, and we can't measure things to the nanometer.
I could tell
We
you
don't
right
need to
now.
measure
It's
to a
not about
nanometer.
measurements. Geometry is not.
No, but the
just
point is
about
we can,
measurement.
Indio. Like, that's the thing. They
It's
claim
actually
that they
a
can
little
measure
more
shit to the
complex.
nanometer now.
Can you tell me what
I
the
don't know why this
experiment?
guy is.
Can you tell me what I proposed? It isn't even my proposal. Can you tell me what we proposed to happen? The thing
Yeah,
you're
so
criticizing?
so you're talking about an object that has a certain curvature over a massive distance, right?
Yeah, like a mile.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now that there's literally not a measuring tape that's going to allow you to determine that object's shape to that level of precision.
We can't measure its height.
Its height, what do you mean?
We only need to know
From
the
which
depth.
axis?
The vertical axis.
You mean like if we were to take the object and put it inside of a box for which it's the smallest box it could fit in, and then measure the bottom of the box to the top? Something like that?
Yeah, we're just making a really long bathtub, right? In which the center of that bathtub, okay, so you have the edges, the front, let's say, starting in the end. And then halfway, it's going to be higher in the center. And from the start to the end, it's going to be a slow curve, right? And the difference between the ends and the peak are going to be 8 inches because the Earth's
Yeah, how
supposed
do
to
you
curve
do
at
that
8
with a
inches.
measuring tape?
Because you go to the center and you measure the height and make sure the center measures 8 inches higher than the fucking sides.
Yeah, but to measure against the sides, right? The sides are a mile away.
Yeah, you
Measuring
walk
tape isn't
down there
going
and you
there.
fucking take a measuring tape. Go, 3 feet, 3 feet tall. Walk to the center, 3 feet 8
3
inches.
feet
Look,
tall
we're
from
done.
what? Oh my
From the
God,
fucking
Jesse.
ground, dude.
From the ground. Wait, you think that the object is going to be like placed on like a surface that you already know is flat, and then you're measuring from that surface that's perfectly flat within an accuracy of inches
Doesn't
over the
matter if the
course of a
surface is
mile? Are you
flat, curved.
serious?
Doesn't matter if
Dude,
the surface is flat or curved, because we're measuring the surface of water and we're making it so the water either spills out or doesn't.
oh, that's got even more problems. Jesse, you have fun with this.
Oh yeah, Cope harder.
It's going to be
Crazy,
the
Cope.
funnest bathtub ever. I mean, like, that's essentially a slippery slide. You empty that, soap it up, oil it, whatever, and get in there, man. You're just going to go like a luge. Take a big run up. Woo!
Yeah, so if the Earth is curved, that tub will fill up all the way to the top across its entire length, because the water is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and that means it'll be right at the edge, all the way at the ends and the center. But if the Earth is not curved, then it's going to spill out the sides before it fills up in the center, because the center is 8 inches higher at the rim. Pretty simple. I love how you guys throw a fit with any idea that the globe could be falsified. You guys just throw a fucking shit fit. No
What? No, I was
way!
just telling you
That's the
how the way
globe! I
you think
watch
of the
TV!
problem is just like fundamentally flawed in a
Okay,
practical
nuh-uh
application.
is not an actual reputation. If you actually have a reputation,
That
let's hear
wasn't.
it.
I was explaining what I was specifically doing. I don't know why you tried that rhetoric. That was sad.
Okay, so what was the exact reputation?
Yeah, I'm saying that the practical application of building something like that is not realistic.
Okay, cool. That's your claim. What was the exact reputation?
That was it.
Your claim that it wasn't realistic is the reputation. So, nuh-uh.
No,
Yeah,
not
incredulity.
nuh-uh. I'm
Okay, good.
saying
Can we have
that the
nuh-uh with
conclusion
detail?
you're getting to, which is that there is an
You're going to just repeat
experiment
yourself.
that we can do that would be effective at disproving the Earth is a globe, right, is being refuted via a specific issue that's subsumed by that claim, right?
Okay.
So the
What was
idea
it?
that you can build that object is not the same as the larger idea that this is an experiment that would prove that the Earth is a globe or not, right? Because that
Okay.
is going to hinge on more than whether or not we could build the device. It would also require that the device performing in the way that you claimed would actually
Take it up with
tell
LIGO.
us whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Okay. Can you tell me with any specificity what's wrong with it?
Oh, you're curious as to why it'd be hard to build?
No, not the manufacturing part. What's wrong with the premise of the experiment?
Oh, no, in theory, it's fine. I'm saying you can't build it, though. That's why I
Why?
said that's the problem.
What's the problem with the manufacturer?
Yeah, so as I was going to say a moment ago, building something like that would be incredibly fucking hard, right? You would
Okay.
need materials that are far stronger than anything man has built and something that's just out of the capability of current technology.
Basically, a
Why?
1 mile canal that's above ground is incredibly hard to build. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, that's not what you need. You need something very different
Oh, what
if
do
you
we
want to prove what
need?
you're talking about. And the reason why is because if you think about torque as a function, right, it
Torque!
increases exponentially as you move out from the center of an object. So even something incredibly strong like a steel crowbar, if it's long enough, I could bend it with my bare hands, right? And when I say long enough, I mean like in a matter of
Well,
like
like I
10
said, take
feet,
it up with
right?
LIGO.
And
That's
you're
not
talking about a
torque. That's
mile, not 10 feet.
leverage. Torque applies to a rotating fucking object. You're such a
Uh-huh.
dunce,
Exactly.
dude.
And you know that torque is applied to a long object that spans over a
What's it got to do
distance,
with our
including
fucking
curved
very large
objects.
bathtub?
Yeah, because the bathtub can have force
It's gonna
on the
bend it.
edge of it compared to the center. That would create torque.
It wouldn't be a torque.
It's
It'd
gonna
be a
snap
it
into
would be
you.
Have you
called
ever like
hydrostatic.
used a wrench
It would be
before? Have you ever
hydrostatic
used a
pressure,
wrench?
dude. I
Have you
have
ever been
way
on a
more skill.
seesaw?
Look, I can do electrical, plumbing, roofing, tiling, cement, black asphalt. What else have I done?
If
Painting,
any of that was
sheetrocking,
true, then you would
plastering.
absolutely know why an object that spans that distance that's being held at the
And you
center
must
would
suck at
experience
whatever
heavy
you do if
torque.
you can't think of how to make this. This is very simple. It's basically a fucking canal that's above ground. It's all it is.
Yeah, tell that to like every engineer that would call this idea a joke.
The only problem would be hydrostatic pressure, right? So the hydrostatic pressure of the volume of the water. But you can make fucking rebar and cement, and all you have to do is make fucking slanted fucking walls. Berms, right? You make the walls of berms. You know what a berm is? And you rebar that shit into the fucking ground with fucking piles. You can put it fucking 100 feet deep. It's fucking, this is trivial. I don't even think it'd be that expensive. Most expensive part would be the pouring of the fucking concrete. Of course, he's self-deafened. You can just fucking fuck
Pain in
off
the
then.
labourers.
Well, I mean, if you set up, you get a millwright to set up the
Deafened like a
fucking
pussy.
concrete, the concrete processing plant right on site, dude. Fucking, you do it fucking cheap. That way you don't have to fucking cart the concrete everywhere. They do that. I don't know if you ever heard of them doing that, right? They just set up a concrete fucking plant, a small one. So they only got to fucking make a goddamn short run from loading up the fucking concrete truck to the location. I just saw one the other day at Logan Airport that they set up because they're building a whole new bunch of construction over there. You're like, we don't have to go through the fucking city. Fuck that. We'll just bring the concrete plant over here.
Makes sense.
It wouldn't even be expensive, dude. Well, I mean, it would be a little expensive, more than I can afford. Oh, you want to talk to this guy some more? He's going to tell us about how this isn't doable.
No, he deafened like a pussy.
How you had a call? I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, yeah, he had a call. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
I don't know what you're.
We mute
Okay,
deafen people that protest. Like some people protest by deafening what they're hearing, and
but like deafening makes it so you can't talk. Okay. Anyways,
well, no, some people like we go, hey, we're gonna mute you if you don't stop doing whatever you're doing, and then after we mute them, they deafen themselves. So yeah, that's insta ban. But you didn't do that. You didn't like do that. We just thought you did a deafen protest, so we just muted you. But it's all good.
Let's go back to the experiment. So the idea is, let's build an object, right, that we can verify has the same average curvature of the supposed globe Earth, right? And we fill this object with water, right? And we see if the water spills out the sides.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's two things to mention right out the gate. First and most importantly, if you're able to measure and verify that this object actually has that curvature over such a long distance, whatever method you used to determine that would just as, if not even more easily, be used to determine that the Earth has that curve itself. So this whole experiment is kind of useless.
Look, this isn't my preferred thing, but everybody wants to whine that they don't like laser tests, radio waves, microwaves, fucking, that they don't like that because of all sorts of things. They don't like reflections. So this would be the closest to a direct mechanical measurement of the surface of the Earth.
No, I hear you, but like, think about this, right? Whatever problems that both sides have with making measurements of the Earth's curve, whatever those problems are just as easily going to apply to measuring and verifying the curve of this incredibly massive multi-mile long object, right? So
you should be able to verify it because you should be able to go to the center and measure that it's 8 inches higher than the sides.
Yeah, but the way you would do that is the same way you would determine that some point you're standing on Earth is that much higher than some edges of the Earth, right?
No, because you could do this with just a tape measure. You don't need a theodolite. You don't need any of that crap. You can measure this
why
directly.
is it that you could use a tape measure to verify
to
the
measure the height
geometry of this, but not the Earth?
Okay. Because long distances that we have to measure curvature, right? We're using
Yeah, but this object is also long distance because it's like miles long, right?
Yeah, it's a mile.
Okay, so let's say 1 mile. All right, so if we're measuring a mile away on Earth, right, and the object is just like the surface of the Earth, right? I don't see why it would be any easier to measure this object that we built than
We
the Earth
have done this, but they'll cry refraction. Lifted something up 8 inches and that it's not actually flat. It got the globe got refracted up to make it look flat. This is the shit they say. This is why this exists as a potential test, because you're not relying on optics. You can just take tape measure and go see that the 8 inches exists.
Wait, I hear that, but I'm just saying that I don't see why this object that you're building can be verified to have this shape with a tape measure, but the Earth can't be verified to have that shape with a tape measure. Like, the same principles would apply to both. That's all I'm saying.
No, because typically what you have to do is measure over water, right? And they'll say that the water itself conforms to the curvature of the Earth, right? So if I measure one end, right? So say I take my tape measure and measure 1 foot above water on one side, and then go a mile away on the water and measure a foot above the water on the other side, they'll just say the water's curved. Right? And then I'm not measuring a flat surface, and there's not a straight line between the fucking 1 foot 1 foot high in the tape measure, and that actually level is curved. This is the shit they say.
Wait, but why is that not also going to apply to the object? I mean, the
Because we're
object
measuring
is
it directly, because we don't have to rely on lines of sight and shit like that.
Wait, maybe I should draw
We don't
this
have
out.
to assume
Let me
it.
see if
We
I
don't have
share
to
screen.
assume anything.
I'm gonna make like a thing. I'm gonna share
This
screen and
is
draw
the
something real
point of
quick.
this is determining whether the water level is curved or flat. You understand? They say
Yeah, but
level's
I have to draw
curved.
something.
We say level's flat. We're going to figure out whether level is curved or flat by comparing the surface level of the water to a curved basin.
Yeah, here I'm gonna share screen. I think I like see what's going on here maybe. So check out the share screen in a second. Let's see how to do this. Share screen. Okay. So this is like a crude drawing app because I'm just on my phone and I'm on the go right now, but let's see if this works. So let's put this and let's just get like red for the ground, or we'll do blue for the water right now. Okay. So you're saying that, yeah, if the water, so you're saying that people are saying, oh, when you measure the water with a measuring tape, we'll use yellow for the measuring tape, okay? Yeah, this is like 1 foot off the water, but when you go way off a mile, right? Instead of this showing that, oh, there's a discrepancy in the height right here, right? What they're saying is, oh, but the water's curved, right? So you're like
No, they're
measuring at an
saying that
angle that's
refraction,
proportional to the water.
what they say is refraction picked up the other end. Because we're not measuring a drop. Okay? There is no drop.
Oh, other
So
people will say that they do measure a drop.
yeah, well, they're full of shit, and I'd like to see it.
Well, I think that's the dispute that would need to be resolved before trying to measure an object that's like identical, supposedly. But in any case,
That dispute has been resolved.
oh, I
We
don't
just get a
know about
bunch of
that.
nuh-ahs. So we've got laser tests, 36, 40, or fucking 25 miles. We measure the height of the laser off the surface of the Earth, and there's no difference. There's no change in height where the surface of where the laser's parallel to the surface of the Earth. But they just say refraction picks up the laser, right?
Well, there's a couple things. So if what they're saying is something like refraction will have an effect on the path of the light, that seems not just plausible, but almost definitely true. Because I have actually looked at pictures of areas on different days, and the horizon tends to move. So surely, with that observation, you guys would agree that refraction is
Yeah,
real.
but to that degree, to
You're
the
moving the
degree that it makes it
horizon.
appear like it didn't change its path. Because seriously, that's what it seems like. Okay, we're going to point this laser from 5 foot at this target over the distance where the target is at 5 foot. So they're pointing straight at each other, right? We're going to shoot it. Oh, look at that. We hit the target, right? Then they say, no, they're actually, yes, at the same elevation, but there's a curve in between, and the light went with the curve over the curve, right? And followed the curve. That's why
Yeah,
it hit
that
it. So
actually,
it changed direction to hit the target instead of usually when we point like a light at a target and it doesn't hit it, we then say that it refracted, not the
yeah.
other way
So listen,
round.
yeah, but check it out. So a couple things. The first thing is I just want to verify that you agree that there is refraction, because literally when we look on different days, right, we do actually see the horizon's distance changing. So we both agree that refraction is real and changes the path of light, right?
Yeah, but listen, yeah, refraction is real, but can it do what they say it does? That's a different
Okay, so
question.
yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we actually agree on that. Okay,
Yeah,
so
listen, refraction in turbulence will make shit fucking move around. Everybody knows this. You look up in the sky and you see twinkle, twinkle, little star. That's caused by changes of and variations of the refractive index caused by turbulence. We all know this happens. This isn't in question. The question is, does refraction exist in such a way that it makes a globe Earth look flat? Okay, is it possible to make the globe Earth look flat over distances of 25 and 30 miles? Is the
yeah,
refraction
so now, yeah,
can
I'm
weather
happy to talk
conditions
about
hold
that.
on, can weather conditions exist that can actually do this? It's our contention they don't. They cannot exist. Like, they're basically this is almost like a special pleading. They're saying, "Hey, dude, there could be this crazy refraction that like all the time, every time we go do a test, it happens. This fucking weird refraction."
Yeah, I'm
Because
happy to talk about that. I just wanted to make sure.
some of these observations make it so that the Earth would have to have a circumference of 1.6 million fucking miles.
Indio, I heard you. All right, listen, I just wanted to progress the conversation. Like, I already heard it. Okay, so a couple things. So since we agree that there's a refraction, right? The question now is there enough refraction? And I looked in side chat, and Jesse posted something, said, I did a controlled test where I objectively measured the apparent elevation angle to the surface of the water at the side of the ship 7 miles away on different days. Also to a lighthouse at 2.6 miles. I literally saw the water above eye level horizontal. Okay, so we have verification of it curving to a
Only
degree that's
7
significant
miles,
enough
though.
that it's a certain amount
It's
above eye
only
level.
7 miles, dude. The amount of fucking drop in 7 miles is only 60 feet. We're talking hundreds of feet here. Hundreds.
Yeah, but
So at
I want you
20,
to imagine
look,
this.
bro,
So
at 30
when the
miles,
light,
at 30 miles, the drop is supposed to be 420 and 40 feet. 440 feet.
yeah, I
Okay,
know. There's an exponential
127
drop
meters.
due to the formula that uses. I know. But here's the thing. That actually also applies to the way the light curves. Because if the light is curving over
You're
distance,
presupposing what you're trying to prove, dude.
no, you agree that there is refraction, as in the light will
Yeah, but
curve
that
one
doesn't
direction or the
mean
other,
the light.
right?
No. You're confused. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Refraction and curving light are two different things.
Wait, what do you think refraction is?
It isn't the curving of light. Light gets displaced. Okay. You see, this is a basic.
How is that
Light
different?
light is not a ray. Is light a ray?
Oh. I mean, if by ray you mean something that's traveling on some vectoid path, I would say yes. I don't know what else you mean by ray, but
Light is not a ray. Light is a wave.
okay, regardless, do you agree that we could describe the path of light with an arrow?
Yeah, you can, but that arrow designates the orientation of the phase of the wave when it hits the camera, which is not bending light. Wait, look, bro, I tried to explain this shit to Jesse 2 weeks ago, and I gave him all the fucking citations. Okay? Wave has a phase. That phase front hits the camera with a certain orientation. If it's tilted, angled down or angled up, the image that you're looking at will appear higher or lower. It didn't take a different path to the camera. The phase of the wave just tilted up or down. The light didn't bend.
I'm sort of starting to think that that's not really coherent, but hear me out. Okay, so
yeah, it's not coherent,
me-
except for I can give you fucking citations up the ass, dude. From
Yeah, I mean,
peer-reviewed
look, if-
geodetic surveying sources. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, so look, I just want to make sure that we're both on the same page, right? So are you in the share screen real quick? So I've drawn a ground here,
I don't
right?
give
This
a
is just
fuck about your diagrams. You don't know anything.
Well, I think that, drawing is a good tool to communicate beyond what words are capable of sometimes. Don't you agree?
Okay, draw your infantile diagrams.
Okay. I mean, look, it's not meant to be demeaning. I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page. Okay, so
we aren't.
If we have a light source right here, let's say someone has a light right here, right? If the Earth were curved or something, we could say that the light always travels in a straight path, right? And if someone's looking at this, right, that light is going to appear like pretty low, partially behind the curve, right? Now, what people like me or maybe Jesse would say is something like the light is traveling in a curved path, kind of like this, right?
Yeah, but there's no evidence for that.
Yeah, okay, so let's say I
That's
went
the
through
problem.
the work.
This curved
Let's say
path,
I went
there's
through the
no
work of,
evidence for, but there's no evidence for this.
Yeah, I hear you. You're saying there's no. So let's say I went through the work of providing evidence for that. Would you then be convinced that actually it is plausible that this explains the Earth's globe effects?
Yeah, actual measurements of a curving ray of light in air, go for it. I've been asking for that for 10 years. Let's see it.
Wait, what if I show it in water? Like, would that
I don't
be
want to
helpful?
see it in water. I want to see it in air. I know the fucking goddamn sugar water trick. Sugar water is a dichiral fucking molecule. And as such, it circularly polarizes light, and that circular polarization of light puts a torque on the fucking phase of the wave, and it causes it to curve. So it's a fucking stupid experiment. It's nowhere analogous to what you see through fucking air. It's a parlor trick.
Okay, so let's just say that maybe air can't do the same thing as the water. We'll leave that as a maybe for now. But we agree that light
There's no evidence.
can take a curved.
Whether it can or
we
not.
Agree that light.
Look,
We
look,
do agree.
maybe you're not
that
understanding what I'm saying.
No, listen,
It
listen.
doesn't matter
I
whether it
just
can or not. There's no evidence that it does. And at this
look
point in
just in good
time,
faith, man. Come on.
without evidence and just theory, it doesn't mean a fucking thing.
No, listen. I'll actually show you why you might find this reasonable. You just have to like give it a chance, right? So
Okay, I only care
you
about
can
evidence. I
agree.
don't care about stories, dude. You're confusing me with some other motherfucker.
It's not a story.
Okay,
I'm just look,
okay,
man. You just don't
okay.
sound like you want to
Then
be like
post data.
convinced at all.
Start. No, I want you to post data. Data convinces me. Post that.
Yeah, I was already talking about data
Let's
of
see it.
light very much curving through water, right? And I want to talk about
we
the
want
inference
air.
that's made based on that, right? Can we do that or not?
That first of all, it's not just curving through water. The light source is outside of glass, and then that light goes through air, then glass, then fucking water that's been contaminated with fucking sugar water, which changes the phase of the wave into circular polarization. It's nowhere near analogous to fucking light going through air. Show light going through air, curving fucking rays. Why can't you actually show the thing you think is happening all the time? Why? You think that this shit's happening all the time, every time we go out and do an observation, but you can't show it fucking happening. You want to show me water.
Okay, well,
Why?
here's what I just wanted to talk about.
And not only is the light changing direction at such a slight rate, right, that it's imperceivable and immeasurable, right? That's just like that's just like the curve that you claim exists. Oh, it's too slight to observe or measure. And now we've got another contender. The light also is bending at a rate which is too small to observe or measure. It's crazy.
I never said anything about that. I just want to, have a chance to explain some stuff, right? But
I've heard all the stories, Good Faith. I appreciate your efforts. We've heard all the stories. We're at the phase where we're sick of the stories. We want the evidence that backs up the story.
Yeah, it's going to be the conjunction of evidence and an inference showing that evidence is evidential toward the conclusion. So, anyways, here's what I wanted to talk about, right? I just wanted to do it uninterrupted if you guys are actually interested in that. So, look, if we do agree that light actually can curve through some mediums like water, even if you're not convinced that it's doing it through air yet, let's see what we could learn from the fact that it's curving through water. If that's happening, then we know that light can actually be accurately described as having some path that could be, mathematized with an arrow. And that arrow could curve, right?
That's
now,
independent of the
doesn't
Earth's
have that
surface
effect,
geometry.
even
Wait,
if you
when
think
he shows,
maybe
listen,
doesn't
when you show that the
I don't know why.
light that when you're showing that the light is curving through water, do you mean the experiment with the fish tank is level
Yes.
horizontal, the table below it is also level horizontal, ground where the table is on is also level horizontal? Is that what you're talking about? Because this is definitely not evidence for any globe ideas.
I mean, I've seen tons of different versions of it, but I'm sure that's at least one of them.
Where is the version that the water on top and the ground below it is curving? Where is that one?
The water curving? No, I'm talking about light right now.
Yeah, light. So
he went
that
to the
light
bottom of the
curving only
fish tank.
that light curving only doesn't happen on a globe ever.
I mean, you're just asserting that. I don't know what the evidence for that is, but anyways,
And
so back to what I was saying, right?
The setting that
If
you're doing
we
it in.
acknowledge that light
The
is
setting
accurately
that you're doing
described,
it in, the setting that you're doing it in is happening on a floor, flat table, flat tank.
right? So if we all now believe that light is accurately described as curving through the medium of water, right? Then I just don't see why it wouldn't be inferential to say that light could also curve through the medium of air, especially when that's what all the experts say. And they know a lot
We've
more
got
than all
no
of us.
problem with you could.
I knew
It's
it.
up to you to
So
prove that it
instead
is.
of
There's
your
a slight
evidence
difference.
is all the experts say. That's your evidence. I knew it.
Oh, that's incredible evidence. Like, think about if you were playing a game of chess and you had Magnus
Still
Carlsen
independent of
sitting
the
next
Earth's
to you.
geometry.
Appeal to credentials is incredible evidence.
Yeah, like suppose you were playing a game of chess and Magnus Carlsen was sitting next to you, and this game you were playing it for your life. You had to win to live, right?
Yeah, but you don't
And
have Magnus Carlsen
told
on
you
your
to make
side.
a
We
different move
do.
than the
Not
first
this
move you
again.
thought.
This is a false equivalence.
Well, wait, hold on. So Magnus Carlsen tells you to make a certain move,
This is
and
a
it was a different
false
move than the one you
equivalence.
thought of. you would say that it's very smart to take the move that Magnus Carlsen told you to make, right?
That's great, but that's a false equivalence. Has nothing to do with this, and a red
Oh, wait,
herring.
all I'm doing is pointing to someone who has credentials in chess, like he's just
So
actually like
what?
professional.
Does that mean that the move he tells you to do will be the correct move?
Much more likely than yours, yeah.
Who cares? That's an appeal to probability. Does it mean it's the correct move?
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, that's an appeal to probability. That's a logical fallacy.
And is that, yeah,
Does it
yeah.
mean that it's the correct move?
Are you saying like necessarily, like ontologically? No.
100%. That means no matter, because it's Magnus Carlsen and he is an expert in chess, the best player ever. That
No,
means
of
that
course
whatever
not.
move
But
he tells
that's
me
not
is the
interesting
correct
at all
move.
because that's just some semantic point. Do you
It's
think
not
that
a
that's
semantic
interesting to
point.
say
It's
that it's
pointing
not
out
logically
why.
necessitated?
It's pointing out why appeal to credentials is a logical fallacy. The characteristics of the
No,
person
that
making
doesn't
a
make it a
claim
fallacy.
don't prove the
What the
claim.
fuck? Wait. Just let's take a step back, right? A
Appeal to
fallacy.
credentials is a logical
Hold on.
fallacy.
No, it's not. So a
Yeah, it is,
fallacy
dude.
refers to a fallacious line of reasoning, as in a line
Yeah.
of reasoning that doesn't
Yeah, which would
actually
be
raise
because
the
this person
probability
has
of a
credentials,
proposition
they're
being
correct.
true.
Yeah,
It's a line of
Yeah.
reasoning that doesn't actually raise the probability of a proposition being true. But
Dude,
this
that's
actually
not
does
dude, that is
certainly
utter
raise your
horseshit.
probability of winning the chess game. So I don't know why you're
Okay,
saying this.
listen, good faith. Logic has nothing to do with probability. Probability in logic is a logical fallacy. It's called
Bruh.
appeal to probability. Logic is used to tell you what is true, not what is likely to be true.
Dude, you understand that, first off, you're attempting to describe
It's
an
whatever
informal
conclusion is
fallacy.
reached. It's
Informal
whatever conclusion
fallacies
is
are
reached.
not logical
As long as there's a
necessitations.
conclusion reached, bro, it can involve your conclusion can involve probability. It still follows the form of a logical fallacy. Then it's a logical fallacy.
Okay. The
Yeah,
only
what was said
thing
is
that
not
can
a
prove a
fallacy because
proposition
my
is
claim is not that it's necessarily true that you have the correct
It doesn't
move. My
matter.
claim
It
is
doesn't
that
matter. It
it's
doesn't
much more
matter.
likely
That
true.
doesn't matter. That's
Yes,
irrelevant.
it does.
You've
Yes, it
you've
does.
drawn
You don't
a
know anything about fallacy, dude.
conclusion.
Yes,
Sorry.
it does. No, it just has to be that the conclusion doesn't logically follow, but the conclusion does logically follow in
Right.
this case.
And
It is
it could be
necessarily
and it
true.
doesn't logically follow
It
that
is necessarily
if
true.
this thing is no, it doesn't
Okay,
matter
I'll
if your
just wait for you
conclusion
to
is
get
a
it wrong.
probability factor. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You've
your
reached a
probability
conclusion
was
based
not
on that
is not a
form.
yeah, and your probability is just fucking pulled out your ass. There's no calculation on what's more probable or not. Okay, you made no
Yeah,
statistical
there is. If
evaluation.
you just look
Okay,
at the
then
number
show
of
us the
games that
math.
Magnus
Show us
Carlsen
the
wins
math for
compared to loses.
no. Show us the math for your statistical evaluation. Post it in the chat.
Well, hold on. I'm not going to let
No,
the
you
other
said
stuff
it's
go
more
without
likely.
addressing it, right?
Post the probabilistic fucking
Oh, come on.
equations
Why are
that
you?
you did.
Wait. Why are
No,
you?
because
You're trying to jump off the previous thing. Come on, man. Good faith. Come on. What are you doing? So,
yeah,
anyways,
good faith, my
I just
dude.
want to point out. No, yeah. Like seriously. Come on. So,
Look,
anyways,
brother. No, there
you
is no
agree
fucking
that
anyways.
if
Shut
I
your
make
fucking
the
hole,
claim
dude.
that you're much better off taking Magnus Carlsen's move, that
How do you
is
know
actually
that?
true.
How do you know that?
Oh, because he wins like almost every fucking game.
Yeah, but
ever.
how do you know what he tells you is going to make him better get the same result he got?
Oh, because he's trying to make the best
what?
move.
So what?
Because
that doesn't apply to
he's
you.
trying to make the best move.
And it also doesn't apply to this circumstance.
Wait, how does it not apply to this circumstance?
Because he's telling
those
you
researchers
he's
are
not
trying to
making.
be the best in their field,
He's not
right?
Yeah,
and
but
whatever they're saying is what.
Bro,
whatever
this is
they're
just,
saying
this is
is
pure
what's going to get
sophistry.
them at the top of their field.
This is pure sophistry because he's
No, it
telling
just
you to
gets
do
them
something.
paid.
Yeah, pure.
And anyways, if you're in a
sophistry.
competition, you're not having Magnus Carlsen standing beside you. If you're in a chess comp, you're doing it by yourself. You will get expunged if you get help.
And it's a false equivalence. You already
That
admitted
was
that does not
completely
mean
irrelevant to the hypothetical.
Yeah, well, it does not mean that Magnus Carlsen, the move he tells you, is necessarily going to be the right move. Okay, and
it's much likely.
You keep saying that, but you're not giving me any calculation of
Probability.
your probability.
Wait, do you not believe that? Like, just honestly, man to
Do I
man, do
believe
you
it?
not
No.
believe that if you
When you
take
make
Magnus
when you
Carlsen's
make
move,
when you
that
say
it's
some
much better off than your move? Like, honestly.
That's your subjective opinion.
No, but what's your opinion? What's your opinion?
I
Be
don't
honest,
have an
man. Come on.
opinion on it. I don't listen. I
Oh,
don't do speculation.
come on, dude. You know, come on.
Yeah,
He doesn't play chess, so
this
why
is
would he have an
complete
opinion?
sophistry, and you know it. Okay. The whole refraction gambit. Your evidence for refraction was everybody, all the fucking experts believe it. It's not evidence, dude.
It
Okay, you
really
don't know
is. Like,
what
if
you
every
have
chess
no
player
idea.
told me that a certain move
Listen,
is good,
brother,
that would
you're
definitely be evidence that
Yeah, but
that move
you're
is good.
wrong. But you're wrong about what the evidence is. Have you ever considered that? Have you ever
I
considered
consider
that?
it as a possibility, but it's extremely unlikely.
That you're wrong about what the evidence is? How'd you
Yeah.
calculate that probability? Tell me
Yeah,
the
just by making
last
an inference
paper.
based on
Hey,
what all
tell me
the
the last
experts say,
paper.
their explanations being in line with my
No, tell me the
intuitions, all that
last
stuff.
paper. No, tell me the last paper you read about terrestrial refraction in the academic literature.
Oh, I wouldn't need to do any of that. In the same way, I don't need to read anything about
So
how to be
you
a
don't
pilot to
actually
know that the
know.
probability of crashing in a plane is extremely low.
No, but you don't actually. So you don't actually know what the experts think.
Oh no, I do know what they think, right?
So how
I'm
do
just
you
not
know what
familiar
they
with the
think
very
if you've
high
never
level
read any of
technical
the academic?
details.
If you've never read any of the academic papers, how do you know what they think?
Oh, it's not that I've not read like anything related to academic papers. It's just I don't know the extensive details. But I just know that
This
what the
topic.
experts say,
Don't
generally
fucking straw
speaking.
man what I said, you fucking cunt. Okay, I didn't say any academic papers. I said specifically this topic. Okay, if you've never read any papers on this topic in the academic papers, how do you know what they think?
Yeah, so there wasn't a straw
What
man,
you think?
right? What I was saying
I'll
is
tell you what you think.
what
I'll
I
tell
was
you.
okay.
You heard
You want
anti-flat
my answer
earthers
or not?
say
Like I could just like
bullshit,
answer, you know.
and you're parroting them, thinking that they're parroting the experts. They're not parroting the experts. You're parroting anti-flat earthers, and you think that they're the fucking experts because you're a fucking retard.
Wait, so we could just resolve this with a quick Google search, don't you think? Right?
Dude,
Because I've actually
No.
already looked up stuff before about what experts say about
Yeah.
what light
Hey, good
does to
faith.
the atmosphere.
Good faith. Check it out. Hey,
They're
good
all
faith. Yeah, I'm just going to
academic
lock him
papers
there.
with citations, dude. I got hundreds of them. I read every fucking paper on terrestrial fraction going back 150 fucking years. And all of them say, we can't figure this out. All of them. Actually, I'm fucking resending you right now. Simulation Study of Refraction Effects by Casey Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The atmosphere, an optical environment, electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic nature, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effect on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found. Okay, so tell me now, how do you know what the fucking experts think?
Yeah, because a quick Google search literally said,
Because
yes,
of a quick
experts
Google, go on
confirm.
fucking mute,
Yes,
retard. Because of a quick fucking Google search.
Google search some citations for us that backs up your claim, good faith, and post it in the side chat.
All I asked you for, we've heard the fucking stories and you just sitting there spinning fucking sophistic rhetoric. We don't care. Find some fucking data to back up this curbing light bullshit, okay? Until then, it's bullshit. You got Jesse in here showing his shit. Who cares? He doesn't know how these observations happened. He can say curbing light. He doesn't know that. He can say whatever he wants. He can say fucking magical fucking sugar plum fairies. Fucking 2 o'clock in the morning, sitting here yelling on the microphone. Because this fucking bonehead. It's real simple. Find some fucking data, dude. You know why I wanted you to find data? Because I know what the data is. I know what it says. I'm like fucking you. Flat earthers are experts on this subject. But you've been listening to fucking Dunning-Kruger Pretender Town. It's like fucking Jesse and McToon and all these other fucking losers. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They got papers on their fucking... McToon has papers on refraction on his website that literally contradict his own fucking claims. Anybody want to debate Google? Only
Not
once.
particularly.
You don't want to debate Google, man? Come on, man. You want to debate Google, man? Google misses you. Google's been thinking about you all day, man.
No, it doesn't. I notice our friend hasn't posted anything yet. Maybe his claims are harder to back up than he thought.
You know, the funny thing is, I asked them for the evidence. I could actually post evidence that supports the exact opposite of their claim, but I don't even bother because I want them to just fucking twist in the wind.
I do love the irony of his name.
I know, right? That's to
Yeah.
get people to let their face down. To let their guard down. I have a name that maybe I'll disarm them. It's a passive name. And I'll go in there and I'll use ridiculous amounts of sophistry. I'll use that Magnus Carlsen analogy every time I talk to people. Fucking absolute false equivalence, fucking red herring. To back up the fact I don't actually know anything. And just parroting fucking ideas that I think are true, that may or may not be have heard from other people.
Did he leave?
Well, I muted him. Dude, once he said Google says, there's no point in going on. I'm like reading from the academic papers. He says Google says. Fuck that shit, dude. Might as well say my mom said. That's Google's on that level with me.
Oh, I see my little mate Roland's in here. Hi, Roland. We've run out of crayons for you, mate. We're going to have to get another box. You ate the last 3. That's why. So what's today been like, Indio? Clowns everywhere, or have you just already had that last one?
You don't ask silly questions. Always a clown car out and about.
They seem to come in bursts over here. Yeah, probably anywhere from like now on, you'll get a wave of the we're getting home at 2 o'clock in the morning drunkers, and Yeah, they make for some entertainment. Then they normally settle down, and then your 5 o'clockers will get up, your early risers, and depending on how many coffees they've tipped into them, in what space or time frame, see how functional they are. Normally, once we get about through to about 8 o'clock, as in your time. Oh, we got a new visitor. Welcome. Welcome. A couple of new people just dropped in.
Yeah.
Are you a ball believer, Snow?
Hmm?
You've been in here before, haven't you?
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember this place. I remember this place.
Who
Quick
else just
question:
dropped
Was
in?
this channel gone for a while, or?
Oh no, it's never been gone.
Huh. I guess somebody must have banned me and then unbanned me. I don't know. I haven't seen it on here in a while.
No, just timing. If you here at the wrong time, you won't see it. It's like some Hogwarts type shit. Just pops up when it's needed.
That's fucking hilarious.
That's true.
That actually how it works? It's like some kind of timer of some sorts, or what?
No. If no one's in the channel, it disappears and it pops back up when any one of the moderation team jumps in.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Appreciate the insight.
So, what's your take on this issue? Is it planar with topography, or is it a ball-tard? 72% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space.
Wait, space isn't completely a vacuum, obviously, right? I mean, we're in it, so.
You're in what? Ball-tard?
In space.
No.
Yeah.
So you're a ball-tard believer? Why? It's like 2026, dude. Catch up.
Yeah, I know, dude. I'm just missing out, bro. I'm gonna be so naive.
If you were inside of a vacuum, how would you be breathing?
I'm saying
Correct.
Earth is inside of the vacuum.
Yeah, I know.
Same
I know
result.
the answer.
Because of the atmosphere? Question mark.
Do tell us all about it.
About atmosphere?
The protector of all vacuums, the atmosphere.
Well, that's how we breathe. I mean, that's how we breathe, right? I mean,
So how does
That'd
this
be
atmosphere
oxygen.
hang about and not just get expand out into the vacuum of vastness of space?
I'm sorry, what's your question? Like, why does the atmosphere not just leave?
Correct.
You know, I never really thought about that. Let me see.
When you say let me see, does that mean let me
Shit,
Google?
son.
Yeah, I'm looking into it. I don't have a
Welcome to
specific answer
Flat
for you.
Earth.
I have a lot of ideas of why it would be, but I'm checking those ideas before I say something.
We got a smart one.
Do any of the flat earthers know how the world was created?
Yeah, I just happen to be like so many million years old. Of course I know. I was there when it happened. What do you think? Like, seriously?
Well, do you have a fair idea? I'm just asking. Like, what's your
Why would I
thoughts?
have any idea? Last time I checked, the ground was here before me. And, yeah.
How? What's the estimate?
How would... Let's throw the question back at you. How would you know the creation story?
I'm trying to look for the answer too. I'm just asking. I'm asking anyone if they
Is it
would
going to be
know
on
a fair
Discord, bro?
idea.
Yeah, you're not going to find it on Discord.
I've talked to some very intelligent people.
No
on
one
Discord.
said, "Hey, figure out the meaning of life. Go on Discord." No one ever said that shit.
You can find the meaning of life anywhere if you're looking for it.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, we're giving you an answer. I don't know.
That's your
Do
answer
you
for
believe in
everything.
dinosaurs?
That's our answer for what? That's our answer for everything. Is that what
Yeah,
you
pretty
said?
much.
No.
Do you?
I know the Earth is flat.
Oh, you know that.
Yeah, I know that from experience
How do you know that?
because I see it that way.
Oh, because you see it that way?
Yeah.
So your eyes are perfect?
Well, no, they're not perfect.
Your eyes are...
Why would they
Your
need to
eyes
be
show you an
perfect?
accurate representation
Don't let
of
the
reality?
perfect be the enemy of the good.
Do you believe that your eyes show you an accurate representation of reality?
Yes.
Well, no wonder you think the Earth is flat. You're fucking
So,
idiot.
Moses...
So when you see a flat Earth, what do you think? It's curved? You think that that's an optical illusion?
Not from that, no. That'd be nonsense.
But that's what you have to think, that it looks flat, but that's an optical illusion. That's what you have to think.
No, I don't. That's nonsense.
Okay, so when you see it and it
Yeah, you
looks
do.
flat, what does that mean?
It's called scale. Like, what?
No, see, no.
The
That is a
curvature
cult.
is so slight based
That
on the
is you
size of the
trying.
planet.
That is you trying to rationalize that it's actually not flat. that your
You're the one
senses
that
are
thinks
tricking you.
your eyes show you an accurate representation of reality. Like,
Okay, you're
I don't know
repeating
what else to
yourself,
tell you.
dude. That the shtick is dead, dude.
You can't criticize my intelligence when that's your belief.
Moses,
Okay,
that wasn't a
no.
criticize
So
of your
look,
intelligence.
tell us what's more accurate, the senses or the mind?
They're both directly connected.
No, they're not directly connected because there's
They
people in
absolutely
permanent
are.
vegetative
Without
state.
a mind, you don't have
Dude,
senses,
no,
bro.
that's not true. It's not
That
true.
is true.
That's not true. There's
That is
people in
true.
permanent vegetative states that
Do they have a brain in
respond.
their skull?
Stop
Yes or
interrupting
no?
me. Just stop interrupting me. That respond to external stimuli even though they're brain dead.
Interrupting me.
Okay. So all you're trying to do is censor me by talking over me. And I'm going to censor you. Okay.
Is your ass flat too?
So people in a permanent vegetative state respond to external stimuli even though they have no brain activity. So how do you account for that?
Do they have a brain in their
Moses?
skull?
There's a brain in their skull, but there's no brain activity.
So the thing that
But
you're
they
defining as brain
respond to external
activity.
stimuli
So
like
let me ask
lights,
this.
voices.
Does brain activity accurately represent everything that the brain does in your mind?
Can you think
The
without
measurement
brain
that you're
activity,
defining?
Moses?
Your definition of what defines brain activity, does that encompass all functions of having a brain in your skull?
Why is this getting further and further away?
Dude,
Like,
brain
seriously.
activity would be the electrode EEG graphs
Right, a very
of
finite measurement of one specific
electrical
thing.
signals within the brain indicating brain activity. fMRI blood flow analysis, where they measure the blood flow to different parts of the brain. All that shit is non-existent, but they respond to external stimuli. This proves that the senses in the mind are disconnected and one is not required of the other.
Yeah, it's not required of brain activity, sure, but it requires a
No,
brain
you
for
can
sure.
have
Like 100%.
perception without thought.
Sure, if you think so.
No, I know so.
I don't think that anything in science says that you're right, but if you think so, sure.
I don't think that anything in science says you're right. So your incredulity is evidence.
I'm just saying, if you want to think that, dude.
I
I'm not
know
arguing
that
about it.
because
I'm
it's
not
well
contesting it.
documented that
Right, you
people in
can say you
permanent
know it,
vegetative
or you
states
believe
do
it, or you
these
think it,
things.
or you feel it. It's irrelevant to me, right? Like, you do you.
Look, it's a
Yo,
matter of
Indio,
record.
I think I see what you're getting at. Even though I don't believe the flat Earth stuff, like reflexes, they come, even though the signal doesn't automatically go all the way to your brain. Before they reach your brain, that the fire is hot, your body reacts to the fire. So yeah, reflexes, stuff like that. You have a full nervous system that can react and move without you thinking about it. And of course, you have a subconscious as well, right? That reacts to external stimuli without our conscious mind reacting to anything.
Yeah,
That's
well,
how
the
we move in our
distinction he's
sleep.
trying to make is the distinction he was trying to make that you cannot have senses without conscious thought. It's ridiculous. It's nonsense. Goes against
Can you
any fuck.
see without conscious thought? Do you have any piece of
Yes,
evidence
you
that says you
can.
can see
I
without
think
conscious
you can't be aware without conscious
thought? Yeah,
thought.
exactly. You don't
I
see.
think
Like,
that's
just
what I
because
think
your
that's what
eyes
you mean.
follow a light doesn't mean you see.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're distinguishing seeing from like we distinguish seeing from perception. Okay, there's two different things.
Yeah, I don't think you can like be aware of something without being conscious of it. But you can be unaware of things and react to them. Yeah.
But the thing is, the mind makes more mistakes than the senses do. By far, it's not even a close fucking
The
call.
senses are just information, right? And the mind kind of deals with more.
Yeah,
the mind's
well,
interpreting. The senses are just like.
well, your mind
signaling.
rationalizes and does all sorts of things. But the thing is, if you on a daily basis had senses that were erroneous, you would go to the doctor and get a checkup. You would be like, "Oh shit, I'm seeing things, I'm hearing things, I'm feeling things that aren't there." You would go to the doctor. If you had thoughts of things that aren't real, you wouldn't go to the doctor. You'd be called a woman.
To a point. Wait. To a
That's not
point.
true.
I don't know. I don't know if that's what you're
The
saying.
point is, he was making an argument that we can't trust our senses and we should be trusting our fucking mind.
Well, no,
Why?
that's not the point that
Well,
I'm making. That's not the point that I made at all. The point that I made was that you said that your eyes show you an accurate representation of reality, and that's not true. And so everything that if that's the
How do
foundation
you
that
know
you
that's
believe
not
of why
true?
you think the Earth is, because it's not.
How do
It's
you know
just
that's not
How do you
true?
know it's not true?
I can prove it in 100 ways, right? Like,
Okay, how about one?
Yep, number
yeah,
one.
it's called illusion. You ever heard of one? Like, are you
So
fucking retarded? Like,
how do you know that he's? We want Moses. What I want you to do now. Hey, Nay, silence.
Like, have you ever experienced
Moses.
illusion
Yep, you
ever
can
in your
breathe
life?
now.
How do you know
Moses,
it's an
what I
illusion?
want you to do is prove that Indio was seeing an illusion.
I didn't say he was seeing an illusion. That's not. I never made.
You
that
just
statement.
did.
What the fuck are you on about? You're
You just
retarded.
said
You're literally
that he
saying
was seeing an
how is
illusion.
that you think- I did not say him seeing the Earth as flat is an illusion. I didn't say that.
You asked us
You
if we
think
know
that.
what an illusion is. That means
Because
you're
you asked me
inferring
how
that
can
he
I
was having an illusion, seeing an
How-
illusion.
no, you are literally like. I know that you're a flat earther, but bro, like you're on the edge of like the
Okay, that's enough of the genetic fallacy fucking nonsense, Moses.
what?
Genetic
So,
fallacy. It doesn't
Moses.
matter if he's a flat earther, dude.
Outside of your
I'm just saying,
television,
even as a flat
Moses.
earther, it's like holy shit, he's dead. I can't even.
Yeah, that's great.
What he's telling you is, look,
He's not
Moses,
telling
you
me
have a
anything. He's just
dichotomy,
wrong.
Moses. Moses,
I don't
shush.
have a dichotomy.
Yeah,
No.
you do, because
You're
either I
incorrect.
see the Earth is flat and it's illusion, or I see the Earth is flat and it actually is flat. It's a
I
dichotomy.
was asked how to prove. I was asked
So
a
which
question
one is it?
how to prove that your eyes do not show you an accurate representation of reality. The way that
Yeah,
can be
and you
proven
simply said,
easily is an illusion. If you
okay, how
experience an
do I know
illusion
it's
of
an
any
illusion?
kind, bro,
How do I
the
know it's
same
an
way you just
illusion?
said, the same way you just said about the schizophrenic person or whatever. Like if you were seeing things that aren't there, you're going to the doctor, right?
Does he
That's
answer
right.
questions or
Different
does he
from
just
reality.
yabber
You
on?
have ways of discerning whether something is reality or whether something is not reality. And when your brain thinks it's reality because you get tricked by an illusion, and then you do further research.
So now you've
and
got to
realize-
validate
and
the
then you
illusion.
realize, oh wow, my brain can be
Can
Prove
tricked
you
the
think of an
without
illusion.
example?
anything, bro.
Can
Bro,
you
there's a
think of
million
an
illusions. There's a million illusions out there. There's
you
a
just got
million
verbal
illusions.
diarrhea, dude. Can you think of an illusion that you've been tricked by that you acted as if it was real? That you actually didn't even realize it was actually an illusion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, everybody has.
You
just
thought
don't
you
know
had
it.
two hairs to your pissed out of one? That illusion?
That's a pretty weird illusion that you've had. I've never
Well,
had
I
that.
mean, no, that's your illusion. I'm asking you an illusion
That's
that
something you
you
just made up
had,
out
that
of
you acted
nowhere.
upon,
That
that
was a
you
thought
thought
from
was
your
real.
brain, bro. That was
Why
not
are you
from my
over
brain. That was
talking
from
me?
your
Is
brain.
that all you do? Is to try to fucking filibuster?
Well, when you say something wrong, I correct you. Like I just interject in
No,
there. I
you're
don't like
just
keep
talking,
talking
dude.
for
You're
20
just
minutes
blabbing,
on
dude. It's
something that's
called
wrong.
censoring.
I
That's what
just
you're doing.
no.
And I'm going
Literally,
to
I
censor
swear to
you.
God,
We're not going to tolerate this, dude. You guys really think that we're a bunch of chumps and we're going to fucking tolerate you guys just bulldozing through us? We're not. Anyway.
Oh, I'm free. Oh, can I say something?
Yeah, if it's
Preferably
more
not over
intelligent
the
than what
top of
Moses was
others.
saying.
Okay, what's it called? Example would be like camouflage, right? Your eyes would see like a really good camouflage from like a gecko. Gecko's still there, but eyes wouldn't see the gecko.
So
like,
Earth curve is
I sense this
Did you
camouflage.
act upon it? Did you lose your
Yeah, I
gecko
would touch a
because he
tree.
was camouflaged?
Yeah, I would touch a tree, thinking I'm not gonna touch. I'm gonna touch the bark, feel the bark. I'm actually gonna touch the soft gecko. I'm gonna scream and cry.
Has that actually happened though?
To me, yeah, 100%.
You went to stroke a tree and
Ever
then you
seen a
ended up
stick bug?
stroking a gecko.
Ever touch a stick and it's
Is that what they call it these days, India? Stroking your gecko.
Yeah, stroking your gecko, bro. Don't be stroking your gecko. It's gross.
It's like yeah, man. Like sometimes you don't see bugs because they hide really well. Like if I hide in a forest and you don't see me, but you're looking at that forest, you're gonna act like nobody's there, but I am there, right? That's your eyes being wrong.
Okay.
Our eyes aren't perfect. They're still meat
So
machines.
I'm
like
glad
everything else.
you put it this way. So in all those scenarios, there was an intent, right? There was an intent. There was an intention behind the illusion. The camouflage.
Yeah. I mean,
He's trying to be
I guess
hidden.
he
The
probably,
bugs
like,
hide
walked
because
down
they're
fucking
trying to be
control.
hidden because they're trying not to be eaten, right? There's an intent. They're intentionally trying to trick you.
Like evolution.
Is the
I would
fucking
call
Atlantic
it
Ocean trying
intent.
to
But I
trick
see
me?
what you're getting at. What's up?
Yeah, is the Atlantic Ocean trying to trick me? When I look at it and it looks flat, it's trying to trick me?
But you still
Who's
can be
trying to...
wrong, right? Like I can be
Right.
unintentional.
Just because it looks
I can
flat
be
doesn't
hiding.
mean
I
it
can be
is
next to
flat.
like. I can be wearing a
Does
shirt, right? And that blends in. That blends in with
Yeah,
like the tree line.
no more of these stupid analogies. Like, check it out, Nay. Aside from your television, yeah, check it out. Aside from your television, your computer, and your mobile phone, where have you ever seen the curvature in reality?
I've been in a plane.
No, you didn't. Stop that.
Yeah.
No, dude, I was in
So,
a plane fucking yesterday.
It's definitely there.
Fucking yesterday, dude. Yesterday.
Also,
I
math
flew
can
from
prove it,
Chicago to
right?
Boston. I was in a plane yesterday. There ain't no curve from a fucking plane. I've flown a whole
Have you been in
shitload
like
of
the open
times in the
ocean where
last
like
fucking 3
the
months, dude.
boat go behind the curve?
No plane goes high enough, dude.
Dude. I've been. I don't tell you.
Okay,
I see it with my own eyes.
the Earth has to have is supposed to have a diameter of 8,000 miles. The plane would be
I've seen
10
that shit with my own
miles.
eyes, dog.
Hold on, a plane would be 10 miles above it. Think about it for a second. 1/800th of the diameter. You're not going to see curve from plane. It's nowhere near high enough.
Like I looked at it though, bruh. Okay, let's not
No,
argue
you
that.
didn't, dude. You're just making
Let's not
shit up.
argue that.
Stop it, dude. Now you're going to try to double down on your lie, bro.
No, because you're doing the same thing that you would claim other people do. I see stuff with my own eyes, and you just deny it.
No,
what?
you didn't see that. No, you're lying.
I'm not lying. What the fuck?
I was literally in a plane fucking yesterday, dude.
I was in a plane. Well, not yesterday, but like I was in a plane too. What the fuck? I don't know what plane you went on, but I definitely
Okay,
saw
where
it.
were you flying to, dude?
It
Who do you
was.
sound like?
Yeah, think hard.
It was
You don't remember?
from Houston to. It was on my way to Africa. It was Houston to Washington D.C. and Washington D.C. to fucking Brussels, and then Brussels to what's it called? Liberia. Not Liberia,
Okay.
Guinea Conakry.
Do you have any idea how much of the Earth you would see from a fucking airplane? Well, let's do this instead. How much of the Earth
but
would
like,
you
hold
see?
on.
How much of the Earth would you see from 250 miles up?
Uh,
Yeah, that's the ISS. How much of the Earth?
Dude, I don't know fucking math, ass.
3%.
Okay.
Now you're saying
is that enough to see
from
curve?
fucking 10 miles up, you saw curve.
For sure.
It's ridiculous, dude. It's a ridiculous claim. Dude, even academics, PhDs, people that hate flat Earth, people that rail against us admit you can't see curve from a
Okay,
plane.
fine. Maybe I was fucking tripping. I don't know. All right.
No, well, first of all, if you did see curve, it wasn't Earth curve. Okay? Plane windows are actually 3 layers of glass. Next time you go flying, look at the bottom of the inside window and you'll see a hole. Why is there a hole in the window?
Sure.
Well, why is there a hole in the window, dude?
To God. Let's look it up.
No, I know why.
it's a breather hole.
It's a breather hole. Because if the
fucking way to
pressure
breathe a hole.
changes rapidly, yeah, so if the pressure changes rapidly and they didn't have a hole there, the windows would fucking explode. Right? So they have a layer of glass and then another air pocket, a layer of glass, and an air pocket and a layer of glass with a hole, so that if the pressure changes of those two outer layers, it
balance air
isn't like a forced capsule. It's like a baffle that mitigates the changes of pressure. Right? So the windows don't blow out.
Manage pressure levels, right?
Okay, yeah. So because of this glass, and someone put a diagram in there. So because of the glass, depending on how you look out the window, you might see curved edges, but that's just simply because it's window distortion.
Okay.
But if you put your face right up to the glass and look out the window, you ain't gonna see no curve.
Okay. So, but you're saying the planes aren't high enough to see curve, no matter
Yeah,
what,
it's
right?
not high enough. Not even Neil deGrasse Tyson made a Twitter post about the Red Bull jump, which was 128,000 feet, and said, Felix Baumgartner didn't jump from the edge of space.
Okay.
That's not high
I
enough to
was
see
just
curve of the
mistaken.
Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, my
It's
bad.
128,000 feet, which is way higher than an airplane.
Yeah. But
You shouldn't
did
even
that
see
guy
curve from
see
the
curve there?
ISS, to be honest.
Yeah. But the point earlier was like you could trust your eyes over. I guess that's an example of my eyes making a mistake. I thought something was the case, but it wasn't. My senses
Yeah,
told me it was the case, but it wasn't.
yeah,
That
but
happens sometimes.
like if you start from first principles, right? So we're gonna inquire what's the Earth, right? And we look, and then we see that it's flat. Why would you jump to the conclusion that that's an illusion?
Well, hold on. I look around I look around and I thought my mom was like the best cook in the world. But then I went to a restaurant,
That's
we saw it.
subjective.
You know what I mean? You see,
That's
what I was trying
subjective,
to get
dude,
at is like
though.
you see other evidence, right? Other reasons why the earth would be round.
Okay, so good. Let's go there. The other evidence. What is the other evidence other than what Matrix said?
Boats going around when you
Oh
go out
God,
far enough into the
so
horizon, the
funny,
boats
dude.
go over the curve.
Were you here earlier, Banhammer?
No.
When Jesse was
Is
in
this a
here?
circle? Like, are we in a? Are we?
No,
Do
we
you,
like
do you,
no,
do you hear
we
this
were
every
talking
time?
to Jesse. We were like, we guarantee within fucking 20 minutes someone's gonna come here and say ships over the horizon. I hate to
Wait,
break
isn't
it to
that
you,
like
dude. The
obvious?
horizon isn't the edge of the ball, dude. I hate to break it to you.
What did you say?
The horizon isn't the edge of the earth.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not where the curve starts.
It's just isn't it where like the curvature of the Earth is
Where it
starts
starts
hiding?
curving down? No.
Yeah, it starts hiding the thing. What is it
No.
then?
It's created optically. And the reason
Why?
we know this is because you can go to the beach and you can stand there, say you observe the horizon for 6 hours. You'd see it moving around. You'd see it get further away and closer. Now, if the horizon is the edge of the ball, that means that curvature would be dictated by the size of the earth, and the only way it could change position is if the size of the earth changed. No, obviously, I don't think you believe that the earth is changing size while you're watching it.
Hey, what's it called? Didn't you just say it would be like? What if you're higher and lower? If you're
What
higher, you
I'm
would see
talking about from
more.
a fixed location, not going higher or lower, from a fixed location.
Oh wait, say that. I'm sorry, I didn't
From a
follow.
fixed location, you stand at the
Yes.
beach and just stare at the horizon for 6 hours straight. You'll
Yeah.
see it move further and closer to you.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I didn't know
Seen it
that.
myself. I filmed it myself.
So
We got
why do you
observations
think
of the
that's the
horizon
case?
being 10 times too far away, being 3 times too close. You name it. When I say too close is you can calculate the horizon distance based upon what they say the globe is. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you just do that calculation, observer height, basically your camera height, whatever. So there's one in the side chat. So that's a camera height of 1 foot. And the horizon's further, that furthest oil rig is 10 miles away. This second one with all of these. The horizon here is supposed to be, I think that says 2 miles away. Yeah, 2.2 miles away the horizon should be, and you can see the frickin' things go all into the water. So we know that the
What's space
horizon
work
is
then?
is not the geometric edge of a ball because it moves around. Where it appears to be is dependent on your angle, your elevation, and the meteorological conditions.
So what do you think? Why did things disappear across the horizon then? Is there a hypothesis or what?
Optical
Well, I mean, there's a
limitation.
couple. I mean, but it doesn't matter.
But we don't have like there's not a leading one you go with because
It doesn't matter. We know what it's not.
that's not helpful though. That's not something. Why
Well,
why do we care what it's not?
we've done smaller tests, right? We've done shorter tests. So tests that are that would be done in front of the horizon. Like say we have a camera height and the horizon's supposed to be 2,400 feet away. Not giving you an actual real world example. But I go to a lake and the lake is only 1,000 feet long, not 2,400 feet long. So there should be no horizon on this lake at all because the lake isn't long enough. But we can
Huh.
observe horizons on lakes that are too short to have a horizon. And we get the same optical effect. You sail the fucking little boat away, It appears to be cut off bottom up, then disappears on a lake that's too small to even have a horizon. It's just an optical effect. We don't really
so
need
we're
to know
learning
why
what
it
horizons
happens.
actually are. What then? If that's true, would a learning of what a horizon actually is like help us do things better? It's like
What's the
science. The point of
definition of
science is like to do
horizon?
things better. So like a laying hypothesis, so we can like base technology off of, or what?
Horizon's just where the Earth appears to meet the sky. That's it. It's all it is. It's an apparent position.
How can we use that? Do we use
For
that for
what?
anything?
Yeah.
Usually we like when we do science, we want to utilize the science.
We could be parallel with the plane of the horizon if we want to be level with the world.
It's like with that. So all the boats right now are going like all the boats and like navigation in the sea, going off the assumption that the Earth is round. But like accepting that the Earth is flat improve them? You guys think, or
What do you mean?
like because like how we do like the sea navigation and all this other stuff, how we make maps is like based on the assumption that the Earth is round, like the Mercator projection, right? Those aren't the actual shapes of the continents; they're like rejection of what would be on a sphere.
What's it a projection of?
Like how you can't
What do you
put
think?
like a
Hold
sphere.
on, Nate. What is it a
You
projection
can't put a
of?
sphere on a flat map. So you make
That's great.
you
Good.
make the north of that map. You have to warp that
Yeah.
map a little bit. That's why North America looks so big when it's actually not that big. That's why Greenland looks super huge when it's actually not that huge, right?
Okay, what
So,
is it what? Okay, we understand this. What is
But,
the
like, well-
Mercator map a projection of?
a circle Earth, like a round Earth.
A globe. You think it's a projection of a globe? It is not. It is a projection. Listen, let me tell you what it is. It's a projection of a coordinate system that's in the celestial sphere. It is not a projection of the Earth. It's a that grid.
What's the celestial sphere?
The sky.
It's a projection of the sky.
Yeah, so the latitude and longitude, listen, longitude is the solar where the sun is. And latitude is the height of the celestial equator in angle. Okay? So say the celestial equator is 45 degrees above the horizon, you're at 45 latitude.
Wait,
if you're at -5, if you're at -5 longitude, right? Or if you're at a longitude that corresponds to -5 like I am, you know that the sun will be where you are in 5 hours. It'll be noon.
That can't be useful for navigating, though. The Earth is
Yeah,
flat.
it is.
Make a flat map.
So because you got the time in the space, right?
Wait, why don't we use flat maps for navigating, though?
Because we can't see the entire Earth over the Earth, right? We need a reference that we can see from far away.
If I put the Earth on a piece of paper, why would I need a warp at all? Why do this longitude latitude shit?
Because there's topography, man.
No way.
Any map is going to be warped because because there's topography, and the only way it wouldn't be warped is if the Earth was as smooth as a piece of fucking paper.
Oh no! I'm talking about like a regular piece of paper map, not topography. Also,
you asking? Look, you whistling past the graveyard. I told you. Listen, you're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. The reason we use what we use is because we can see the stars. The stars move. You can see them from very far away. If we made some ground reference, like let's say we make the coordinates the fucking Mount Everest. You can't see Mount Everest from everywhere. What good is it going to be as a spatial reference if you can't fucking see it?
But like, why the fuck wouldn't I just use a regular map? Well, like I'm navigating a ship, right?
Okay, no, you're hooked on the whole map thing, bro.
Why can't I just use a flat?
Yeah, no. Step away from the map.
Because you
the
need
map
to
is
use
not
the stars to navigate, dummy, dude. I'm only say one more.
No,
dude, you're not listening. If you had a map of the surface, listen, shut up. If you had a map of the surface of the Earth and you're sailing the sea, what are you going to use as spatial reference? Turn right at that wave? Like what the fuck, bro?
Okay.
How are you going to know when to turn? You're sailing in the middle Pacific. How are you going to know when to turn?
Wait. Oh, dude, GPS. Like I'm talking about modern times, right?
Fucking shut up, bro.
What the fuck is GPS, dude?
He said yes.
Fucking GPS.
Hey, wait. Why couldn't you just go in a straight line? Like use a compass to
People can't go in a straight
Well, why
line,
don't you
dude.
try it? See what happens.
No, like why couldn't you use like
Go in the desert.
the compass to orientate yourself?
Jesus Christ, dude! It's like you're just
Can't-
throwing
don't-
shit
that's
against
not
the wall.
what
You
it
don't know how
was.
any of this shit works,
There's
do
no
you?
fucking way in modern times we use stars.
Compasses
Come
follow
on.
field lines. They're
Yeah, we
wavy.
use stars,
There's no
dude.
way we use stars like a fucking sailboat. We're not that primitive. Hold on.
What the fuck is this idiot on about?
I don't know. He's coping.
He really
Look,
is, isn't he?
sorry, we use stars. The entire coordinate system, latitude and longitude, is based upon stars. You can't find your latitude and longitude without looking at stars. They don't exist. They don't exist on the ground. Sorry. Like, look, if I took you right and it was cloudy forever.
But like I'm talking
How
about
would you
modern
find your
times right
latitude?
now.
Look, Nate, listen. How would you find your latitude and longitude if you could not see the sky?
If this shit was flat, why the fuck do I need to use this? It's
I
flat.
just told you. Why are you doing the ask, ignore, repeat shit?
It's broken.
Dude, fuck
You
you, bro.
asked. I gave you an answer. You ignored it, and then you repeated
You
it.
guys are ignorant. How does space work? Are all the other planets flat as well?
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's spurging, though. You're spiraling, bro.
He's spilling out into other subjects now.
Planets other than what, Nay?
Mars. Like Mars and shit.
When you say the other planets, what does that mean? Other than what?
Like I'm talking about like Mars. Like is Mars
Yeah, but what
also
does
flat,
other
or is
mean?
it just
I'm asking you what other means.
so is Mars not a planet?
Yeah, Mars is a planet. Yeah, that's how we define it. Yeah.
What is Mars?
Compositionally? I don't know. Nobody knows that.
Like, what would you think Mars is? Do you guys have an idea what shape it would
He
be?
just said,
It's
I
a circle.
don't
That's what we
know.
say.
Oh,
It's a pancake.
oh, okay.
It's a
So
pancake.
you're a dumbass.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm a
okay.
dumbass because it looks like a circle. I'm a
I'm
dumbass.
saying that because I'm not really pretending anymore. Fuck y'all. Good night. Love y'all.
Yeah, you're the dumbest dude in here, dude. Fucking calling us a dumbass. Crazy, dude.
So,
Dude, that was a quick fucking spiral, bro.
It was, wasn't it?
Dude, like circling the drain, dude. You know how it goes faster, it gets towards the bottom? That's what he did.
Yeah.
He just went, woo! Straight fucking vortex.
Quite light speed.
Spiraling
do
at
you
light
guys
speed.
believe in
Belief. I don't have no beliefs.
do you believe in dinosaurs?
Why would I believe in fucking dinosaurs?
How old are you, bro?
Oh, I'm
You
just
in
asking.
your- Are you in your Dino pajamas right now?
I'm just asking random questions. Now, what's the okay?
What do dinosaurs got to do with the shape of the Earth?
I just want to know.
You saw a meme
terms of, like,
where a meteorite hit the side of the disc and it spun and the dinosaurs got flicked off, didn't you?
Nah, I don't even believe that. I'm just saying, what's the earliest history do you believe in?
Dude, nobody knows how old the Earth is. There's no way to tell. Contrary to what you've heard, such as the dating of the Earth by radioactive decay, it's been known for almost 30 or 40 years, though they don't tell anybody yet. It was discovered at Lawrence Livermore Labs that radioactive decay of elements makes a shitty clock, meaning the radioactive decay rate varies with time. Okay, now obviously you should know that you can't have a clock at that whose rate of time changes over time, right? You can't keep time with that.
Or how about
Okay,
this?
so this isn't my hold on, just a quote. This isn't my opinion. You can go on Google or I'll post a link in the chat. It's called Variability of Nuclear Decay Rates. It's on Massachusetts Institute of Technology website. About 40 papers showing that nuclear decay rates vary with time and they make shitty clocks. Okay, so the shit you hear about them dating using radioactive methods to date the Earth, to date rocks, to date it's horseshit. It's fucking 100-year-old bullshit that has not caught up.
What's the earliest event would you say is fairly accurate? Like the earliest event in history?
Last Tuesday.
When I was born.
No, you couldn't read a calendar, dude. Stop. You know that nobody knows how old they are, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't read a calendar when you were born, right? So nobody knows how old they are. Nobody. It's all hearsay. You believe you're a certain age, but you don't know that. You agree with that? Snow? This is a
That's fair.
sanity check.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's fair. I mean,
Yeah.
because a lot of these
It's
things are
accurate.
just used
It's so
for
accurate
a
that you
measure.
can't testify to your own age in court. Did you know that?
Hmm?
You can't testify to your own age in court. You're not a competent witness to when you were born. You were an infant. You couldn't tell time. So you don't know when you were
Your
born.
parents
Yeah,
can't
your
verify
parents
that.
can. Yeah, your parents can. Yeah, exactly. That's what the birth certificate is for. It's to memorialize
Mm.
their witnessing of your birth, right?
Mm.
And they make a public record of it, and that goes into the vital records. And so what they would
Mm.
do is they would submit that in court, but you wouldn't be able to testify as to your birth date. Someone else would have to do it.
Oh yeah, no. It's just common sense, yeah.
Yeah, but
Obviously.
but you're asking us, when was the Earth born? How the fuck are we gonna know that?
I'm just testing you, bro. When I ask these questions, I don't even believe the question. I'm just seeing if there's real flat earthers out there.
There's
That
real
there's no
flat
dumb
earth. Stop being
cunts
a fucking
with
idiot
a
then.
fucking stick up their ass
What?
that
That's
wants
really
to talk
weird.
about shit in detail. Okay, I know
Yeah.
what you're trying to get to. You're trying to test my knowledge and this and that. That's fine. I know the Earth is. I feel myself. I'm not a real flat earther, but I'm not dumb enough to feel that the Earth is got some type of curvature. I don't believe that shit. I've been out in the sea and looked out and been like, I'm a builder myself. I use levels, laser levels, all that.
He's dishonest.
So
I would
I'm
not
just going
join
off.
the conversation if he's dishonest.
I'm just saying, like,
You're
I'm
dishonest
just
is what you're
asking random
saying.
questions just to test you
You're
guys.
dishonest
I'm
is
just,
what you're saying. You've been lying is what you're saying. I'm really a flat earther. I don't believe this shit. Though for the last half an hour you've been acting like a fucking globe earther asking fucking questions. So what you're actually saying is you're a liar and you're not honest. See ya.
hey, what'd you say? What'd you say?
and he plays stupid.
I'm just asking random like questions. Like I'm just testing you guys. It ain't like
You're
that I
lying.
believe it.
You're not
You're
testing.
not
You're not
qualified
honest.
to test
You're a
us, brother.
bullshitter. Yeah.
I'm not a globie. I'm not a globie. Okay?
You're not a flat earther either.
You're a bullshitter.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I don't
remember
claim any
you
of it.
from the other server, dude. I remember everybody. I remember you. You have the
What did I
secret
say?
method from which you determined flat Earth, and you're not telling anybody.
Hey, I haven't been in
So
a
you're
neutral
gonna do
server
that
with you.
shtick
What are you talking
again?
about?
Any other song and dances? You're gonna tell shows how to tap dance next?
Wait, what? Hey! Tell me that
I
server because I
remember
know
you,
that you're
dude.
lying. What is that server called?
Busted.
24/7 flat Earth
Don't lie
Discord.
now. Don't lie now. This is the first
20
time I've talked to you.
No, it is not. You're the one with the secret flat Earth method. You said you did it the
The secret
exact
flat
same way.
Earth
You said
method.
you've been on the ocean, and then you said you're in construction. You
I
did it
have
the exact
never
same way. The
talked about a
exact same
secret
shtick,
flat Earth
dude.
move.
I have
I
a
have
crazy good
never.
memory. You're full of shit, dude.
I'm telling you, I have never talked about any type of flat Earth methods. What are you talking about? A secret?
I
What you
know
say?
you
A
didn't.
secret flat Earth method?
I know you didn't.
What the fuck
That's
is
the
wrong with
point. It
you?
was a secret, dude.
He's a liar.
You got
I mean,
something stuck so far that you can't get it out, mate.
it's
No,
you're a fucking liar, man. Fucking hell. I can't stand people like you.
I don't know what you're on about, mate.
it's called LARPing.
I've never
Yeah.
been in. I've never
So
been in
what
a
have you been
flat
doing
Earth
for the last
server.
half an hour? LARPing,
Maybe it
pretending.
was in here. I don't know. I've heard you before. You pulled this shtick already, dude.
Nope.
It's a very unique gimmick. It sticks out like a sore
I
thumb.
haven't pulled this. I've never asked if you think that
Okay, why do you think the Earth is
dinosaurs are
flat?
real, this and that. That's the first time I asked it in here.
Okay, why do you think the Earth's flat?
Why do I think the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
I just feel the Earth is flat.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, bro.
So he feels that the Earth is flat, but he came
Same
in here for
thing,
the last
dude.
hour
It's
just
the
pretending to
same
be a
guy,
ball.
bro.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's a fucking liar.
Now I know you're not a flat earther.
So Moses,
Okay,
have
who's
you
next?
I just unlocked Moses so he can get his cope on. I mean, out.
Well, you're on him, yeah, because I'm going to bed. It's like fucking 3.
Catch you, India.
See you on your next shift.
Hi, Grandpa.
Yeah, see you in like 4 hours.
In a bit, man.
I ain't kidding. Back in 4 hours, dude. I just need
He'll
to
be
sleep
back.
for a bit.
See you in a bit, man.
Grandpa. Got your grandpa hanging, bro.
Musa, are you
Your
trying to
mommy
speak
called
or
me
have you
daddy.
got some...
Dude, my mommy called fucking half the United States daddy, so fair enough. Like, enjoy the herpes, brother. Like,
Yeah, guys. Musa, are you trying to speak or have you just got some microphone issue thing going on?
Okay.
Hasn't got the
I'm fine.
bollocks.
Because it's like Morse code going on, bro.
You uninclusive shitbag. I haven't heard the word or the phrase shitbag for about 30 years. That's awesome.
Mm. It's a shame all the really cool TOS words are all the stuff that the Gen Xers used to use on a daily basis, if not hourly basis. Now we get in trouble for it.
Yeah. Is Moses going to talk? Otherwise, I'm going to get bored fast.
Moses, what's your proof of curvature?
The picture taken by Artemis.
yeah.
That's Musa, not Moses. Different person. Moses, you're first. What's your proof of curvature? You don't have any. Well, Jedi's going to be highly disappointed with that. Oh, anyways, Musa, your proof of curvature is a photograph.
Yep, it's better than anything you've got.
From Artemis. Yeah.
How did you verify the photograph to be true?
Put it through an AI.
No, you didn't.
I did. The
You didn't.
fuck?
All right. Give me the
What the
fucking
fuck
results.
kind of response is
Give me
that?
the results then.
Why don't you just do it yourself?
No, give me the results that you did. Because you did it, right? Remember? You did it. So give the
Yeah, I
result.
did. Hey,
So
I
give
don't
the
like the way you're
results.
talking to me, dude. Just go ahead and mute
Oh,
me.
okay. So this is going to be. I'm not going to give you the results because I don't like the way that you're talking to me.
Just go ahead and mute
Because
me,
you
buddy.
didn't
Well, I mean,
do
you are
it.
being a prick the entire time,
You
right?
didn't do
Like,
it.
literally.
You didn't. I can give a fuck about your feelings. He's lying. He
Just mute me,
didn't
bro.
do
You're unstable. No wonder you're a flat earther.
it. Did you do
Is that
it?
the best you've
Or you're
got?
just going to lie? Liar. You're going to lie, aren't you? To
His pussy
cope.
hurt.
All right. So you verified the image to be true. What did the results say?
100% not AI.
Show me the results, please, sir. It will have a breakdown, won't it? I want to see the breakdown. The breakdown?
I'm currently texting a bitch, so you could go put it.
Yeah, you're a liar. Is what you are.
Swear to God.
That's it.
You want to
Yeah, no, don't bring God into it, and please don't make believe that you're texting a woman.
I mean, I can show
Three
you, dude.
lies
Are
in
you
one
fucking
fucking breath.
slow?
Three
That's
lies in one
interesting.
breath.
He can show us that he's texting some wench, but he can't show us the back up his claim. Interesting.
He's a liar. Is all he is.
You're just distracting me from texting this biddy.
I'll tell you what, we'll help you. We'll remove you from the channel. How about that?
Go ahead, pussy.
You're only saying that because you're on, dude. You wouldn't say that to my face.
Dude, I don't give a fuck about you, buddy.
Then
I don't
fucking
care.
leave, dude. Fuck me. Why are you here? Why are you
I
here?
wanted to listen. You forced me to talk.
Oh well, you're not. Do you want to listen? Do you? Is that
Fuck
all you
you.
want
I'm
to
leaving.
do?
I'm leaving before you can ban me, pussy.
That's all you got, isn't it? Just words. Done. Fucking surrounded by weak people. Oh, and Scott Mackey's joined us as well. Fuck me.
I choose not to.
I mean, if you could fucking leave, that'd be great.
All right.
I fucking made him go. Look at that.
Oh, holy shitballs! That was gold. Oh man.
All right, that's a victory lap around my fucking living room. Thank you.
Okay, Jedi, permission to strut. Oh shit.
That was funny.
Moses, why are you hoping so hard? What is the deal, man? That was funny.
That was. I don't deal with liars. Oh well, lots of fun for everyone. What's going on, Matrix? Anything interesting?
Now we've had a couple of Moses, that other clown. When I first joined in, they were 3 parts of the way through destroying another one.
Right.
India just doing his thing. But there hasn't really been anything that exciting. It's just been a pretty steady flow of clowns just not wanting to listen, constantly interrupting.
Yeah. Oh well.
Alright, let's let Moses off so he can continue his cope. So Moses, where's this curvature you think of? What's the dealio, man? You don't want to talk now? You've realised that the cope session is just too much for you?
What's up?
Oh,
You
you're going
talking
to
to me?
pretend not to listen?
I don't listen to when you speak most of the time. Yeah, I mean, like, you're just
That's
like
probably
a hard
not wise.
troll. I mean, you're a troll, right?
So,
it's like I just kind of
everyone's just a
ignore you.
troll.
I mean, you
Yep,
are.
so
sure.
everyone's just a troll, except for you, the one person. So Moses, let's just think about this with a logical sense. You obviously fucking hate flat earthers. You despise us for whatever reason. Did he just headphone himself? Suit yourself. The red flag stays on. I don't give a fuck. I got nothing but time. So, anyways, what kind of person would drive a Chev and go to a Dr. Xavier? Can you click your microphone button? Thank you. It's bad enough they have to listen to me once. We don't need a fucking echo. So, Moses, what kind of clown would preach Chevs all day and then go to a Ford meetup? That's you. You love your little Chev. That's great. You hate Fords. That's great. But yet you're going to go to a Ford meetup and tell everyone how great your Chev is. Or in your case, just bitch about not listening to them because you don't want to. That's a fucking mental disorder, bro. That's crazy. Next level, broken in the head type stuff. So, dude, you've got to help yourself. If you don't want to be
Oh
here,
shit, am I muting him?
don't.
Dude, whoa, dude, you're so inconsistent with this.
You
What is
deafened
this about?
yourself. You've undeafened. What's going on with you? You deafened yourself.
I was trying to figure out. Well, I did deafen for a second, so I could adjust the volumes on people.
Right.
It's just
Are you
too
an
loud out of the
active
trolls.
fire?
Oh yeah, you're another one on the internet.
Okay, fuck off.
Yeah, we might just red flag that one. Got no reason why we want to keep that. So, welcome to the new person that just dropped in. I don't know who it was, sorry. And Dr. Xavier. Get it right one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've got questions.
Well, my question is on the flat Earth thing: is where's the edge or where's the end of the flatness?
I guess logically, if you're within inside the point horizontally in any direction, you can go that way.
I mean, but everything flat has an end to it.
Yeah, like your living room. So if you're in your living room or your bedroom, you just point in any direction. I guarantee there'll be a wall there.
Yeah, so where are the walls to the flat Earth? Or
Like
the
I
end?
said, like I said, if you were to follow in any direction, right? Like in your living room, you point in any direction. There's going to be the limitation to the system, right?
Okay, so where's the part of that in the Earth? Where's that in the Earth?
I'm giving you the direction, aren't I? You're asking me where is that, and I keep pointing towards the horizon. I keep telling you to go that way, or behind me,
You
that
end up in
way,
the same spot
or
if you
in
keep
any
going that
360-degree horizontal direction.
360-degree heart. What?
Yeah, you. If you were to turn around and point towards the horizon, when you turn around in a complete circle, that's 360 degrees.
You're
So
going
you can
straight,
point any
turning.
direction towards the fucking horizon, and logically, that would lead you to the end of the system, just like in your living room. Are you following me?
No, not really.
Ah,
There has
fuck
to be
me.
an end.
I know. I'm telling you where it is.
The horizon is the end of the flat Earth.
No, I'm pointing you in the direction.
Yeah, at least you're pointing. Yeah, giving him an idea which way to go.
Do we have any pictures of the end of the flat Earth?
He's not vibing, man. I don't get it.
I tried really simply. I even bloody agreed with him, and still was just fighting me all the way. Fucking hell, all right then.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that's what my question is. Where's the end of the flat Earth?
How many have you had?
That way.
Can I see a picture?
No, I haven't been there. Wow. I must have
Yeah,
woke up.
Jedi, you answered it. You answered it fine. And this is from
Thank
a
you,
Gober.
Matthew. Thank you, Matthew.
An interesting question would be what's at the edge, but maybe we don't know.
Yeah,
That's why I want to see a picture of it.
yeah, I don't know because I've not been there. I can point
I
you
don't
the
think
way, but
anybody's
I've not experienced it myself.
I don't think anybody's been there.
Okay.
Are you the fucktard that was on Facebook that was bitching about being banned from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for posting the dino meme?
Oh, hope it was. Or is it
Me too.
Flat Earthers when they realise their balls are round? Iron Man's slamming anvil. Like, fucking pathetic. So immature.
Because there's
Like,
some clown show teed up
people
that was
that
on
post those
Facebook.
memes, I want to ban. I do want to ban. I probably did ban him. Say again?
There was some clown having a big whinge on Facebook how he was banned from 24/7 FE for posting the dino meme. And that's what I got on there and just went, unless you spammed it, you wouldn't have got banned. They would have just posted up that thing that I just posted there. Well, it's the dinosaur meme again. Being peer reviewed by Neil deGrasse Tyson. And
Right.
yeah. Unless they post it to Indio. I know he fucking hates it. So this dumbass is still asking for an edge, even though no one said that they've been there. Right. Well, I'll show him one edge. Where is it?
Oh, let me guess. You're going to get out of your fucking nut. Bloody Australians.
Wasn't even thinking of that one, actually. There you go. There's an edge. I'm happy with that.
That's not an edge. That's an edge.
That's an edge. It's only a 60-metre drop, so be careful walking near it. Alright?
Yeah. He's still fucking asking the same question. I've given him the directions.
Well, it fulfills all the claims. It's flat. There's an edge. Done. I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well.
Oh, I didn't see that one sneak in. Afternoon, Roots. And it looks like you brought someone else with you. Sneed's Seed and Feed. That could be funny.
Morning, Matrix.
He
Top of the
sounds like he
morning
needs
here.
a coffee.
What's up, Roots?
Hey, what's up, Jedi? I'm still
Good.
tired.
Yeah, man. It's only 8:30. Okay. Gorgeous morning, though.
Looks like it's going to be the best day of the year so far for us in of my end. Shorts out, guns out.
Fucking hell. Barbecue on. It'll be raining in a minute. I can't believe it's nearly May.
Did you end up watching that short video I sent you, Jedi?
Man, I've seen so many things. Can you ring my bell for me if I've seen it?
It's in your DMs. That only goes for a couple of. That only goes for 10 minutes or something. It's only a real short one. But no, I
What was
just
it?
thought it was interesting. That's all.
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah, fucking hell. Sorry, dude.
No, that's all right.
So,
You've
yeah.
probably watched like 10,000 of them, but yeah.
Yeah, no, this was kind of one of those videos that turned up at the right time because I was watching similar stuff about it. Like the title
Yep.
about it, Esoteric Jesus. I've been watching a load of esoteric stuff with regards to the stories of Jesus and praying and meditation, things to do with certain parts of the body, your brain specifically, and the effects of meditation and prayer upon the brain, and what parts grow and blah blah blah. So yeah,
Yep.
this was actually hella interesting, dude. Spot on with another. I ain't gonna lie about probably 20 other videos I've watched about the same subject. I watched about 3 hours of this YouTube channel, like back to back on different videos last night on exactly the same subject as this, dude. So my head is kind of full of it at the moment. I'm just trying to process it this morning.
Defrag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, definitely watch this video, man. It was awesome.
Yeah, well, that's what you were talking about that yesterday, and I thought, hang on a minute, this all ties in. Well, I thought it did. All ties in very much so with what you were talking about, and yeah, I thought it was actually quite interesting.
Yeah, it really was. Let me just look through the videos that I watched yesterday, see if I can jog my memory about anything. Fucking hell. What usually
But I
happens
copied.
is I'll fall asleep watching shit and I can't remember until I remember. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I was watching videos last night. I'll give you the titles and I'll explain what about the Four Horsemen.
I copied them. The two that you posted up yesterday, I snagged them already, and also jumped and subscribed to that channel. So yeah, I can sit back and waste more time.
Really, really interesting channel with some interesting stuff. I've seen this stuff before in my long fucking history of life now. And like with things like about 20 years ago, they're interesting, but they don't quite sink in. You don't quite understand, or I didn't. Maybe I wasn't ready or able to hear what was being said. But now, going back to some of these things, it's really, really interesting. Really interesting. But yeah, quite a lot of these stories, like as I was saying, the four horsemen of the apocalypse. If anybody's listening, they're not actually horsemen. They're regions of the brain, apparently. What we're talking about as well, the seven seals. The seven seals of tribulation. breaks the seals of the scroll. I mean, those 7 seals aren't literal seals. Those seals are supposed to be, what is it, the 7 chakras of the body. We're going to start going over into some like Asian and Eastern mysticism in a minute. It's really cool. But yeah, quite a lot of these stories, even the story of the 3 wise men who bring gifts to Jesus when he's born, that's to do with the structure of the brain and, you know, what Jesus literally told us to do with regards to the kingdom of God is already inside you, blah, blah, blah. So very interesting stuff, mate. I urge you to watch the videos and other ones as well.
Yeah, well, I've got a long weekend, so if I'm not on air, I'm either taking photos or watching YouTube videos. So alrighty, I had a couple of newbies drop in. Oh, Low Tract is back with his low rent fucking ideas. Sneed seed and fee. They're still chilling. Man, I tell you something. Grab a couple of brews, knock them back, and then try to say that in a hurry 3 times. That'd be a good show. I thought I heard someone else sneak in. Oh well. Don't be scared, Sneed. Most of them won't bite you. It's not like they can jump through your phone, so feel free to ask any questions. Maybe you're just a fanboy of Jedi or Roots. Speak up, tell them. They'd probably appreciate that. Maybe you think Matthew Learns sucks at maths. Yeah. He probably won't appreciate that.
I'm pretty good. You know what,
He's
though?
typing
I've
something.
forgotten a lot of calculus stuff, so whatever.
What have we got? 3:30 a.m. and I'm fried right now, just chilling. Yeah, well, some people's voices are a bit louder than others. I try not to go that late into the night. Well, if you got any questions and you wish to fry yourself further, please type them up. What do we got? 20 to 6. I need something to chew on. I need food. I'm not going to get myself a big bucket of ice cream and then just sit in silence and wait for the sugar rush to hit, and hopefully there's a Glober in channel when it happens. Do we have a music bot in here?
I think you have to bring it in. Don't think it's.
Alright, they Musico. Because earlier on, when that clown was yabbering on about the edge, that's what I wanted to get more of that song that I've got, No Edge. Just drop it whilst he's just carrying on with shit. So we've got 3 hours and 20 minutes, and India, I'll be back. I can get a movie in that time. You've seen the over in DJ server, the photos folder that's there now, Jedi.
What photos?
There's a folder that he's put up for photography. So any photos that we take ourselves, that's the only rules. We have to actually take them. You can post them in there.
Oh, sweet, cool. You can be posting images in there, yeah?
I've already chucked a few in there.
Cool, I'll have a look now.
Yeah, some pretty tidy stuff. If you're into black and white things.
Mate, I don't care.
Yeah, we've got our show coming up in the next couple of weeks, and I'm thinking about chucking a few in. See how I go.
Wondering whether I should get myself a camera and go down to the coast. Start looking at France again. See how far towards the south of England I can get before I start seeing the Isle of Wight again. Might be a good idea. I have to get a camera though. I've got my uncle's old binoculars, but I can't record anything with those. They're from the Second World War.
Fair enough, yeah.
Big heavy motherfuckers as well. Bloody hell.
Well, if you're after a good all-rounder, the P900s, 950s, 1000s are all excellent. So they'd probably be the pick of the bunch if you're after an all-rounder. It all depends. If you're just after something quick and easy, you don't have to worry about carrying different lenses and shit like that, then that's probably the one to go for. But if you're after modular things, where you've decided, oh, look, I do want to take photos of other stuff, then I'd suggest a SLR, whether it's a mirrorless or an old school one, because then you can swap and chop lenses. But, yeah. But there's a few of us that have been swinging cameras around. Myself, Yoda, Indio. I think it's DJ knows a wee bit about lenses. I'm pretty sure it was DJ. But yeah, there's quite a few of the lads now that are getting a bit of practice in. So if you've got any queries about them, yeah, don't be scared. I've spent a lot of time swinging off Canons and Pentax. But you don't have to have an overly expensive camera to take some really good shots. You can have a low end, which the scary part is low end is considered up to $2,000 for us over here. You can have exactly. My camera's worth $1,100. It's considered low end as beginner level, which is scary. But you can get a beginner level camera with an SLR and chuck a average lens on it, not a shit one, but medium lens on it, and you can put out some very, very tidy shots. There's all image stabilization and all this shit going on now. Like years ago, there was none of that. If you had a steady hand, you're a winner. Whereas now, you don't even have to have a steady hand anymore. Like you see those old fellas that have got rickets that can't even touch their nose because they end up scratching one of their ears type bad, and you can still get good shots. So there's cameras, like my camera doesn't have IS in it, which is one of the big complaints about it. And it's a Canon R10. They were all blowing up about it because it didn't have image stabilization. But the silly part is, all of the lenses I want to use anyways all have it. So why do I need a double dose of lens versus camera trying to counteract each other?
Okay.
But none of my older cameras had image stabilization, so it's not really a big winner for me if it has it or doesn't. So
Yeah. Got a tripod on that, yeah?
yeah, well, that's what I'm doing anyways because I'm doing long range shots. I want the camera as still as possible. So I've got it tripod mounted and I've also got the delayed timer running. So when I'm doing the long range stuff, I click the button, like I'll zoom in, check everything and go, yep, everything's where I want it. Click the button and I've got a 2-second delay before it takes a photo. So it allows the camera time to stop shaking or doing whatever. But mine's a 24 megapixel. Depending on what you're doing, if you're just doing like scenery shots and stuff like that, yeah, that and up is pretty tidy. Like photograph wise, actual size wise, 0.9 of a megapixel is a 19-inch monitor. So I know it's a weird way of working it out for people, but your old school 19-inch monitor, 0.9 of a megapixel. So if you're throwing a 24 megapixel camera or greater, at its native size, that photo is huge.
Wow, okay, I get you.
But the main purpose of taking them that size is if you're editing them, you blow them up to full size, you do a tiny little edit, and when you shrink it back down to its proper, like so we can see it, you don't notice the editing. So that's one of the reasons why they prefer the exceptionally large megapixel thing. But for me, I've jumped from my old camera was an 8 megapixel. So and I bought that, what, 2009-ish? 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. I think. Maybe earlier. I'm losing track of them. I've had too many. And yeah, for me, the megapixel jump is a big thing. But that old camera I had, it was 3K just for the body. No lenses or anything else with it. And this new one I've got basically supersedes everything the old one did. So that's a third the cost.
Sorry, dude, I just got a shitload of background noise behind me. I've got a lorry reversing in with aggregate.
No, you're right, mate.
Alright, that's better. But I was going to say to Matrix, man, you have to give me a shout out about what you think about those videos we've been talking. I'm going to probably watch a few more of them today because, like with all of these things, man, I see it, I find it interesting. Can I repeat the information to you guys and talk about it? No, I get confused very, very quickly. So I've got to watch it all again about 5, 6, 7 times, understand this. So yeah, let me know what you think about the videos, dude.
Yeah, no worries. I actually don't mind watching a lot of that kind of stuff.
What I find really interesting about just pulling stuff out of his backside. He brings along medical research, the scientists that did the studies and the results of the studies, like the MRI scans that show the different areas of the brain and their activity whilst being stimulated with these different things, the regions of the brain, like the names of them, the way they're described, like the way that they were described in the Bible and the way that the medical researchers describe them today with the Latin words that are used, literally put them side by side, it's the same thing. So it's that stuff as well that's blown my mind a little bit, because it's not just like people pulling stuff out of the Bible that they want to see. It's based in medical research. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what does make it interesting when it's backed up by something. It's not just someone yabbering away for the sake of it. It's it is backed up by that. That's the type of stuff I do like. It's probably why we get shitty with tards that come in here yibbering away and then don't back it up with anything. They just make noise.
None of us, I would assume, hopefully I'm right, but I would assume none of us really stagnate, right? Flat Earth isn't the only thing really that's going on in our lives, right? In the background, obviously life's going on, but Flat Earth isn't like the only, what's a good way, research subject, I guess. Other people look into other things. In the last 10 years, right, I guess the majority of us have, grown a bit. So when we come into these conversations and talk to people that are it sounds horrible to say, but quite far behind, it becomes frustrating. It's like, oh, dude, please hurry up. There's a shit ton of people in chat. Fucking hell, I only just realised. I might as well say hello to everybody. Fucking hell. DJ's even joined us. Morning, DJ. Hope you're doing well.
Morning.
Morning, mate. How you keeping?
Good. I got stuck into that. I always forget the name of it. I don't know why he called it that. Saosu or whatever it is. You know, that 2 hour, 20-minute one with the English guy going over all the old world stuff.
Yeah,
it's awesome. I'm dying to keep watching it. I'm about sort of, 2/3 into it, and it's really good. I want to watch it now, but I was watching it with my wife, and she'll get annoyed if I keep watching it without her. So,
Oh,
so I
okay,
gotta
cool.
wait.
I'm glad you found it interesting. I apologise as it gets off towards the end. I don't think there's a map on the fucking moon, like the guy says. But when you're right, the middle bit with the old world stuff, really fucking interesting, right? Especially when he starts talking about the little ice age and so on around the same
He's just
time.
he's just right when I turned it off was right when he started to talk about the little ice age. So I'm looking forward to that section.
I won't spoil it for you then, mate. I'll let him do it, and he'll do a better job than me fucking regurgitating because I'll get. But yeah, good stuff, man.
But yeah,
What
I'm the
else?
same with all of this stuff as well. I got to watch it 3 or 4 times before I can explain it properly.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Because it's all over the place. It's like a big giant puzzle, and to put it all together is difficult, especially when you're tying it into the little season type stuff, and then everything's connected, but it's not so simple to just explain it all. I know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly, man. But it's really
So many
interesting.
dots need to be connected.
But super, super interesting, man. That's for sure. Who else have we
I'm
got in the
in.
chat?
Have either you or DJ or Jedi looked into the chronology research that there was time added into the calendar? I felt like that helped put the little
Oh
season
yeah.
idea in context for
Oh
me.
yeah, absolutely, man.
Time
Yep.
taken out, time put in, made up shit. Yep, like all of it, everywhere. Before Jesus, after Jesus, recently, historically. Yeah, time's definitely been altered.
Yeah, I feel like it helped put into context the idea if we are in a Satan's little season, something like that must have taken place to separate us from what we call the biblical days. And then it starts to make a little bit more sense if that's the case.
Yep. Well, what they're suggesting is that the Dark Ages is more so meaning that it was the Dark Ages for Satan, not the Dark Ages for humanity. It was the Light Ages for humanity. Well, at the same time, it was the Dark Ages because Satan was chained or whatever. And that's coming from me, who's not even really, highly religious or anything like that. I just find it interesting. It makes all of the things that I kind of dismissed because a lot of it didn't make sense. Now it seems to make a bit more sense to me. But I've still got a lot of research to go. I don't make any specific claims about it, right, as fact or anything. I just think it's really interesting and definitely something worth looking into.
Well, I tell you what, I came across an old Tartarian map. It claimed to be a Tartarian map. And I ran it through AI, and AI says it's a genuine map. And on this map, you've got two massive cities called Gog and Magog. And that has never left my brain because obviously everybody nowadays is talking about Armageddon and Revelations, and Gog and Magog is coming up on a regular basis. And I find it so bizarre that there were two cities called Gog and Magog now completely destroyed. I just find that very, I don't know, very strange.
Yeah, that's the kind of things that I'm finding interesting. There's a lot of little islands and even big islands that were on all of the older maps consistently that are after the 1500 maps, 1600 maps are completely gone. And then there's a lot of the hagiographies of the old saints, right, that all explain what happened. And it's fascinating because they all kind of align with each other, and then they align with this little season eschatology. It's mind blowing. And then a lot of I was watching Autodidactic yesterday. He goes over a lot of old maps. He finds old map books, and then he'll overlay the current maps with the old maps. And it seems like
he did it a bit wrong, but I
yeah,
could
he
help
did. I
him.
noticed that. But
Yeah,
it's
did you see
just
how
in
it lined
general.
up? Like,
Well, what he's doing, I mean,
but it's a great
even
idea. Like I was just like, oh, bro, just shift it to the right a little, and you've got
yeah,
it.
yeah. But it's interesting showing that maybe the sea levels were a bit lower at some stage in some areas.
Yes, yes.
And
Right. Okay.
and there
Ice
was so
age,
much more land.
melting of
Yeah.
ice, rising of sea level.
Brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. I love how you're excited, T. Oh, that's brilliant, dude.
Yeah, I love what you're talking about, man. I love it. It's look, they went out to search for to see what the new world was like. The new world wasn't a landmass like America. It was just the entirety of their existence, like the surface beneath them, had changed. They went out to explore and see what it looked like now, see what changes had been made, how the land was different. Do we still get to this other place if we go that direction now? Oh shit, we don't. We went a bit further, and now we've reached. They're trying to gauge their surroundings after the change, a new world.
The more I look into it, the more everything I see how it kind of aligns with the 1984 novel, and how they talk about in that novel how they changed the layout of the Earth on the maps, and they claim that they invented things that obviously were already invented, but and what they did was they went through all the books, and they didn't destroy all of the books, but they edited the books and changed what it says in the books to align with their structure. And everyone, all of the people, all just buy into it, right? They think that this place is in this, everything is manipulated, but the people don't know about it. It's crazy. It definitely aligns with that.
It's interesting.
I pushed to talk on, but yeah, look at this little puppy. He's a little sad now.
God, that was a
Just
quick descent. Shit.
yeah. Doing good. Yeah. He just got to sleep. He's like just very kind of lazy right now. He's just like, I want my sleeps, woman, and then my tweets and walks tomorrows. He's a good boy. Well, we got yet another nest to dig out. Hold on. We go scratch it. Okay. Good boy. Good boy. You're calm. Yep. Let me get that out of your face. Gonna bite it out like
Dude,
a tablet.
dude, mute up.
Good job. Good job.
Mute up. Douglas, mute up, mate.
Good job. Oh, got another one. I tracked another.
Oh wow, the warning was ignored.
Fucking fruity guy, man.
Does the DC command still work? Let's test it.
What kind of grown man talks like that?
I bet it doesn't.
Yeah, have you seen any of the new archaeological discoveries at all recently? Because I was watching a Bright Insight video, and he was talking about Göbekli Tepe, and the new theory right now, from not the mainstream, of course, but from the credible archaeologists who have been flirting with mainstream and controversial ideas, they're all heading down a path now that Göbekli Tepe, the site as it's presented, is a reconstruction of an older site, and that what we're seeing with all the piled up rocks is basically somebody who found a devastated site and rebuilt and lived there in a more primitive fashion, when actually the original site was far more advanced. because there's little sculptures in some of the poled up walls. There's little sculptures like used as rocks. There's little things out of place, and their argument is the reason why it's not being excavated further is because they want you to believe that whoever this primitive people were who rebuilt the settlement, that they were the owners of the settlement, because that would fall in line with the timeline. So they're saying that's the reason why they allowed Göbekli Tepe to make it mainstream news, because actually what we're seeing is a primitive group who reconstructed a very advanced site, and they won't let you go any further and dig any deeper because you'll find all this anonymous stuff, basically.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you have videos about that on your server, or?
Do you know, I should have shared. I should have put it in my server. It was Bright Insights video. I will put it in the side chat here, and I'm going to add it to my server. Yeah. And there was another archaeological discovery where they said they found another sphinx underneath the sand, like a couple of 100 meters across or something.
So wait, what? Another sphinx?
Yeah, completely buried.
Fucking hell! What did you say? Under the sphinx? Yeah, the other.
No, like a few 100 meters away from the original sphinx, under the sand. Apparently, there's another sphinx.
No fucking way. Have you got any
Yeah.
interest? Have you got any information on that?
That makes sense. It makes sense because like it probably originally had the head of a lion, right? Like or what they'd call a cherubim, right? So they had at the entrance of the gateway into a palace or something, they'd have these huge sphinx cherubim looking statues, creatures, right? Like similar to the sphinx, and they had lion paws and like a liony or like a sometimes a what was it what was those desert foxes, like one of them, and yeah, and they'd sit either side of the entrance to the palace, right, like a guardian. So that only makes sense that if there's one of them there should have been another one, and that was some sort of gateway or entrance to an area or a palace.
Okay.
You guys
Yeah,
see that in the side chat?
Hey, shut the fuck up, bro. We're talking.
there are usually two lines. You'll see those in London or outside any like municipal building, especially in London. But you'll probably find them in other places. I know they're in Canada, Toronto, and whatnot. There's lines everywhere. 4 lines mark out the extent of the city of London, the square mile. So there's lots of lines used in some symbology. The line of Judah, but it goes a lot deeper than that. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was another sphinx next to the original sphinx. The thing why I'm interested is I've fucking been there. I've been to the pyramids. I've touched that sand. I've been spat at by fucking camels. So it's quite possible I might have even walked over the top of the Sphinx if he's saying that they've discovered a new one. So if you've got any info, Roots, I'd love to see it, mate. Cheers, dude. I see you just posted something in my DMs. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I posted the video about the Göbekli Tepe in the chat, but when I tried to put the Sphinx one in the chat, it was apparently a banned source from the server, which is weird because I'm sure it's the same server. So I've had to
Can
send
you
it
pop
direct. So if
that
anyone
in?
else,
Yeah, can you pop that in my DMs too, if that's okay?
yeah.
Is it the same
Anyone
channel?
else? Same channel, yeah. It don't even make sense, mate.
I'll see if I can find it on the channel then.
Cheers.
It's amazing how many new discoveries just go unmentioned, though. Send it to you, T-Dub, as well, if you're there. I know you love this stuff. All this stuff, though, does lead me to question how much of the events of the Bible were potentially real, in terms of the Tower of Babel, the idea that there was one society, unified, one language, and then there was some sort of separation, because there seems to be a massive disconnect between the old world and then where we consider our starting point.
Oh, the Bible's been changed, and we know that we've got so many different translations and transliterations of the Bible, New International Version, this version, that version, your fucking version, my fucking version. So we know the Bible's been changed. There's different types of Bible. There are those that are translated from the Masoretic texts, and then those are the ones, and then there are ones from the Septuagint. Probably the Septuagint, the old Greek writings, verifiable, being as the Septuagint is the text that the disciples of Jesus were using was the Messiah after he died and was resurrected. The reason why these scripts aren't used today is because obviously the Jews denied Jesus Christ. From that denying of Jesus Christ, the Pharisees started rewriting their texts. Now, this doesn't go to say that the texts are wrong. We just have to know and use different texts to compare what's being said. But the Bible itself is both literal and allegorical. You can say these people existed. Say, for example, maybe Adam and Eve. Say, for example, Noah. Probably more than most definitely Jesus Christ himself. But within these stories, there are layers to the stories. You can read them very allegorically, and when you do so, you open up other doorways to deeper meanings of what the Bible says. Because the Bible is a copy of ancient texts. Some of the books of the Bible aren't like necessarily written around what we would say the Bible time was written. They were copies of texts that existed before. We can go back to the Book of the Dead, and a few other texts that existed before the biblical times, because the Jews took it out of Babylon, the Jews took it out of Egypt. These stories already existed. But there's a lot of wealthy information in the. I've been reading it for over 30 years, still trying to fucking understand it, to be honest with you.
How did you come to the conclusion, Jedi, that the stories, and obviously everybody knows about Gilgamesh, and there's a lot of people know that commandments as they came to us from Moses were sort of around in different capacities. But what was it that made you realize that these are stories from like Babylon, Egypt? Was it just you did research into Egypt and Babylon, or is there a specific thing that made you realize that?
Yeah, and that's been like stepping stones the whole way. More recently, it's been the looking into the Talmud and the Jewish mysticism, because it's straight out of Egypt. So if you just follow the Jews, follow that mysticism out of Egypt, that's the only it's where it comes from.
Yeah, I'm finding the same thing, but I never stumbled upon it through just pure research like you did. I heard a bit of a pseudo historian, but pretty credible, telling a story of how when Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, he obviously left Egypt to Ptolemy, and one of the first actions Ptolemy did was he created basically the Septuagint Bible, but that come about because I've got a call. My bad.
Send that, man. No worries. DJ, have I spoken to you about meditation and the pineal gland?
A little bit yesterday.
Okay. Have I shared you any videos?
No.
I will.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
You know the story of the three wise men?
Yes.
In the Bible, does it say three wise men?
I'm not sure.
No.
I would imagine so
No,
because that's what they all get.
no,
They teach us,
it doesn't.
but probably not.
Doesn't.
Does it?
It doesn't. It says there was 3 gifts.
Yeah. We get the three wise men
Ah.
3 gifts, but it was 3 gifts, and it was just a group of magi, like wise men from the east. Probably Zoroastrians, right? People who read the sky because they were following the star and shit. Right.
Yeah.
So this, right, the story of Jesus' birth only takes place in the book of Matthew, doesn't it? I don't think it takes place in any of the other books, right? Matthew is a slightly different book to Mark, Luke, and John, for example. When we read the story of Jesus' birth and him being visited with the wise men and the gifts, gold, frankincense, and myrrh, like I said, this might have taken place. But when we look at the way that this story is described, we can then start mapping the story over the biology of the human body. And this is why I'm going to send you the videos, because it's super fucking fascinating, dude.
Oh yeah,
You
that
can,
sounds great.
yeah, it really is. We can do this with multiple stories around the Bible. We can start mapping them over the human body, specifically around how Jesus taught us that the kingdom of God is already within inside you, right? Remembering that the whole world, well, from a certain point of view, is waiting for Jesus to come back. And the man literally said the kingdom of God is inside you. Being as he's also told the disciples that, you know, some of this generation will not pass before these things take place. He was talking to them, not us. But apart from all of that stuff, I'll give you these videos, man. If you're anything like me, it will blow your mind, because the biology is backed up like by actual science, actual MRI scans, like scientists doing research, seeing the things in the human body being produced, watching the actions. This is true. So yeah, I'll send you the videos, dude. It's fucking hyper interesting. I haven't stopped watching them since yesterday. The only reason why I haven't is because I've been talking to you this morning.
Send them to me as well, Jedi, would you?
Yeah, man, for sure, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. Unless you wanted to say something else on that, I was telling you how I came to the conclusion that a lot of the Bible was from the Old World. So when Ptolemy was creating the Septuagint, the answer they gave, well, the reason they gave was because the lingua franca of Egypt became Greek. So that's the reason why he created the Septuagint. But there's actually a bit more to the story, because what they did was they also created a deity and put in the churches a someone to represent the deities that they were worshipping to look like the Greeks, right? So they had, you know, a black idol in the church, in whatever the temples, because they were temples. And when Ptolemy took over, the aristocracy took over, they went to the priesthood and they said, oh, you know, can we put an idol in that represents the Greek people of Egypt? And the priests apparently said no. So Ptolemy shut down all the temples and removed all the scrolls, because apparently all the information in Egypt was across multiple temples, and this helped keep a balance of power. Not everybody had all of the knowledge; it was spread. Anyway, Ptolemy went around, took all the scrolls, and made a repository called the Muson on the Bouchon. Now, if you look into the Muson on the Bouchon, you'll find it was the predecessor to the Library of Alexandria. So they built an outhouse on the back of this Muson on the Bouchon called the Library of Alexandria. And what's interesting is that's where we get the word museum from, muson. But anyway, what he then did Yeah, French. I think it's a French. I mean, I assume it sounds like a French word, but apparently this is the root word of museum, muson. But yeah, it was more of a learning center, debate center, like a head of, inquiry sort of place. And then he created the Septuagint Bible, sourcing the material from the scrolls that he'd taken from the temples, and then shut the muson on the Bishon. And then there was limited access to the knowledge, and you could only visit and look at what was in the Library of Alexandria. So the story is that he took the information, repackaged it, and then closed the doors to anyone to see the original texts.
Yeah, see, I can definitely buy that idea as well. Even though I mentioned things like the Masoretic and Septuagint earlier, I'd still understand that these aren't original shit. We haven't got original shit. Like you just pointed out, Alexandria. Right? People have often locked doors and gate kept or burnt the fucking place down as they did with Alexandria. Henry VIII did the same thing as well, right? He went round, and we're told he just went round and, took the monasteries down because of his row with the Pope because man wanted to get a divorce. It's a little bit deeper than that, right? A lot of books were burnt, information was taken, technology was destroyed, and so on. In this monasteries burning that took place in England and Great Britain, right? We had the same thing here, the taking and burning of books and information. It's a hell of a deep story. So when we say things like the Septuagint says this, we do understand that this isn't 100%, 100%. So we're still looking through that glass very, very dimly.
Yeah, we've been given a story, and we're either buying it or we're not. But we, like you said, we don't have these original Hebrew texts of the Bible. It turns out the Septuagint is the first Bible, but there is a story that there was these Masoretic texts, but they were lost. So you have to believe that, the story is that Ptolemy translated it from Hebrew texts. The problem is there was no bloody Hebrew speakers around at the time. There was nobody who spoke Hebrew. There was nobody reading it. So it's a very bold claim to say that they translated into ancient Greek from Hebrew, with Hebrew only having, I think, like 7,000 unique words, and Greek having more like 60,000 unique words. And then, claiming that this was a translation from that. Like, it's very hard to see how that is true. Do you know what I mean? Because it goes against logic when it comes to like language and evidence, for example.
This is how we know the Dead Sea Scrolls are false, right? Because, like you said, ancient Hebrew that died out. Then we had to translate everything to Greek. So after the destruction of the temple, we had the rebirth of what we would call the Jews today, and they had to come up with their own written language and so on because the language before had been lost. So it took them 800 years to develop the language that we see that is written within the Dead Sea Scrolls, demonstrating that they couldn't have been buried in the caves of Qumran after 70 AD or after the Romans come. They could only have been put there 800 years at maximum. Minimum from that time, because that's when the language was developed. So that's how we know the Dead Sea Scrolls aren't a true representation of that time. They're at least 1,200 years, not 2,000 years old.
Yeah, and on top of that, the type of Hebrew that's in the Septuagint, that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Apparently, I can't confirm this, but apparently, it's a form of Hebrew that has, like if I don't know, a bunch of English guys try to write a book in Indian. I don't know. Indian isn't a language, so that was a ridiculous comment. But in say, I don't know, Gujarati or something, there would be nuances. There would be European hallmarks and fingerprints all over that. It would be very different to if it was written by someone who's only ever spoken that language. So the problem you've got is the Dead Sea Scrolls should be in this old type of Hebrew, but it matches the Septuagint type, which is more of a Greek fingerprint to it.
It's a newer language. This is deep. From what I understand, because they had to rewrite the language, they wanted to make the glyphs of the language, the characters like the ABC, the Aleph and Toph and all of that stuff, like mean shit. Because they, Talmudic mysticism, wanted to, how do I say this? Use these as magic symbols to say that this is the language of God. We've got the true language. This is, if you read this language, it shows you things in pictures and not just words. So it looks like that they made their language look a specific way, that it actually is a specific way. Do you get what I'm saying? I guess not. Or did I cut out?
So, like, what's the point of it all?
To figure out what the point of it is.
No, like, what is the point of having the flat Earth position?
Because that's just the way it's measured. Yes.
What? But why did what brought you to that position?
Seeing too far.
As in,
seeing France from the south coast of England when I shouldn't have been able to have seen it because of the Earth curve being in the way. I could see it. That led me into other long distance photography where people were seeing things they shouldn't have been able to see because apparently the curve of the Earth should have been in the way. It wasn't. And from that point onwards, I figured out and understood that this is actually how we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily the water. It's horizontal, which is a problem if you think the Earth is a planet, because that needs a curved surface. Observably and measurably, the surface of the Earth isn't curved. Actually, DJ, if you're still there, I know you watch quite a lot of videos with your wife and stuff. Maybe she's into meditation and like prayer and stuff. I think she'd get a kick out of these videos as well.
Yeah, prayer, but not meditation. I mean, yeah, I guess if you, yeah, she's into all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'll definitely check that video out. It's interesting. I'll watch it with her.
She's a woman.
But yeah, it almost ties in a little bit with something that I've been fascinated with for years, which is cymatic patterns, frequencies, and how these patterns are within everything in nature. And it kind of ties in with some of the information from the videos that I've seen over the years about how not the ancients, but like the megalithic cultures or whatever you want to call them, these old world cultures, seem to have been able to tap into that frequency and vibration and use that to potentially live longer, grow bigger, and become smarter, and to be able to build things and do things that we can't even comprehend now. Basically, it seems like it's all sort of connected.
Well, the guy who makes the video content, although he's explaining these things from, say, a biblical Jesus Christ perspective, he brings in every other culture or ancient culture into the equation as well, because his idea is everybody came to this conclusion anyway. The same thing about the biology of these things and what Jesus was teaching, because it's in other ancient symbology. You'll find it in India, within the Mahabharata Gita, or however it's pronounced. You'll find it in South America. You find it in Egyptian cosmology. You find it in Norse cosmology. The same kind of biological mapping within symbology and language. So it's really interesting how he brings all of the ancient cosmologies or cultures together, with, again, like I said earlier, the more up-to-date medical research, which shows that all of these ancient cultures that have got the same thing were telling us, and this is kind of one of the pieces of information that has probably been taken out of like mainstream society, because it's so interesting. But yeah, everyone was talking about this, and medical science seems to confirm it. It's crazy.
Yep. Awesome. Can't wait to see that.
Yeah, check out the rest of his channels as well. Check out. They were hella interesting to me, man, for sure. There's one in there about the Ten Commandments as well. Because I'll tell you this, because they were written on 2 tablets of stone. Those 2 tablets of stone represent the 2 separate hemispheres of the human brain. And then when you start reading which laws were written on each stone, you can understand the comparison between the human body. The story of Cain and Abel. Apparently, the story of Cain and Abel is about the 2 hemispheres within the brain, how one rules over and destroyed the other, because it's the wandering thought in your head that always outmasks, defeats, like the subconscious quiet thought. It's the story of Cain and Abel. All of these different stories are allegorical to the human body, the human mind, the brain, all of that stuff. Fucking interesting, man.
Yeah, man, that's really interesting. I think a lot of the modern Christians have it completely inverted when it comes to the bits of the Bible that they take as metaphorical and which parts they think are real. I think it's almost like they have it backwards, completely backwards.
Unfortunately, I think that's by design, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Yep. Inversion.
And they get the crap of it, or we get the crap of it, being a Christian myself. Yeah, we get the shit.
Hey,
I never
Jedi,
got.
sorry to bail on the last convo, but just commenting on what you said. I watched something that stuck with me, where it said Cain and Abel. The story of Cain and Abel is very similar to what happens on a circuit board in electrics, and it's describing the process. I can't remember which electrical process, but it's basically saying most of the Bible's describing electrical processes.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. Electrical processes within the body and the spine, these type of things. Electrical processes within the brain, what the right hemisphere and left hemisphere of the human brain control of. If you represent them as one forthright and aggressive, and the other one kind of quiet and subdued. This is your conscious and your subconscious. So yeah, it's really deep and interesting stuff, man, for sure. Like I said, if I'm not talking to you, I've been watching this like library of videos. There's about 20 of them, and they're quite recent as well. And I don't necessarily like new recent videos for some reason, don't know why. But it is kind of recent. There's about 20 of them, and I'm making my way through them. I'll have to watch them again, but you'll hear me talking about this stuff, guys, for sure. If you want to have conversations with me about it, please do, because I'm dying.
Have you looked into humming?
Yes. So this also gets brought up in the video library that I dropped to you as well. So the idea of hum, meditation, the vibration of the oscillation and frequency, is that? Yes, you'll find that in that library as well, for sure.
Awesome. Yeah. Yep. It's really interesting. And even watching the patterns that are formed on the surface of water when people hum, it's freaking mind blowing. But yeah, we've been doing it for a while, and it definitely makes you feel better. Or if you can't fall asleep or something like that, it I don't know, it like slows your mind down or something like that, and helps you fall asleep nice and easily. But apparently, there's tons of health benefits to it.
Guess what
People
your
even say that the purring that cats do is extremely beneficial to health as well. The frequency, the vibrations.
you know your washing machine at home vibrates and stuff. I went through a phase of just like sitting down next to that and putting my head on it and just like humming because of the way that the washing machine vibrated. It
Oh, I know
sent me
that
on.
noise that you mean. Yep.
It was really weird.
Yeah,
But
there's something to it for sure.
interesting thing about the blood that I didn't know is over 90% of it is water. In actual fact, your blood is, when you process blood, your body then transfers it into water. This water then becomes the sacred colostrum or something, or the sacred fluid that runs up and down from your pineal gland, up and down your spine. Your body produces about half a litre of that every day, and it gets it from blood. This is one of the reasons why it's so important. This is also at the dark end of the scale where we start hearing about things like adrenochrome or androchrome. If anybody knows what that is, that's this fluid that I'm speaking about. But
Right.
the
Yeah.
fluid that the body produces that goes from the pineal gland in the sacred chambers in your brain goes up and down Jacob's ladder every day. The Jacob's ladder being your spine.
Ah.
33 vertebrae of the human spine, 3 years of Jesus's life. The numbers will blow you away as well. It's not just numbers as well. The numbers 12 and 7 just keep getting repeated over and over and over again. What you'll do is you'll lay this over what Eastern mythology. You'll start coming into things like the Kundalini and chakra points and all of that type of stuff. It's the same biological mapping.
Yeah, a few documentaries I've seen now, it seems like they find these like underground, kind of like megalithic, or not megalithic, old world spas where the water that it has unique properties in these spas, and they reckon that they used to use these underground facilities as like healing chambers or something like that, where they would add certain vibrations and frequencies into the water, and it would make the water special in a way, and it was used to heal and to give longevity and all sorts of things like that. I'm not sure if I think he did tap into that a little bit in that documentary, but I've heard about it a bunch.
So like passing frequencies through water, like cymatics, like you were saying, right? Helium
Yep,
frequencies.
certain vibrations, certain frequencies, that kind of thing. Using it to heal the body.
The other reason why I brought up the percentage of human blood being like water and so on is because obviously you bringing up the
We need
vibrations.
water, bro. Wait, if we're mostly water, why are we not level? Huh?
Because we've got a biological structure like our
Bro,
skeleton.
it was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were being serious.
No, I'm autistic. Maybe I was too literal.
Okay.
Either way, water will find its level, sure, but like level is constantly changing. It's a dynamic variable.
Yeah. Water also feels and is constrained by its container, isn't it?
It's constrained by more than just a container, my friend.
Oh, more than the container. What else?
Okay, if I take an apple and I take another apple, and let's pretend space is real, okay? And I'm in a vacuum. I can't breathe. I placed these two apples 1 meter apart, and I'm not exerting any force on these apples. Okay, they're just existing. Over time, the apples will drift closer to each other and touch. That's gravity.
What in your hypothetical situation that I had to?
That's been proven.
Sorry, in your
That experiment was done because it's not very difficult to do.
Weren't you
But I had
talking
to
about
imagine-
water a second ago?
Yeah, and this links to water because it's just in the end it's just mass, right?
What's wrong with vacuum?
What?
What happens to water in a vacuum?
Bud,
Pardon?
you can have water in a vacuum. Do you not
You
realize
can't.
that?
It turns to gas.
So how does water exist in today's day and age?
Because we've got gas
You do
pressure.
understand that if water
I
changes
can
into a
imagine your
gas,
situation,
if
right?
water
Imagine,
changes into a gas,
and
it's
in your
still water.
imaginary
It's still
situation,
water.
for fuck's sake, can you shut up?
Yeah.
Thanks. I had to imagine your situation, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Good. In your imaginary situation, we had to take water into a vacuum, didn't we?
Like, okay, we
Did we have to take water into a vacuum?
guys, we can even
Right,
imagine
dude,
this
if you're not
on
going to
Earth
answer the
if you want.
question, I'll kick you out.
We can do this inside the fucking
I'll kick
firmament
you
if you
out.
want. What?
In your imaginary situation, did we have to take water in?
You liked?
In your imaginary situation, did we take
Lag
water?
does not mean you need to be condescending.
Are you going to answer the question?
Are you going to be civil?
Are you going to answer the question?
Are you going to be civil?
Not to a wanker like you, no. Not until
Why
you
am
are.
I? What have I done
Because you
wrong?
keep interrupting. You keep talking through me. It's pissing me off. Can you shut up?
You do the exact
Can you
same.
talk when you're spoken to?
How about you talk when you're spoken to?
I'm fucking speaking to you. Did we, in your imaginary situation, take water into a vacuum, sir? Yeah.
If you take water into a vacuum, it will evaporate into.
Okay, so your imaginary situation is
However,
invalid then.
what does it evaporate into, buddy? Water,
Gas.
vapor.
Water
Yes,
vapor. Gas.
that's
Yeah.
a fucking state change. That's not an
Yeah.
element
So
change.
in your imaginary situation, what was the water doing?
Existing.
You're a wanker, aren't you? Without a brain cell.
Projection.
Why can't you answer a
Also, this
straightforward
guy is falling
question?
hard for Dunning-Kruger
Are
effect.
you scared of the question? I think you're scared of the question.
No, you're trying to
You're not
dominate right
answering
now
it.
because you don't actually have much to back up anything you're saying. So
I'm
the only thing you
asking
can actually
you
do is
this
dominate
fucking
me
thing.
verbally.
I'm asking you.
Calm down and have a civil conversation.
Trying to, but I'm trying to with a cunt. Now fuck off.
I'm not a cunt. But I think someone is.
Point. Cunts are useful.
I love my girlfriend's cunt.
Seriously, dude, fuck off, man.
Suck my ass.
Can we just get rid of this prick, please? He's not going to give us any value apart from us.
I have been providing value, but you've been preventing that by overriding me constantly.
Right, wanker. What happens to water in a vacuum?
What do you think happens if I go in space right now without a spacesuit? I'm going to boil and evaporate, and sorry,
Okay.
boil and
Your
fucking
imaginary situation
freeze
has
at the
been
same time.
invalid then, hasn't it? When you imagine, you told me to
You
imagine.
do understand that it's possible
Wanker.
to boil
Absolutely.
and freeze at the exact same time, right? You know that's possible. I guess not.
G'day, your mic's doing something funny. It's got some feedback. Feedback sounds.
Me, right? I have fixed it.
No, I said Jedi.
Oh, either way, I did a thing.
Okay.
I didn't want things to get so heated. I'm sorry, dude.
I think Jedi's point was just that if you have a body of water, you need to have a container to have the body of water. You need to have that physical container.
You don't. The container does not need to be physical.
All right, so can you demonstrate how
I
you
don't
can
need to
have a body
demonstrate.
of water without a physical container to contain the water for the water to conform to?
Okay, so if you keep going straight in the ocean, yes, like in a boat, you're in the boat. It will always seem like it's level, right? We agree.
I hope this is getting to my request.
It is.
Okay.
Level is dynamic. It's not a fixed thing.
I
It
didn't
changes.
mention the
It
term
doesn't
level.
matter, okay? Because you seem to think
I
that
didn't
like
mention the term level. I said to have a body of water, you must have
yeah,
a physical container.
contained by a physical thing, okay?
I
Whatever.
never mentioned level, so why are you talking about water level
Okay.
now?
Forget that then, okay? Can we talk about did
No.
another?
I
Can
asked
we
you a
talk? Wait.
question.
I've
You
got a
could
good one.
concede or you could answer the question. That's the two
I'm.
options.
You're dominating. Stop it. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to
Just
dominate
fucking
you.
stop it. Step down. All right. I'm going to answer
No.
you with
No.
a better fucking answer because your
No.
question is dog shit. All right.
Right, so right. I could just mute you if I wanted to,
Air,
but I didn't do that.
I know
Okay,
you're
because
going
I
to.
asked you, you made a specific claim,
Listen,
and then
air
I
is
asked you to
is
back up the
air.
claim. There we go. I didn't even have to mute you. Yeah, this guy's a fuckhead, Jedi.
Ask your question again. Ask your request again.
Oh yeah, so can you demonstrate being able to have a large body of water without a physical container to contain the body of water?
Yes.
Okay, can you demonstrate back your claim up now?
Okay. The ozone layer.
Is the ozone layer a body of water?
The ozone layer is a fluid.
Oh God.
And that is what we're working with.
Water is a liquid. We're talking about a liquid here.
I'm
A
not.
liquid state. I said water. Is
Yeah, I don't give a shit about your
water a
bullshit.
gas?
Okay, I
Right.
care
Well,
about. I care
gas is a
about
fluid
fluid.
and water is a fluid. Gas is not a liquid substance. Right. So why are you talking about something that's not analogous to water? Why can't you just be honest?
It is analogous to water. Air is analogous to water. What are you talking
No,
about?
it's not.
Sorry.
All right, prove me wrong.
Okay, gas is omnidirectional.
Yes.
Water isn't.
But you know what else is not?
What happens? Describe the direction of
gas
gases
is
for me.
omnidirectional.
Yeah, gas is omnidirectional. What happens to water when you pour it?
When I pour it,
Yeah, which direction does the
it
water
falls
go?
to wherever down is,
Yeah,
depending on
so
where you are in the world.
so the water's restricted in its vectors, right?
Are you seriously trying to say,
unbonded, dude? Shut up.
bro?
Gas is unbonded, isn't it?
Jedi.
Gas? No, fuck you. Gas is unbonded, isn't it?
Please.
Gas is unbonded, isn't it?
Why are you bullying me through
Gas is unbonded, though, isn't it?
moderation, domination? I don't
Because
like
you
it.
don't answer straightforward questions.
Because
You're a
you asked
weasel. You're a
loaded.
snake. You're slippery. It's like we're
questions.
trying to chase a chicken around. You're the chicken.
Jedi, you.
No, don't Jedi me. Don't appeal to me. I'm not your fucking mother, right? You're a chicken and you're running away. We're having to chase you. You're the chicken running away from their own fucking point. I'm not going to chase you around, dude. Go fucking play in the garden.
That was incredibly rude.
I couldn't give a shit, dude. You're acting like an absolute idiot. You've got no honour.
Jeddah.
No, don't fucking Jeddah me. Can't even say my name right.
Jeddah cheese.
Huh. You're an idiot. We're laughing at you.
No, you're no.
Yeah, I am. I'll ask you this
You
question.
sound like
Let's
a
see if we
twat
get a
right now, right?
straightforward answer. Is gas bonded?
Mate, it depends.
Okay, let's try this one. Liquid, water, is it bonded?
Do not mute me again. That's
I will
not fair.
do what I fucking please.
I will be quiet.
I will do what I please. You will answer the question. If you don't answer the question, you can remain on mute. Is water bonded?
What is water bonded? No. Why?
Because now you're just wrong.
Okay, elaborate significantly. Go on.
You're trying to compare water to gas by saying it's a fluid. By
You mean I'm
using the
trying to compare
analogous.
a liquid to a gas?
See, you said you'd be quiet, but you can't, can you?
You just fucking lied.
Oh, please point it out.
You say I'm trying to compare water to a gas.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you
I'm
just
trying
did
to
that.
compare. I'm trying to compare.
You just
any
lied
fluid-
and said you
I'm trying to compare
didn't do
any
that.
fluid to a.
You shut the fuck up, bro. Right? You're pathetic. You're an embarrassment to the other globe earthers. Right? You suck at this.
It's just embarrassing. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's kind of a waste of energy.
Yeah, man. Quick scroll through the chat, see if there's anybody interesting. I don't think there is. Apart from us interesting people, of course. Nah, there's no one else. But yeah, guys, some interesting stuff. Always get back to me in the videos that I've sent you. I'll get back to you in the videos you sent me, especially that Sphinx one, Roots. I'll probably watch that like this morning or something. That one's going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah, if you don't follow Bright Insight, mate, he's a quality creator. Some really good videos in his backlog as well.
Okay, I'll
He's
check
kind
out
of
the
like
rest of the channel as well.
Yeah, it's really good. It's like a pissed off archaeologist who has slowly but surely started to realize the whole industry's corrupt. Pretty cool.
I like that. I do like that. People like just pissed off with the mainstream narrative because they keep hitting brick walls. All they've had experiences where, you know, nefarious things from their point of view have taken place, so they're just pissed off. I like those people because, fortunately for us, YouTube and the internet gives them a fucking voice, whereas maybe 30 years ago we wouldn't have ever heard them. Right, these alternative researchers who've been shunned by the mainstream. So we're kind of lucky. Doesn't mean that everything that they're saying is 100% true, but fucking hell, they've got nuggets of gold. So yeah, appreciate it, man. I'll check the videos out.
Yeah, nice one, mate. Yeah, just going back, if there's no other combo on the table, another thing that was really strange was when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was like, this is confirmation, but what they failed to mention was that actually we had no original Jewish texts to be able to translate this. It's like a pictographical version of Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could literally say it says anything because we have no reference, and people never really paid attention to that. Like we don't have anything to say this means that, this character means that. So we don't know what the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say.
Do you ever think the story was hella convenient as well? 1948 or 49, wherever it was, just after the Second World War. You know, after the arrangements for the Jews to be in Palestine anyway, because of the signing of the Balfour Agreement. So it like you said earlier, you said a word, I can't remember what it was, but confirmation. added validity to the Jews being in Israel because, oh, look, here's some Jewish words they found in a cave. It added validity, right? So, yeah, from my point of view, now looking back on it, it seems really convenient that a shepherd boy, a goat herder, was just chucking stones around up at the cliffs and he heard a crack and he went up to investigate and lo and behold, he found some pots and within the pots some writings. The writings are
Yeah.
apparently on the wrong type of paper, to use that word as well. Apparently, they're all. I've seen the Dead Sea Scrolls. Apparently, they're all written on like animal skin, like sheep skin or goat skin or something like that. Whereas,
Yeah.
if they were original from like the temple days, all the temple scrolls were written on papyrus,
Yes.
so they
Good
couldn't have
point.
been from that time.
Yeah. And apparently, some of the scrolls weren't even contained. They weren't even in pots. They
What's that?
just sat
Drink a
there
liquid water?
for.
Great idea.
DJ Mike's still on, dude.
Whoops.
Oh, that was hot,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Sorry.
Yeah, they just found some of these scrolls. Some of them were just lying around in a cave for thousands and thousands of years, completely undamaged, completely, not water damaged, but they weren't in pots. I mean, are we really going to believe that?
Yeah,
Things degrade on their own, you know what I mean? Especially animal skin.
especially animal skin.
Yeah, the whole story stinks. And the more
Yeah, I
you
just
dig,
find it.
the more you realize. Yeah.
I just find it hella convenient now looking back on it. I mean, that wasn't my view before, I have to admit, and a lot of my views have changed. I've been wrong so many bloody. But yeah, I've been to Jerusalem. I've seen like being in the museum where there's one of the scrolls is kind of in a glass case wrapped around the outside. The whole museum is like a great big circle type of thing. But yeah, I used to believe this shit that, wow, what a fantastic archaeological discovery. It confirms the Bible and all this type of stuff. Really, it's a fabrication at best, which doesn't leave us in a good position. Not saying that things in the Bible aren't true because we've got other texts and so on, but it just shows nefarious intent pointing at a specific group.
Yeah. And when you look into the old world and you find these stories and you realize a lot of these stories are, what's the word? They are more metaphorical in the old world. And then when they appear in the
Allegorical, yeah.
Bible, when they appear in the Bible, they become stories about actual people. It's like they took metaphysical and made it physical. They literally, it's for me, it's symbolic of the birth of materialism, where even our spirituality became materialistic about a guy. You know what I mean? Instead of about the sun or whatever, however we interpreted it before.
Yeah. I mean, it's even within like a certain point of view, you can use the sun to describe the Son of God, right? The Son of God being Jesus and the sun in the sky. That they have a parallel type of. You can read a story parallel between them, like the death of the sun in winter. It stays on the horizon on the same place, like for 3 days. It dies and then rises again. The transfer of the sun through the zodiac behind it as it walks or wanders through, like the constellations, telling a story of apparently Jesus Christ and resurrection and salvation and rebirth and all of these types of things. Being the Lion of Judah in like the sign of Leo, for example, or in Libra the scales, the judge, blah 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 blah. So there's many like esoteric ways you can read these things. Maybe I still believe that the guy existed. I still, in my head, maybe even think that Noah existed, right? But that might not necessarily be the point of the stories. The stories are probably supposed to be read more allegorical, as there's hidden meanings within the stories. The characters are just there to help the story progress. The characters in the story are just there for names or for a certain aspect to help describe the story.
like maybe example like the names of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. When we start discovering the original names of these people, because obviously these are translated or transliterated names, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and blah blah blah. But when we look at the original names within the Bible and we start mapping them on the human body, then these names mean certain things. So yeah, I'm starting to believe that whether these people existed or not, the stories are supposed to be read allegorically.
Yeah, that's kind of my take. It's still the most important and spiritually rich book that we have today, and it's about how you interpret it, right? So it's like it needs decoding.
Yeah, but there's also extra biblical texts as well. For example, the Masoretic Bible's got 66 books. The Septuagint's got 70 books. There are 88 books in total that
Yeah.
can be referenced and that have been quoted like from within the Bible itself. So extra biblical texts that have been referenced. Book of Enoch's Jubilees, blah blah blah. Some you
Yeah.
find, some you don't. I haven't read them
One
all.
thing I found Jedi that was really interesting, and I don't really know where to or how to take it further. But this the original Torah was called the Pentateuch, right? So as you know, as I
Yeah.
said earlier, we don't have an original Pentateuch before the Septuagint, right? So this is almost mythological that there was a Pentateuch before the Septuagint.
Yeah, well,
Now-
the Pentateuch would only be 5 books. That's where the
yeah, but
Pent
it's
comes from. So that would be the 5 books of the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, the Old
right.
Testament,
Yeah, but
Septuagint's New Testament.
when you say the Pentateuch, you're saying the 5 books, right? The most important 5 books is pretty much what we're getting from the Pentateuch, the
Yeah.
5 books.
Yeah.
Now, the Pentateuch to me is like the Bible, or like really any standalone infamous play, Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet. You usually only get one of those. If it's such a significant piece of work, you can't just create a Romeo and Juliet, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the original story of Romeo and Juliet. Yet, we have a book by a guy called Dorotheus of Sidon, who lived at the biblical times, probably between 0 and 7 AD, who wrote a book called the Pentateuch. And the Pentateuch by Dorotheus of Sidon is a Hellenistic poem about the stars and astrology, and
Wow.
it's 5 books on how to live your life, morals, how to operate in the world, physics of the world, and it's basically relating everything from the stars in an as above, so below fashion, how this governs your daily life.
Oh wow.
And
Okay. You need to watch the videos I sent you.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay.
I will, mate. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I just can't get over, and I can't let it go, that there is another book called the Pentateuch, and the book's themes match the Bible, but just from a different context. From the stars do this, and this means this, so on. When it comes to your life, it means the world operates like this. I mean, what are the chances you'd get a book called the Pentateuch that describes life in themes similar to the Bible, but astrology?
Because quite a lot of the early books of the Bible come from other cultures. So you'll find, like within the videos that I gave you, right, not only is he talking about it from a biblical perspective, but he'll bring the Greeks into it, the Egyptians, the South Americans, like the Hindus, the Vedics, like all of the ancient cosmologies were all talking about the same thing. And the first books of the Bible are literally gathered from the older books. So don't be surprised that they're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
For me,
I'm getting.
it was really, really hard to break this kind of mental prison that I put around my head for some reason. Probably because of Christianity. The understanding that the Bible, like Genesis, isn't the first book that was ever written. Right, Job, right, that comes from another mythology. That comes from somewhere else. It's all just gathered together. We have to understand that our history is very much manipulated, right? We know this, right? We got. I have. Maybe I'm speaking to myself more. I'm breaking that mental prison around your head to understand that. Yeah,
Everybody knew this, right? Whether they were in South America, whether they were in Africa, whether they were in Southeast Asia, they knew this specific teaching. That specific teaching's been hidden, but you'll find it pop up everywhere. Right, you'll find it in the stars. You'll find it in like hieroglyphs and caves and shit. You'll find it in old stories because they're saying the same fucking thing. That's what I've concluded, anyway.
Yeah, one I'm already like 100% convinced on that. I'm actually starting to think with the whole history thing, taking into context that, let's just assume for a second they did add time into the calendar and that there is nefarious things going on, that then, this Pentateuch could have been the basis. You've just invaded Egypt, you've got all their scrolls and knowledge, and you've realized it matches very close with what the Greeks were doing in terms of as above, so below. It just aligns. So
Yep.
it was their way of being able to say, right, let's recreate something that is actually grounded in truth to then create, a new history, new cosmology. Let's renew them in a foundation of truth, but with the context changed from an astrological electrical system to physical, whatever we've got. I don't even know how to describe the change, but that's what I'm starting to think now, and that they took these ideas, blended, because Alexander the Great was really famous for syncretism. The Greeks were really famous for syncretism, and that's what they tried to do in Egypt, and it failed. So then they just said, fuck it, we're just going to scrap it and recreate through syncretism something brand new. That is true, but it can be interpreted in several different ways. But yeah, don't expect a response to that. I just wanted to get it out. You know what I mean?
No, you're fine, man. I appreciate what you said. I'm like that as well. Sometimes my head's so full of information, especially with things that I don't completely understand. It's why I like Flat Earth, because I understand it. It's simple. I can get it out. This stuff, it gets lodged in my head. I can't quite always find the words, and what I think I've pieced together yesterday, I can't quite remember how I pieced it together today. So I do apologise if the things that I come out with don't completely make 100% sense. But this stuff is really interesting to me, guys.
This is kind of how I envisioned when I first entered Flat Earth kind of developing, going outside of Flat Earth and then kind of developing an all-round sort of view. And I expected more Flat Earthers to go this route, but I think it's taken a long time. But I do see it starting to happen now. Everybody's now more interested in other subjects, while using that foundation of Flat Earth. And I'm over the moon. I think it's brilliant, because we do need to, something does need to be addressed in these other fields, medical, history, etc., etc. It's a similar story to Flat Earth in all of these other other fields. They've changed the
Yeah.
context of what we see. They've used observation, and then they've spun it. It's not the content that's wrong, it's the context. Like with the Globers, they come with the right content, but they're not understanding the context. Yeah, as you can tell, I'm passionate about this.
There's going to be three versions of things, right? Earthly, heavenly, and spiritual. Because you've got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or the Holy Spirit. So I think that things reflect throughout those three, or from those three things, or around surrounding those. So you've got like what you're talking about, Jedi, would be probably, I don't know if it's the spiritual or the physical part, right? Or the heavenly part, or all three combined into one.
I think it's
Right?
all three.
But I think, but that doesn't mean, like, I think that, so that there was an actual guy called Jesus, right? Like, well, he's Yeshua, right? But I mean, so the physical part of him,
Sorry, T Dub. Sorry, T Dub. No,
yeah, go on.
no, not Yeshua. Just Jesus. All right, and the
You think
reason why
so?
that triggered me is I figured out a few months ago that that's the Jewish interpretation. Right, they're not waiting for Jesus; they're waiting for Yeshua. They don't mind us using the word Yeshua because that's not Jesus. It's a switch in an interpretation. But sorry to disturb your thought, mate. I do apologise.
No, that's okay. Like, I doubt Mary called him Jesus, and it was pronounced, "Hey, Jesus." I think that they spoke the language of the time, and it has been
more Greek.
translated from. It's been transliterated from. No, he wasn't Greek, man. He was Jewish.
No, his
He was
name.
He was African.
Yeah, his name was more Greek. It was pronounced Jesus. There's an IE.
And he didn't
Maybe
speak
the
Hebrew.
maybe the Greeks had a hold on that culture by then, to the point that they were like just
It was written
adopting
in Greek.
the phonetics.
It was written in Greek.
You know,
it was written in Greek.
I'm not so sure. I think he might have
Yeah, it
been more
was.
Aramaic speaking. I don't know if they.
Yeah, but his name was Jesus. It wasn't Yeshua. That comes from the Tetragrammaton. That's
what?
the Tetragrammaton. You know Yahweh, the four letters that spell God without the vowels. Yahweh,
Yeah.
Yeah, the Tetragrammaton. That's Kabbalic mysticism. Yeshua comes from that.
No, it's.
I'll show you the video, dude. I can't explain it.
It's the name that which the like the Greek or the the English version comes from. Joshua, right?
Yeah.
Joshua was really the the better attempt to pronounce the name, and then the Greeks changed it all up, didn't they?
It's Jesus, not Yeshua.
Because he
I
wasn't
thought it
Greek.
was Yeshua or Yeshua or Yah, whatever it was, for about 6-7 years. You might have even heard me talking about it about 2 years ago, or maybe even a year ago. No, I don't. It's wrong. It comes from the Tetragrammaton.
I heard before
I don't
the
think it comes
And I
from
really
anywhere but
didn't
their
mean to
culture.
disturb your thought, dude. I really didn't.
No, it's okay. I don't think it comes from anything but their culture. I don't think it's like a doctrine or anything like that's pushed on us, but it's just the culture. It's just the way they spoke. But anyway, beside that, right? So, like, the guy lived, right? So there's a physical version of him, of what you're talking about, an earthly rendition or an earthly, an earthly version, right?
Yeah.
A human living experience version of what you're talking about. And then you've got the inner, and then there's probably some, there's probably a heavenly version, which I could argue, right, that Jesus was actually Enoch. They're the one and the same person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what I'm getting out of this is this let's just use the spiritual and the physical. Jesus was the physical interpretation of the spiritual, right? You need the physical presence here to express it's like what was said earlier, as above, so below, right? So you have your physical representation of the spiritual. Everything that happens up in the spiritual realm has a physical consequence down here on earth. So if we're talking about the layers of the Bible, and let's say Jesus existed or not, well, he probably did physically exist to represent the spiritual meaning, or whatever's a better word than that.
Yeah, is it more likely
Fair
that
enough.
there was a real guy, Yahshua, Yarashai, or whatever his name was. He was the brother of James the Just, and they were the leaders of early Judaism in that part of the world, or Christianity, sorry. But at the same time, later on, he was adapted to represent the Son of God, which could be considered, the son. So then he inherited a birthday on the 25th. Then he inherited 12 disciples, like 12
Already the
zodiac
son.
signs. Then he was called,
Give us
you
that
know,
12
able to walk on water like the sunshine can do across grass. Then he was called the Lamb of God because of the zodiac, you know, the age of Aries. So it's like, you know, both could be true.
And because he was a sacrifice.
Yeah, both could be true at the same time, and this is a synchronization of two really important, you know, subjects like a guy and the stars, the sun.
You know, 12 disciples describes the structures of the brain, specifically the nerve routes that go out from the brain towards different parts of the body. Specifically, there's 12 root stems of nerve endings that come out from the brain, 6 on one side, 6 on the other. These are also represented in the names of the disciples as well, by what we call them today. Even Judah, the one that went away from the rest, is described as the longest one that descends downwards into the darkness of the rest of the body, where the others filter up from the neck and so on. So even the disciples, the story of the disciples, is reference to biology of the human body, and specifically the brain and how it functions. Please watch the videos I've been sending you, please.
Yeah, I can't wait to dig in now.
You'll see them all titled. Like I said, he's got about 20 videos. Right? He talks about the disciples. Interestingly enough, right, for the 12 disciples who followed Jesus around, right, in these 4 books and so on, right, most of them didn't say another bloody word after Jesus got them. Right, it's only about 3, maybe 4 of them out of the 12, maybe 5 that actually did or said anything. The rest of them said fuck all. That's interesting, isn't it? Watch the videos.
Hey guys, don't mean to interrupt or anything. I just was curious and had a question.
It's the question,
Go
man.
for it.
Just interesting conversation, by the way. It's, you know, something I've looked into, you know, on and off for a long time. You know, it's just the the puzzle we're trying to put together is kind of ridiculous, and you know, there's so much different deception and translation and all this and that, you know, so it's quite the tall order, but it's super fascinating, don't get me wrong. But I was just curious, if you think like the Greek the Greek schools, the Greek mystery schools and stuff, do you think that came from the Jewish mysticism?
I don't think. No, I think it was all
The Greek, you
entangled.
mean the Babylon? You don't. There was no Greek mystery schools. You mean the Babylonian mystery schools? Yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Egyptians.
Yeah, back to the, you know, the Code of Copernicus and all them cats.
So
Cool.
there's a story that the Greek philosophers were the leading philosophers, but then there's this obscure period where they say Greek fell, and then you have, you know, Timbuktu and Babylon and the Egyptians supposedly holding the position of the elders. So then you had, you know, those going to them for the knowledge. So there's a disconnect there. Histories, we're told a story that, you know, that they were the pinnacle of and the height of spirituality, but then when you actually come to dig into history to find out who was learning from who, it seems like it was the opposite way around. So if anything, I would say the Babylon mystery schools is where the Greeks got their philosophy from, I would say. But I don't place the Greeks before the Babylonians because I don't agree with the original timeline. So
And they got it from Enoch.
And I mean, you hear that a lot of it, you know, comes from the Emerald Tablets or whatever, Thoth or whoever. I mean, a lot of the old, you know, like as above and so below, like even that is in the tablets. You know, all these. It's just super interesting to try to piece it all together and yeah, it's super interesting and complicated.
Yeah, it is. It is. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to get this out. There isn't very much credible evidence for the Greeks being who we've been told they are. There isn't very much evidence of all of these characters that we get. Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, and what's even more interesting about that is there are parallel people from um, from more medieval, I would say, times that seem to fit the description of these people. Like, for example, Platonism wasn't a thing after Plato until a guy called Plotinus created what we now call Neoplatonism. So they want us to believe that Platonism was a thing, and then this guy called Plotinus, whose name is similar to Plato, reintroduced Platonism. But he had a teacher that fits the description of Socrates, no, Aristotle, and then had a disciple who fit the description of Socrates. So I'm still open to the idea that the whole story of the ancient Greeks could be a complete myth, because
I
what we're
mean,
actually seeing is we're not seeing this direct evidence of any of these characters, and we're seeing parallels in the future of people who are loosely connected to what these original people were supposed to have done.
oh, I mean, I get it. I mean, that would make some kind of sense, And like you said, all these different cultures and subcultures, they'll have all these different names for these same figures, and you know, but
Even the
I mean,
Greeks,
that makes
same as the
sense. Like
disciples.
all this beautiful architecture everywhere that gets credited to the Greeks. You know what I mean? So that would make sense that
Right, exactly.
that's
And if
not
there was
been.
an ancient civilization who left a lot of architecture that couldn't be destroyed, because let's face it, they destroyed most of it, but some of the stuff was so ginormous or so well made that they just couldn't destroy it. So how do you explain that? Well, let's invent, this ancient civilization called the Greeks, to throw people off the fact that it could have been something, that changes our history books potentially. So it's a cover
Yeah.
story for the architecture potentially, but it doesn't make sense in the sense that we just don't have any, like, this is just a theory. This is just a story that we have to believe or not believe.
Yeah. Hmm. It's pretty interesting, man.
But it's very similar to the globe. This is why I get so excited about all of this, because flat Earth for me is the same thing. What's going on with flat Earth is going on in history and the medical industry, the food industry. Like, it's the same sort of story, a theory and a belief system, and you have to put your faith in it, lacking direct evidence. And there's certain criteria they explain as to why, but it just leaves us without direct evidence.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, for me, like I've been a quote unquote flat earther for about a decade now, but my questioning of what I was told started at least a decade before that when I was a teenager, and I was fortunate enough to have a good mentor who kind of planted some seeds for me about the nature of reality and the power structures, uh, money, the banksters, all those, just that, and just even the moon landing. He talks a little bit about that. Uh, so I was fortunate enough to have a pretty decent mentor as a teenager that taught me a lot about that. And so, like, by the time I was old enough to make money, I was already just, completely disgusted with the system and didn't covet money, didn't really, always worked and did what I had to do, but it never motivated me. And, I seen that, the, understood at least basically that system, that it was all bullshit. And so, when I come around, and so I'd studied many things in between, being a teenager and flat Earth about, 10 years ago or so. So when I came around to flat Earth, I already, thoroughly not believing in the moon landings, and uh, it was still a bit of a bit of a cognitive dissonance episode, as it is for most of us, at least for about a month or so. I just scoffed at it and set it down, come back to it, and then I was determined I was gonna find debunk it or find out what was what. But yeah, man, it's just I just love hearing you guys talk, and just I just love to ponder on things, and appreciate genuine insight and interest into these topics that are becoming a little trendy as of late, but never were before.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. You sound very lucky to have someone around you when you were younger to, help give you that head start. I think a lot of people, if you miss the opportunity by a certain age, you get very stuck in your ways, don't you? I'd say you're quite lucky for
Oh,
that.
definitely, definitely. Oh, very grateful. I think
And
that.
I just want to say, not everything is bullshit. Like we were discussing earlier, I think there's a hell of a lot of truth within all of these fabricated stories. It's more of a context issue than a content issue, I think.
Oh, I
So
agree with that. Yeah.
let's not let's not say all history's bullshit. Let's not say it's all bullshit when actually there's
Well,
some truth there, but
I meant.
it's about interpretation, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I meant the rose-colored glasses of society that is portrayed to children. That is bullshit. The just the way that things work. You know the darker means of control behind the facade.
Yeah, it's such a journey, and what's exciting is you end up working on yourself because you keep jumping to these conclusions and you keep making assumptions. It's not until you study your own decision making or thought making process that you can make progress. Like you really have to challenge yourself, and really get to grips with how you work, what makes you tick, where your predispositions are. And that's why I love this subject because I think ultimately what you'll end up doing is questioning yourself and challenging yourself to develop your critical thinking skills. So some people might think this is a waste of time, but I think this really is gnosis for me.
Oh, 100%, man, 100%. And I just, you know, philosophically, just I think two the most two important foundations someone can have is curiosity and appreciation. If you can just focus on those two things, you'll live a very happy and fulfilling life. But
Oh,
it's
you speak it. Say that again, dude. That was some good shit there.
I think the two most important foundations for anyone to build upon is and practices to practice every day is to always keep curiosity and appreciation in mind at all times.
Yes, sir. I agree with that. It's easy to become black pilled, right? But if you've got appreciation, you can still recognize it's not as
Exactly.
bad as your brain might make it out to be. It is what it is, and we are where we are, right?
Oh,
But there's
exactly.
still
And
beauty in the world. Yeah.
it takes practice too, man. It's 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 heavy, man. It's heavy to try to figure things out and to see things somewhat close to what they might be. And it can be very taxing spiritually if you're not able to keep that that seed of appreciation, that seed of wonder, and it's paramount
They
for.
they take it away from us, and I don't mean to bash the church here, but they created a situation where they want you to fight, um, fight the other belief systems, the other religions, the other politician, the other side of politics. They want you to fight and think that's the way you're going to win your salvation. And I actually think that's the trick. I think it's the opposite. It's that being able to let go. It's that being able to accept and to have that equilibrium within you. Do you know what I mean? I think what uh, they just want us fighting, highly charged and energized. And if this is an electrical sort of thing and universe, like this is going to send us out of whack. So I think it's all we're taught and we're bred to sort of fight and argue and defend and pick a side. When I think we're more dangerous when we don't do that. To be honest,
Oh,
because we're calm. We're in control. We're logical.
Of course, man. It's straight out of Sun Tzu's playbook. You know what I'm saying? Divide and conquer, of course. Uh, and you're talking about this journey and this ability and process of looking inward when you if you want to look outward. If you want to see what you're looking at when you look outward, you got to look inward. You know, and ironically, like if you want to learn what's the truth, you have to be truthful yourself. You cannot see what's true unless you speak truth and are truth, because the first step to learning these to see past the facade is you got to learn not to lie to yourself. And once you develop the ability to be honest, to be truly honest with yourself, and that's where the journey begins. It's those that have the ability to get up and lie to themselves every single day that will never progress.
Powerful words, bro.
Oh man, it's people, y'all's just sitting here listening to y'all talk. I came across y'all maybe a month or two ago, and I've really enjoyed listening. And it's the mainstream is beyond dead, and people in general are just starved for authenticity and just something real. They're starting to wake up. They're starting to see the world for the facade that it is. And people are starved for authenticity. And that's why there's so many people making content and so many people consuming the content. Is they're done with the scripted reality. People, this is a transformation.
Yeah, I lost faith that that was actually going to happen, but I don't know. I kind of flow to back and forth on that point. I think, yeah, I am seeing it, but at the same time, I'm also seeing an extreme push in the other direction for half of the population. Maybe we're going to split. Maybe half of us are going to become extremely conscious, and half of us are going to become extremely materialistic.
But who's going to get the top bunk and who's going to have to go underground?
Yeah, I can see that. But just want to respond to what Savage said in the chat. He asked me a question. Yeah, I'm all about earthing, dude. I make my kids go out barefoot on the grass as much as possible. I do believe it is an electrical universe. I read Walter Russell's book and never looked back.
Definitely, I've seen an interesting little documentary about earthing, grounding, and just one little particular part of it I'll share that was really cool. Was this, I think this fella, he was up in Alaska, and he was contracted with the state, helping to take care of and rescue baby animals that their mom got killed or whatever. And he had this baby, this moose, and it was in this trailer, and he kept it in this trailer to keep it safe from predators and whatnot. But he had this grounding mat in the trailer, and this little grounding mat, and he had belt blankets covering the whole floor, and pretty thick blankets. And no matter where he moved this grounding mat, this baby animal would go lay on top of it every night, no matter where he moved it, what corner of it he moved it into. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. I feel like the animals are tuned in, tuned in, turned on to something that we've maybe lost potentially. They pick up on the atmospheric changes, don't they? As well, they seem to be connected electrically, whereas we seem to be disconnected at the minute.
and the navigation capabilities
Maybe
of
that's why we're
birds
getting
and
sicker,
stuff.
dude. Yeah, maybe
Wouldn't you
that's why we're getting sicker, even though technology is advancing.
never know, man? Could be. But wouldn't you like to see the map that's in a migratory bird's mind?
Right, yeah. Apparently that all works off is it electromagnetism? What do they
I believe
say
so.
birds use for that? Yeah.
I believe so.
I mean, look at the bees, right? I was watching a documentary on bees yesterday. I love insects, man, and it was the bees wake up at a certain temperature because they can't really fly and they can't really operate properly unless it's it's right. But it's just built into them. They just immediately just kick into life at this certain temperature that kicks in. It's like everything is finely tuned, and that's like
Oh
a
yeah.
frequency term. You know what I mean? It's frequency, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, man. And like the bumblebee or whatever that creates his little resonant bubble. And but yeah, another really interesting guy. I'm big into philosophy and just pondering on things in general, of course. But this old Victor Schauberger, he's a pretty interesting fella, and his motto, if you will, was always about studying nature and trying to replicate it, trying to reproduce it and understand it.
No, it sounds interesting. Never heard of him.
Oh, you've never heard of Victor Schauberger? Oh, he's basically to fluid and aerodynamics. I mean, he is to fluid and aerodynamics to what Tesla was to electricity.
Oh, what's his name? Victor.
Victor Schauberger. Yeah, I believe he was from Poland, and he grew up in the woods, and his family were loggers, and he just grew up in the woods all of his life, and just was always studying critters and nature and the creeks, and he developed some. Uh, he has. I'm trying to think the name of a couple of his popular books. It's been a while since looked at them, but yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
thank you for mentioning him. Water is something I think, even though we know probably a hell of a lot about it, it's so mysterious. So I appreciate that. I'm going to definitely look into this
Oh,
guy.
definitely, dude. He's super interesting, dude. You won't regret it. And but yeah, water is. I mean, basically, in my opinion, water is manna from heaven, if you will.
Right? Yeah, yeah. Interesting take.
It boils at a really weird, just it's the way it doesn't the way it expands when it freezes is crazy for an element, right? Because stuff condenses when it gets colder, and the temperature that it does what it does, boils and freezes like molecularly compared to other elements, like it doesn't follow the same patterns. And of
Well,
course, you're probably familiar with Dr. Yamoto's work,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
super fascinating stuff, and just the realm of frequency and water and how they interact, and the memory, and you know it is definitely set apart from everything else in this material realm, I think.
Yeah, somebody mentioned the Trinity earlier, and I think you've got a Trinity within the water. You've got three states of water. Um, And the Trinity, I think a lot of people don't realize the idea goes back way further than Christianity. It's in pretty much every ancient system, whether it was Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, or in I think in Babylonian it was Anu, Marduk, and No, sorry, Anu, Enlil, and Enki, and then in ancient Greece it was Jupiter, Juno. Like there's always
Oh,
been
that's
this
Rome.
solid. Sorry,
Greece.
Rome. That was Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there seems to be this Trinity idea that everything sort of can have three states, and that water is. It just really. There's something spiritual there, is what I'm trying to say, and it matches
Watch the
this
videos I sent you.
triad.
Watch the videos I sent you.
I can't wait to watch this video now, mate.
That's the
Sounds
whole
like
list.
it's everything. It
I've
sounds
just
like it's
sent
what
you
I've been
another video as well,
researching.
dude.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, there's numbers everywhere, right? We talk about threes a lot, there's sevens a lot, and 12 a lot. Other numbers as well. But specifically, if we map these specific numbers over biology, that number 3, you're going to find it in the brain. I'll see if I can find the specific video. I watched it yesterday, but as soon as you said 3, I was just like, yep, I got a video for this as well. The 12 that I was pointing out earlier, the 12 disciples, even like the 12 Knights of Camelot and the Round Table, there was 12. There can be like more than 12, but there's definitely 12. There's 12 gods of the hierarchy of Olympus, like the Greek gods, but you can break them down into threes and whatever. But the number 12 has become really, really interesting. The reason why I bring it up, the reason why I brought up the names of the disciples earlier, and I just quickly rewatched the video again, and it jogged my memory. The names of the disciples change in the different books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Right, Matthew of Didymus, and this guy who then changed his name to that guy, son of this person, whatever. In the different books, they changed the listing of the people, who they are, but specifically the names of their fathers and so on, who they're represented by, or who they changed their name from or to. These names represent the 12 brain stems around the Bible, also known as the 12 apostles of the brain. They were named the 12 apostles of the brain about 100 years ago, 150 years ago, by biologists and scientists who were looking into neurology and discovered like different sections of the brain. The 12 apostles of the brain are the 12 nerve stems that send out messages, like the disciples were to send out messages. They were sent out in twos as well. When Jesus sent the disciples out with their messages, all of the brain stems are paired, which is quite interesting. Again, I can't overlap all of the biology for you, but if you want to talk about numbers like 3, 7, and 12s, you find them in the human brain because it's all allegorical. All of the ancient mystical schools and ancient cultures knew a similar type of thing. This is why you see the things like the numbers and the symbology repeated in different cultures. The Greeks, the Egyptians, the Norse gods. Here in Britain, even with the Celts and the pagans, same repetition of the same numbers, because they're talking about exactly the same thing.
While you were saying that, I just did a little Google search of the 12 apostles of the brain, and AI is telling me it's known that the 12 pairs of nerves that you're talking about, the cranial nerves, is referred to as the real 12. That's interesting, isn't it?
Isn't it?
The real 12.
Yeah.
The 33 vertebrae and the Jesus' age, and all this conversation here is the reason that there's a pine cone on the Pope's staff. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. So the pine cone obviously representing like the center between the two hemispheres, right? Now this is the part that grows and is illuminated. Is literally a light receptor. Jesus tells us that make your eye single and your body will be filled with light. It's telling you to close your eyes and focus on your pineal gland. This is the mechanism that takes place within the brain. It illuminates the electric flow of the sacred fluid that passes from the pineal gland and climbs up and down the Jacob's ladder, which is represented as the 3 vertebrae of the human spine. So yeah, it's hella interesting, and this knowledge isn't just found in the Bible; it's found in all of the ancient cultures. It's just been gathered together and rewritten and used
and we can start pointing fingers at like Jews and stuff because you find it in there, but it's hella twisted. But ultimately, this is the stuff that these ancient religions or ideas are pointing at. We look at the Kundalini, Southeast Asia, like out of Hinduism, we talk about chakras and so on. We talk about how the energy flows. When we go north of like India, we start getting into China, where they changed the name of that energy to Qi. So they're talking about the same bloody thing, but the names have just been changed. That's all it is.
Oh yeah.
It's always the same thing.
Have you heard of I'm not going to pronounce it right, but Kirlian photography?
Is that the stuff that shows auras around people?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I have.
and plants and
Yeah, what's it called? A biosphere? Is it called a biosphere?
yeah, like an electromagnetic field around us. Yep.
And
About
apparently,
6 feet.
people with missing limbs still have the leg biosphere. Apparently, same with leaves. If you chop a leaf in half, if you are able to reveal this biosphere, you'll see the full leaf.
Yep.
Apparently,
Yeah, that's it. That's Kirlian photography. Yep. Interesting stuff.
dude, that's freaky.
I think it's KURLIAN or something like that.
Do you think this could be what they're conflating or associating with the soul? Or do you think the soul would be different?
I don't know, man. That's a big question. I would have to think about it.
Yeah, no answer needed. Just a question. I always think the best answers are actually questions because when there's an answer, there's always another question. So fuck it, skip the answer to that question. Let's just get to the question that the answer has provoked.
Yeah, I just need better questions, man.
Yeah, if anybody ever asked me what the meaning of life is, I'd say, I don't know. You need to find the question.
That's the answer in the question to figure it out.
I always liked a little bit, cheesy, if you will, maybe, but I like it. The meaning to life is to bring meaning to life.
I've never heard that one before. I like that.
Yep. I'm just some old hillbilly philosopher, man.
Guess
If anyone wants to discuss, I'll go for it.
I was just going to say, I guess one of the questions we can ask, right, is with regards to ancient knowledge. Some people say that the ancient knowledge was discovered by people separately. Those in South America weren't connected to those in Egypt, so they developed separately. Some people say that they actually developed together. This was a group knowledge that was spread out over the earth, for example. So I guess we can ask that question. Is it true that we all developed separately, or did we all have this knowledge to begin with and it was separated through cataclysm and time, for example? Because we look back in history and there's an awful lot of manipulation into time and cataclysm and so on. Right, we look into ancient maps and the stuff on the maps that aren't there today. I don't think that means that the map makers were stupid. It just means that those land masses just aren't there today. So obviously, like cataclysms and things have taken place. That means like peoples were lost, civilizations were lost, information was lost, and people probably survived and moved around. I think we were speaking earlier. I think maybe you were around Roots about the discovering of the new world, for example, and what that actually meant because it was actually bloody new. Because after the land masses had disappeared, so they went out rediscovering. So there's obviously something that's been held onto with some kind of ancient knowledge or wisdom that's tried to be interpreted to us at some time in the future that obviously has been manipulated. We just look at the world around us. But it's interesting when you ask the question, like, where did this all the knowledge come from? Did we develop separately, like the mainstream narrative would have us believe, or was it different to that mainstream narrative? Were we all together? Was this knowledge central, like maybe the story of Babylon and the Tower, for example? Or, you ask questions from there.
I mean, personally, I think the latter, because the further you go back in history, the more anomalous things you see. Like, I don't know if you're aware, but we were using electric vehicles early 1900s. We had Germany had conveyor belt walkways. Obviously, everybody knows about the airships, and then we had Tesla. But what Tesla had actually, some of the inventions that he'd actually created, we don't even have them today. So I'm asking, when we first reset, it would make sense if there was an old world with high technology that we kind of picked up where they were, and there's been a conscious degrading of anything that can, use free energy or perpetual energy or anything of advanced tech. So I think evidence-wise, it looks like we've reset and we still kept hold of that, and we've been losing more and more and more of it.
Of course, man. It also brings a different perspective to the phrase New World Order.
Yeah, it does. The New World Order
Disorder,
could have been sometime around the 15 to 1700s, right? When the old world changed to the new world, and the new world just seems to be a phrase today, like a new world order, like a neo world order or something on there. But definitely at some point, and I keep finding myself around the mid 1500s to the 1700s. We hear a lot about like 1776 because of America and like the American Revolution and the birth of the country for so on. But Europe was around, and we can go back to I can go back to about 1536, Henry VIII, when things had definitely started changing. It's not long before we start having huge land purchases. People like the Groves and the family are still around today. Some of those old families have died out, but some of those families, like 400, 500, 600 years old, still own that land, Belgravia and Mayfair, for example. But the purchasing of land and how it's distributed, the burning of monasteries, the taking of information out of the monasteries, all of the religious artifacts and so on, is literally like a massive culling of information, specifically around the time of Henry VIII. So somewhere around the 15 to 1700s, personally myself, I can point out to most definitely historical recollections of like information gathering and book burnings and so on. Specific information as well, not just burning shit down, like specific information like maps, old world technology, lineages, things like that, very specific pieces of information. So yes, 1776 gets spoken a lot because it's very American centric, especially with stuff that we see on YouTube. But going a little bit further back, if we look at history across Europe as well, then we'll start around the mid 1500s into the 1600s, where we'll start getting burn-ins of cities and so on. Same within America, Chicago, blah blah blah, Great Fire of London. There's over 200 of these fires that took place between the 15 and 1700s, 1800s, or whatever. So it's really interesting, that period of history, to me at the moment.
Definitely. And like what had, everybody so incapacitated to allow this to happen, it's really crazy.
Well, remember 1666 was the Sescovy Act, where they declared everybody who was I don't know whether it's everybody by default or everybody who hadn't been around for a couple of years, but either way, they introduced an act where they changed your status from a living human being to dead or lost at sea, as they would in maritime law.
Yeah.
that was 1666. That was where your soul became proper, or your property became property of the Vatican, right?
Yeah, 1611. We've got the King James Bible. Decades before that, we've got, like other like and whatnot. So specifically around that era or area in time, 1600s, around there. Huge land purchases as well, specifically in England. Interesting at that time as well.
Yeah, and
Lots of
just to be
lots.
creative.
Sorry, it was really interesting. I was looking into some like old ancestry, like the Grosvenor family and people who owned land and stuff. Specifically, the land of England was always just swampy and muddy, like not worth anything, right? But
Yeah,
even the buildings, right, that are so like are in these old parts of London, like Mayfair and Belgravia. These buildings that were started to be built in the 1600s, right, because London was expanding. They had the Great Fire of London that's also like 1666 as well. So around that time is when Mayfair and Belgravia were built. Um, yeah, these buildings also look mud flooded. Like they've got the bottoms of them like half submerged. You've got windows poking out and like, all of that type of shit. So even that narrative, when it doesn't like seem completely true because these buildings were said to be built at that time, but they obviously weren't built at that time. You understand, because the area was already described as like muddy. So it's the interesting time around the 1600s, especially like around Great Britain and so on. The buildings that are said to be built then mud flooded is what I'm pointing out, even though the land was described as swampy and muddy.
well, Michelle Gibson, if you've heard of her. Have you heard of Michelle Gibson, Jedi?
I've probably slept with her. No, I haven't.
Yeah, check out Michelle Gibson. She did a hell of a lot of research into the 1600s, and she claims there was an ice age across northern Europe, Ireland, and it even reached down to northern Africa.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, that's something else that came apparent to me over the last couple of weeks. The Little Ice Age, smack
Yeah.
bang in this time frame of the 15 to.
Right, and then we've got a story. I'm being creative here. So we've got this story that Rome moved to Byzantium after a cataclysm, right? Well, this region that would have had a mini ice age in like the 1500s, 1400s, whatever, between 14 and 1600. If you then get creative and you start taking into account, well, if they added, time into the calendar and it's close to 1,000 years, like Fomenko says, well, then what you've got is the continuation that doesn't seem to make sense when you hear the story of Byzantium, that there was a cataclysm and that it moved, but it moved much closer to the time of, I've forgotten his name now, the guy who established Byzantium. Oh God, what's his name? Constantine. Now, when you
Yeah,
add
yeah.
when you add Fomenko's theory in, Constantine was just before this mini ice age. I mean, sorry, just after this mini ice age. So it's like,
Yeah.
could this mini ice age have been the event that moved Rome? And could Rome, go all the way up to the 1500s potentially?
Well, when we look at, say, the weather and historical accounts of the weather, it rained an awful lot back at that time. We've got frost fairs on the Thames. Do you remember those stories, dudes? Like, we used to be able to skate on the Thames and stuff. And that was a few hundred years ago. That's because of this little ice age. Apparently, we've got we've got to stop using that word. We've got stories of like raining for months and months and months on end. We've got stories about the sky going black and not seeing the sun for months and months and months on end. Volcanoes going off around this time, all of this type of shit. But when you start adding them together, like I appreciate that what you're doing, you come to this kind of conclusion that around this time, even though we're told that certain events happened, they're played down. And these are the events, like the Little Ice Age is probably bigger than it was. There are probably like world cataclysms,
California, that little island, that huge island off the west coast of America, that probably has descended into the sea. Even though it was on a map, these maps were right. The world got changed somehow, probably through like an ice age, the rising of waters, which has obviously happened. An awful lot of water descending from the sky and rains and so on, liquefaction possibly happening because of the so much water being absorbed by the ground, all of this stuff. So somewhere in this time frame, somewhere in these stories is possibly some event that we're not supposed to know took place.
It was so
What do you
crazy. It
wait, what do you
turned
think
into a
causes
sphere.
weather?
Many things cause weather, dude. Temperature fluctuations, the
What
moisture
do you think
content
determines
of
that?
what the temperature, that primarily comes from
Yeah.
the sun.
And the mechanism is
Radiated from the surface or absorbed gas, thermodynamic energy, and
so
equilibrium.
okay, so you'd be able to measure the distance if you can get a radio wave, right?
Distance of
Radiation
what?
wave, right?
Of what?
The sun.
Not really. It's not
Why?
necessarily a
It's in line of
reflective.
sight,
It's not necessarily a reflective body, though, is it?
but we could. It's shooting photons. I mean, or light, like
Yeah,
radio waves.
yeah. We can receive the photons, but how are you going to distinguish by the ones that you reflect off of what is described as an almost black body? So it doesn't really reflect because of the amount of light that it's producing. So how are you going to
You
distinguish
can
between the photons?
move. You can see how long it takes to receive light from other locations on Earth.
Okay,
Triangulate the distance.
okay. To what end?
Calculate how far it is. Triangulate the distance.
Okay. Good luck with that.
I mean, but this is like, how do you think we know how far the sun is? I mean, like when it comes to the sun, why can
There's
we
a few
all?
ways that we
Okay,
think
but
we know the distance to the
okay, but
sun.
this, but okay, but you would think that the sun is like, what's the furthest we could see? What do you think is the limit on
I
our
don't
view?
know. That's going to depend on the angular size of the object.
Okay, but theoretically, we could see 100 miles.
Well, again,
What?
that's going to
The
depend.
naked eye.
Two
The
factors.
naked
One, the
eye.
angular
The
size
naked
of
eye.
the object. It's probably time for me to go.
Like, how far can the naked eye see? In your view?
I'll take care of your light work, man. The absolute maximum, visibility that the atmosphere allow is,
That's
I
a globe
believe,
term.
around
I asked what
300
you thought.
300 miles.
I'm not talking about globe. I'm asking what you think the furthest we can see it, like the human eye. How far can we see?
The atmosphere limited.
No, no,
3959.
the atmosphere means gases around a ball. Like, how far do you think we could see?
Yeah, we got the ball. We got the ball from perspective.
Okay, I thought this
right?
is flat Earth.
So
Okay.
we got the ball from perspective, right?
Okay.
Which means on the flat Earth, there is something to this radius number that they've given us.
I'm not talking
This
about radiuses or
No,
curves
you
in
need
flat
to be
Earth.
patient, my friend. You need to be patient
I
to be
asked a
able to
question.
understand what I'm saying.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me know
and
when
I'm
someone's got an
answering
answer.
you the question. I'm answering the question, but you are trying to fundy mute me.
No, you're talking about globe stuff. I'm asking,
Yes,
like, from this basic question,
yes.
how far can we
Because
see?
we don't have something where we can verify. I don't have an example that I can give
Okay, but
you
so
to
there's no
verify this
limit to how far we could see theoretically.
apart from perspective.
Okay, but
Now,
there's
in
no. Okay, but
perspective, will you shut the fuck up for 1 minute? In perspective, there is a horizon, a circle of vision around you. Yeah, you get a radius around you. You get a circumference, around you. Okay, that circumference is very related to the numbers that we have in terms of what the size of the ball is. So, on a flat Earth, we expect things on the ground, across the Earth,
wait, what
to
are the numbers you expect of the sun?
disappear at
What are
about
the?
3.5 miles from
Okay, wait.
ground
So you
level.
think the
Do,
sun
do
is
you know
three
what,
and a
dude?
half
Do you know
miles
what,
away?
dude? Do you know what, dude? Do you know what, dude? You carry on, mate. You carry on. You don't need to know this, do you? You've already got it figured out by the sounds of it.
I was trying to get you to clarify, but okay. You're
Stop
going on a
talking
long.
over
Your
people, you
response,
fucking
like this
soy
is
boy.
longer than like I asked a basic
Hey,
question.
shut the fuck
This
up.
whole thing,
Right?
You
You
think-
just overtalk everyone. It's annoying. Right? Do it one more time, and I'm just gonna ban you on site every time I see you from now on.
I'm sorry. So
It's just that you do it every single time. That's all.
do we think it's 3.5 miles away then? Like, what's the furthest a human eye can see? Like,
if
The furthest you can see through the medium of air is about 300 miles, but that's only a technical distance. Most often it's much less than that, 30
What does
miles,
that number
50
come-
miles, 70 miles. It depends on your altitude as well. But if you're looking through the absolute thickest part of the atmo, right, then it's it depends on the air clarity. But the maximum technically would be 300 miles.
so we should be routinely being able to see like 40, 50, like just daily life.
No, like
Why
most
not?
often when I check the maximum visibility in the area that I'm at, which is the countryside, it's about 16 kilometers. So it's
Okay,
really
but
not that far.
people in better area with better conditions should be just regularly seeing 50, 60, 70 plus 100 maybe.
No, it's not
If we
that.
can
Like
see
you could look up
300,
if you pick an area and just go to Google and type in what's the average visibility in this area throughout the year. And usually,
Google
for example,
uses-
over the Great Salt Lake, sorry, not the Great Salt Lake, over Lake Michigan, it's 3 miles to 20 miles is the average, right? The minimum, maximum, average.
But that's based on Google Earth.
It's also
No, it's not
dependent
based
on
on.
the
We're not
angular
talking about
size of
Google
the
Earth. We're
object.
No,
talking
but
about
they use the same-
clarity, the clarity of the air over that body, right? Over that distance that's the average visibility over that distance.
Okay,
Also
average
depends on
though,
the
but
size of
again,
the
but
object
average is
you're
not
looking at,
average is not the limit.
doesn't it?
We
Doesn't
should
it
like
depend on
in
the
daily
size of
life,
the
we
object that
should
you're
just
looking at?
be see- What?
I wonder if it depends on the size of the object that you're looking at as to how far you're going to be able to see it. Like compared to a fly and a mountain.
Okay, but so visibility at what altitude though? Because clearly the sun is not 20 miles away.
It's like we're trying to help you and you're not following.
No, I mean, like, you understand what I'm saying?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Can you repeat yourself? I was talking to the other guy.
Yeah, I know. So it's going to be based on a few factors, right? One, the air clarity that you're looking through, and two, the actual size of the object that you're looking at as to how far away you're going to be able to perceive it. You're probably going to be able to perceive a mountain much further away than you are going to be able to perceive a fly, for example, right? So we're definitely going to have to consider the air that we breathe and how it's going to affect the light that's reflected off the object and the actual size of the object that we are looking at, aren't we?
Yeah, but again, there's ultimately a limit and a mechanism for like
Yeah.
no, but
So
also a mechanism
so
for
the
this.
limit
Like
for the human
saying,
eye
and
is
there's a you're interrupting me.
0.02 degrees for the human eye.
Okay, wait. Can someone link? Wait, where do you find how far you should be able to see?
Most people just write that question into Google now.
Okay, no, but like, what is the? Okay,
Just
well,
giving you
Google. If you write that into
angular
Google,
resolution
I don't.
limit of the human
If
eye,
you
man
accept writing that
always
into
talks
Google,
through people, and I get pissed off very quickly with him.
Okay,
It's this cunt again, isn't it? Fuck.
You've interrupted everything I've said. If you just typing things into Google is, if you're gonna accept that, then flat Earth is over. Like I'm just.
Why not? You do.
Well, but you don't accept that, so I don't give you just type into Google. So if we're just going to accept that, like then
You
you're just
do.
committing.
Do optics
But I
have
believe in the
limitations?
globe in Google.
Do
You
optics have
don't.
limitations?
Okay, but again, relying
Do
on a
optics have
globe.
limitations? No, but then again,
Oh no,
do
yeah,
optics have limitations?
optics have limitations, but clearly we can see the
Based on
sun.
what? Based on what?
It's based on a number of things.
Like
as you said, air, but curvature, like obstruction.
What about the
But yeah,
optic itself? Let's have a comparison, let's say, with the human eye and camera.
Aperture, like there's
Ooh,
different
hello.
things that affect
Oh,
how
yeah.
far, but the
Yeah,
human eye, we're talking
how
about the
things
human eye
gonna
and we can see
appear.
the sun. We can see the sun. So
Yeah,
how
we
far? Like
know
the
it can
sun
see the
is
fucking
clearly
sun,
not.
sunshine.
Wait, so the sun must be
It's like
within.
you don't want to understand, do you? That's why you keep talking, isn't it? You don't want to understand. We're almost there, but as soon as you get close to the point, you start fucking running away from it. So we do understand that angular resolution is going to play a part into the fact of how far we can see, especially when we start changing the angular resolution of the technology or optic that we're using, comparably with the human eye to a fucking telescope. That's going to determine something now, isn't it? How we are going to be able to perceive those small angles at distance when we open the angles because of the aperture and the lens of the camera. For example, when we zoom in.
Yeah, but the sun is
Yeah,
clearly
but you're a
within visible
fucking
distance
idiot.
to
Just
everyone.
is a fucking idiot.
So, okay, if we can all see the sun, and the sun must be not everyone see it all the times. It must, and you can see it from very far away in many parts of the world. It must be within line of sight within all those places, or it's ridiculously far away. Like, what do you think it is? Like, this is something you can test and confirm. Perspective. I mean, what do you think?
Don't want to
Nothing.
help you anymore.
No idea.
No, you didn't. Again, you didn't hear what I said. Do you listen to just the
Yes,
voices
I
in your
did.
head?
And did you? You're
See,
not listening to what I
again,
said.
he's talking through me. No wonder.
You talked through all my points, and I just clarified to ask you again.
What did I say? What did I say?
You talked about how there's
Not
optics that affects
interested
it.
in
You talked
helping
about
you
how optics
anymore.
affect it, but
Again,
I'm talking
I
about
tried to
things that.
clarify. Not interested in helping you anymore.
But I'm asking you a basic question. This is not about helping me. I'm trying
It
to have a
is because you
conversation.
want my
Look,
answer.
no. Okay, if you don't want to
I'm not
have
going to give you one. I'm not interested in answering your question. You. You don't listen to the answer. Don't engage with the answer. Like a moron idiot. So no.
You're starting to break up a bit, Jedi, just so you know. I didn't say get out. JJ, why should anyone even bother having a conversation with you, as you put it, if you have no intention of listening to what they want to say? If you want to come in here and preach, you're in the wrong room. Surely, by now, you would have comprehended this. Most of the other clowns do. They get it on episode 1. You want to come in here, ask a question of someone, and when they answer, run straight through them. That tells us you're not interested in hearing. Jedi is probably not interested in conversing with you if you're going to do that. You have absolutely no idea what you're yapping on about. That is well established by nearly everyone. Like, seriously, blind Ben jumps in here for 30 seconds, listens to you, and goes, yep, he's a clown. Dude, I'm trying to be as polite as possible. Hit the frog and toad. Yeah, Jedi, I watched your videos. They were good. I like that.
Which ones did I send you? Hold on. I was just there.
Where's my list? The Second Coming and the Three Wise Men.
Three Wise Men one's really good. I like the way that starts. I should have shared
Yeah.
you the
The 12 Apostles one as well. We were talking about that earlier. Specifically, because the way that video starts is, you remember these 12 apostles? None of them said anything apart from maybe 4, 5, or 6 of them. Half of them just were really obscure. Their names changed depending on which Bible you're talking about. And the story goes on is that they're talking about the 12 brain stems of the 12 nerve stems of the brain, the nerves that come out of the brain in their roots. Apparently, there's 12 of them. They've also been named as the 12 apostles of the brain through like scientific research using the Latin names and so on. Even the names of those 12 disciples, when you look into it and you break them down in the different books and so on, they start naming like places in the brain and specific like areas and functions and stuff. So watch the rest of his channel, dude. Look out for like, check out some of the names of the videos because they're really fascinating, mate. I'm glad you watched that 3 Wise Men one though. That one's really, really cool.
Yeah, I was enjoying that. So yeah, we'll see you in 8 weeks, eh?
Yeah, right.
Oh man.
I don't know. Is it really that fucking simple? Because I tried doing that, mate, and my brain doesn't shut up. Cain keeps talking and Abel doesn't come up. The reason why I bring Cain and Abel into it is because of the other video talking about the 2 hemispheres of the brain and the story of Cain and Abel. Your conscious mind and your subconscious mind. You get really deep into this stuff, mate, and it blows my bloody mind.
Yeah, that's the hard thing is just shutting noise down. And you can guarantee it's like doing night shift. You can guarantee you come home, you crawl yourself into bed, and some fuckwit wants to mow the lawn, or there's construction work getting done, and there's some clown show on a jackhammer. Yeah. Or you'll just get relaxed, put your feet up, the phone will ring.
Well, apart from the outside distractions, the internal ones are the worst. I try it, and 20 minutes later, I realised when I've come to or woken up or whatever that I've been thinking about shit for the past like 19 minutes. I completely forget.
Out of his 20 minutes of calm, 19 minutes is trying to calm down. Oh, yes.
Just obviously we're expressing how hard it is, but I'm struggling with how simple it sounds. All right, when all is said and done, when we can look into esoteric meanings and how this is read and blah blah blah, very 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 simply out of the words that are written down, it is as simple as closing your 2 eyes in a dark room, getting rid of, just shutting up basically, and closing your eyes, trying not to think. Basically, that's it. That's weird. I get it. This idea of meditation, the idea of switching off, the biological things about what is happening within inside the human body, like the brain and the spine, the pineal gland and what it is and what it does. If we're talking about making your 2 eyes single, if we're closing our eyes and concentrating on that area of the brain where the pineal gland is, I'm struggling with how simple it is, even though I know it's not simple because I tried doing it and I don't shut up. But just that general idea of closing your eyes in a dark space, it's what the Bible teaches.
I like to try to paint a picture in my mind of everything I hear around me. Like, I don't know. That's what I try to do to quiet my mind. But it's when you're talking about that stuff, what would really be a trip with all that in mind is a sensory deprivation tank. I think that would really be an experience.
This is where some of these experiments have been done. When I say experiments, more like the reading of the electromagnetic flows or functions or whatever in the brain when they put people in MRIs. So
sensory deprivation, that the brain's been scanned over all of these things, that the results are areas of the brain grow when stimulated, specifically like areas like the hippocampus, which is the two horseshoe-shaped areas that sit in either hemisphere, just below and either side of the pineal gland. The pineal gland sitting just above the vacant chamber, an area in the brain where there isn't anything. But ultimately, these areas grow when stimulated in this very specific way, like you said, sensory deprivation or meditation. When you make your mind go silent, when you rest, when you do these things, I can't express it very well, but the conclusion is that the areas of the brain work that are stimulated, stuff happens, stuff is produced by the human body that activate certain areas, and electromagnetic electric responses throughout the body like multiply. That's a good way of putting it. So these things do happen, apparently, according to medical research. These things that were spoken about, that we find in these ancient teachings, not just in the Bible but elsewhere. Which kind of might lead us back to, did we know this 2,000 years ago, if we're talking about when Jesus was around and the time after he was around? Did we know this? Did we know this and use this, for example? Is this why we've got magnificent structures around with supposed probable technology with healing powers and so on? Did we know this? Is this part of the information that's been kind of muddied and deceived and ripped apart and thrown all over the place, so it's hard to find? Even poured scorn on and like ridiculed and maybe turned into something else where it's labeled as new agey and blah blah blah. I don't know, but maybe this is the information, the kingdom of God, for example, that was inside us, and because of the events over the last, let's say, 2,000 years or whatever you think the time frame is, then that kingdom of God has been, removed from us, for example, and it's hard to get that kingdom back. Maybe that's part of the story. Because Jesus does say the kingdom of God is inside you. He does say that. So what does that mean then? Doesn't mean you're waiting, right?
Means transition, metamorphosis, and then eventually transfiguration. To something which encompasses the all. Where the one has complete control and over everything.
What's your opinion about, like, there seems to, I can state something interesting to kind of might go to it, but the thought of like a for lack of a better word, a universal consciousness or some kind of information to tap into, if you know, best way I can just describe it. But and it makes me think of the people that have these savant talents after injury, which I think is really crazy. Or they'll know a new language or develop some skill they never had, like after a traumatic brain injury or something like that. It's, and there's some recorded cases of them. It's pretty trippy.
Okay, I don't know, but when you bring up like brain injuries and stuff like that, puts me in mind of how the brain works and what we've been discussing, and how possible impacts, like on the brain, like a brain trauma, could quiet one area of the brain and let another area of the brain become more active. Because the way that I've heard the brain described as like the two hemispheres, like one's silent and one's not silent. One's like primarily in control, where the other one kind of just takes care of like the breathing and like the respiratory functions and so on. But maybe because of a brain injury or trauma, something's happened to the brain where an area has been shut off and another area has been like more enlightened and so on. And I've fucking no idea. I'm just spitballing.
No, I got you. I mean, it's pretty good spitball. But I was specifically talking about, it's like this information that is gained, like the ability to speak a different language, or something like that. Like,
I've
understand,
heard that. Yeah,
like
people
different
speaking in
pathways
completely different
reconnecting.
languages and accents and
Yeah,
so on. Yeah, I know what you're talking
I'm
about.
talking
Yeah.
about access to information. I mean, that is it's an example of access to information that there's no explanation for them to have.
Yeah, maybe it's just some kind of freak accident that's changed body biology or chemistry or whatever, that's, I don't know, freakily downloaded like Neo from the Matrix, something like the ability to now do kung fu or speak in a different
Oh,
language.
yeah, I got you, man. I wasn't looking for like an answer. I was just, sharing another interesting question. Like we was just
No,
talking
you're
about,
fine, man.
all these questions, and
Yeah,
it's,
you're fine.
I think that's a super fascinating thing. It's like, they're reaching somewhere and getting this information. It's trippy.
Yeah, and they speak about this, especially like yogis and stuff from like India and so on, like these deep, like meditative people. They speak about like gaining access to knowledge that they didn't have without requiring or asking for it and so on. So yeah, this stuff gets spoken about. Maybe the brain injury, like the trauma thing, is like an accidental energy input that creates a download, and maybe that adds credence to the idea of yogis or Buddhist monks even contemplating the world and having downloaded information and access to information that they otherwise wouldn't have. I mean, I have no idea, dude.
It,
I'm not a yogi.
didn't Tesla even say that didn't Tesla like keep a notebook beside his bed, and like he would just be downloaded information when he was taking his
Yeah,
little sleep nap and shit. That's another
yeah.
example,
We've got quite a few stories of people like having downloaded information. That's also with Tesla. A more modern guy is like David Icke. If you've heard of that guy, he was supposed to have like constant downloads of information and spiritual awakenings, where he's been taken to areas and places where the coincidences can no longer be coincidences. So we've got quite a lot of these stories of like downloads of information, even like today.
And all these questions, like they don't even get asked by people that think that everything is already understood by people in university. But the world is way more magical, mysterious than we've been led to believe, and that's for certain.
Yeah, that's definitely a conclusion you can honestly reach. More magical, right? That's even crazy. Quite a few of these things, you peer behind the curtain, and apparently they do exist. I mean, even things like the Epstein files and stuff, if you want to look into like really horrible subjects like sacrifice and children and all of that type of stuff, People have, but when it's pushed in front of their face and kind of semi-admitted to with like secret files and investigations, then some people will start questioning these things. And these things are obviously around because these people, whether we believe them or not, they're doing it. Right? It's crazy. Right? It doesn't matter if I believe these things; these people do, and they act in the way that would show that they believe in these things. And they do the rituals, they do the sacrifices. It's a horrible like curtain to peer behind. But that also brings into why I was speaking earlier about like brain and body physiology and chemistry and so on. Because if you peer behind that curtain into like child sacrifice and whatever, there's a specific thing that apparently they're trying to gain, and that's this fluid that descends up and down the spine, the colostrum or whatever it's called, adrenochrome. We hear it called in conspiracy circles. And I'm already feeling like I should shut up because this is quite deep. But when we peer behind that curtain, we see a parallel. Apparently, they're harvesting this stuff, the stuff that descends from the spine, the spiritual fluid. It's horrible when you think about it. But I will shut up now because I probably shouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, I do like the way y'all, you know, have some discipline here in this channel, just to, just to help add credibility to the conversation. So I respect that, man. But yeah, there's very interesting conversations indeed. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, for sure. Nice to have met you as well.
Yeah, you too, bud. Yeah, I'll talk to you just one other time briefly.
Forgive me, mate. I speak to quite a few
Oh,
people.
I know.
Do apologise.
Yeah, no, it was recently, and I complimented you for having the patience of a saint, and you chuckled.
I don't. Of course, you had to jump in. That doesn't always happen, mate. I haven't got that much patience, honestly.
Oh no, I've heard you. I've heard you. Have to get stern with these jokers too, man. But like, even when you're getting stern with them, just the ability to just do it over day in and day out. Like, I mean, you know, kudos to you, sir. Kudos to you.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sure quite a few Globers would disagree, but I do appreciate your compliment.
No, man, y'all are entertaining. Y'all crack me up, man.
Jedi actually made the top of the anti-FE hate list.
Nice, dude. That's a badge of honor.
You'll notice there, Boogie, when you get people in here that just honestly don't know, and you get to hear the way they talk and some of the questions they come out with, if they honestly don't know and they're here to have an honest conversation, then we've got nothing but time for them. But it's when you get your anti-FE clowns coming in with the same dumb shit every single day, our patience does disappear. Yeah, you'll notice that if you hang around long enough. You can only tolerate stupid for so long.
Oh, for sure, man. No, I've listened in, for about on and off for about a month or two, man. And you know, it's really enjoy listening in, and y'all are, just y'all are pretty funny. Just the situation and dealing with these people, and when y'all lose your patience and the way you deal with it, you know, it's it's funny, it's just it's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of I know it's taxing. And that's, coming from I'm pretty introverted, so it takes sit there and just talking to people, especially people that just on the shallow level of conversation, man. It's taxing. I just
I
want
feel
to
that.
go to my cave.
Yeah, I feel that, dude. Generally, I'm quite introverted. The dealing with people I find quite hard. That's small talk and shit like that, like base level stuff, fucking boring. Can't deal with it. So when idiots come along, I just, especially when they interrupt a good conversation that I'm actually invested in, and then some idiot comes along and says something stupid, we divert the conversation to them because they're talking about flat Earth and we should do, and it's just a fucking waste of time. It bugs me. Yeah, so I understand the introverted bit. I find people generally, I'd rather not deal with them, to be honest with you. But the good people, and I say good people with good questions and good, like, deep conversation that have got some value and some merit to them, I've got all the time in the world for. I just can't stand fucking idiots, people that waste my time or the time of my friends and colleagues in here. That pisses me off because I know a lot of these people are really, really smart. And when they start answering questions and speaking to people, they're giving their time and their intelligence. And when that's not respected, I take that personally. That fucks me off more than it affecting me, I think.
Definitely, man. It's just blatant disrespect, and it's you just gotta deal with it when you gotta deal with it, man. There's plenty of people just coming in here like that joker that was talking earlier, man, just wanting to knows the value of this place and has to feel the need to try to sully it up.
Yeah, it is what it is. Right, I'm gonna have to go and make something to eat because I swear my microphone's picking up my stomach grumbling in the background. So I apologise for that. I will stick myself on mute. I'm not far away, but yeah, I'm not going to be speaking for a couple of minutes. Got some background noise.
Right. Enjoy your food, man. Good chatting. Yeah. Shit, I better hop off here too, but we'll catch y'all later, man. Y'all have a great day. Peace.
Peace, man. Catch up.
Thanks, mate. All right, before I make this, there better be some Globers coming in soon. Otherwise, I'm going to sit here, watch some more videos about how the brain bloody works and ancient shit, and have my mind blown, and come back and try and tell you all about it.
I was going to ask about that. I couldn't see him in the chat. I thought you'd have him in the chat.
Oh, do you know what? I'll drop a few of them in the side chat, dude. I've been sending them to people who've requested. I'll drop a few.
There you go. If you go to that one, decode scripture. That'll Well, Jedi's got the specific videos, but his main channel above that.
Hello?
Hallo, hallo. Yo, baby girl. Hallo.
Hello? Okay, here's the plan. I think Trump is going to introduce a Taiwan American as the next man on the moon. And he's going to reveal it to Xi Jinping in May. No debate there. That's a good thing.
I need some flat Earth car advice. Damn, that's a lot of AFKs.